Yo, 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 what's up, everybody coming in? That background on there. Welcome back, Street Vibes. Welcome back. I had to restart it, bro. That conversation wasn't going nowhere. It wasn't going nowhere. I feel like I need to be more antagonistic. I feel like these topics just ain't working no more. I might have to write some new ones down. What's up, everybody coming in? Tap the screen, share the live. Let's get this out there to the For You page so we can get some people jumping in the panel that want to debate. Yep. I literally don't care about the likes and the follows and the attention and shit. I really just want to have conversations with people, debates with people. So let's make it happen, please. Tap that screen, share the live. Run it up for me, run it up. Welcome in, everybody, welcome in. I see y'all coming in, but I don't see nobody saying nothing. I don't see nobody saying shit. Mm-hmm. 101 people, no opposers. That's hard to believe. What's up, Maddie? Shit. Let's get it going in here. Request that box. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to say something in opposition to my topics up there. Don't be afraid to run your mouth. Do what you got to do. Let's make this happen. I like having conversations with people, debates. Maddie Carter, I said something. You said shit. What am I supposed to do with that? Ops in the box. Let's go. I can't even request. Don't know why. Oh my God, Lulu, are my guest requests on? Can you see them? And Jacqueline, you can't get in the box anyway because you don't have 1,000 followers. Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans made hip hop. Yes, someone that understands the real history. Holy shit! Wow. That's like a first. I can't say it's actually a first. You're like one of the very few that have came in here and actually known what they're talking about. There's not a request box. Great. Do I have to restart again? Is that why no one's coming up here? Hold on, let me... No, working project just...
There's a request box. They just lying. Either they don't have the followers to do it, but I found out that jazz came from white people.
Oh, I know about that one, brother.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. So it came.
Where'd
I
you...
think I think jazz came from Europe. The saxophone and all that.
Interesting. I'm going to have to look into that because as far as I've been concerned, jazz was definitely made by African Americans.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean the culture it runs deep within the African American community, yes, but it really didn't take off until oh gosh.
Yeah, but it came from blues, and blues came from call and response. Call and response came from slavery times.
There you go.
That's two blues and jazz are two completely different things.
Yeah, but it derived from it was a
well, a lot of things can derive from it. It doesn't mean that it comes from it though. Jazz is a separate entity. That's why it's called jazz, not blues and jazz.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, just like it's like the different types of music things that we got. It all came from like one thing, but it derived from all like it just
So
it flourished
rock and roll
out. But
came
like
from blues.
it's like yeah, it's I don't know how to explain it. It's not like black and white. Like it's like a bunch of different things that gathered it, but a lot of it came from call and response. And
I don't agree with that because then it ties back into slavery, saying that we stole everything from African people.
well, no, it's just no. Well, no, you can't say that because in America, everything was, because
See,
everybody
you
was
prove my
connected.
point.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay.
Because
Yeah.
you're
Okay.
gonna go to the slavery thing, saying we stole people's ideas.
Well, no, that's not where I'm heading. I'm just saying like it that like jazz as it is did come from African Americans, but that's not a stealing thing. No one stole that because we still do jazz.
All right, hang on, Cuba. I'm gonna be right back here.
All right, you're good, bro. But yeah, thank you for the comment that you made about how hip hop was started. I appreciate that because
Yeah,
I know that to be 100% factual. I get a lot of people coming in here saying that Caribbean people in general didn't have nothing to do with hip hop, and I'm like, okay, that just tells me that you don't know shit.
yeah, no.
Because we're talking about the Bronx, New York. Like, come on, it's little Puerto Rico over there.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
what are
what
you
it was,
talking
honestly.
about?
Yeah, I had to actually look that up, and someone had to like tell me about that. So I looked it up, and I found it out on my own. And yeah, and it was Puerto Ricans, and it was Jamaicans who created hip hop, and then they started making like little what are they little companies that little music places, and then they started bringing in artists, and then it was so predominant in the black community. That's why they think that we started it, but no, we didn't start it.
Right. I mean, and I have no problem giving y'all the credit for because when I talk about hip hop, I'm talking about it as a whole. I'm talking about the
Mm-hmm.
dancing, I'm talking about the DJing, the graffiti, all of that. But I'll definitely give y'all the lyricism. I'll definitely give y'all the popularizing rap
Yep.
music, 110%. That's all y'all, 100%.
Yeah, like y'all, it's like Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans. They built the foundation for us, and then we helped build the empire. It was nice, but I mean, I don't like when people don't get correct. They don't get their correct their flowers for what they do, and that is the truth. Black
I
people did
feel
not
that.
create it. We made it boom, but we didn't create it.
Right, exactly. Thank you. And it's not disrespectful to say that at all because it's real
No,
history. Yang is asking me, what are some Cuban hip hop artists? Now, I don't know any Cuban American hip hop artists, but there is a group called the Orishas. They're Cuban. They make very Hispanic music. It's in Spanish as well, but it's very much influenced by hip hop. If you want to look into that, it's some pretty good music. If you don't mind listening to other languages, Puerto Rican hip hop artists. I know that there's more Puerto Rican rappers than there is Cubanos, but I can say for a fact the majority of Cuban and Puerto Rican participants were dancers, they were graffiti
yeah,
artists, and DJs. They weren't really rappers.
yeah. So it's like the
My,
rapping part, but the whole, yeah, as you said, like hip hop as a whole. People don't really look
yeah,
at hip hop as a whole. They just look at the raps, like you said, the lyrics, the lyricists and stuff. But it's
yeah,
bigger than that, and I don't think because no one looks at the history of it, and no one really cares of the history of it. They don't know, so they just like the music they're listening to now, and that's all they care about. But they don't know the history,
exactly,
so they're gonna have their own little assumptions.
exactly. You'd be surprised at how many fucking ignorant conversations I have with people on this topic. Uh, but my boy, I don't know what this dude's saying right here. He's talking about hip hop started in California in 1990. You're
No, it did
just
not.
wrong, bro. I hope you're trolling right now. I hope you're trolling right now, dog.
1990.
Come on now.
That's
Oh
crazy.
shit. The first rapper he ever heard of was probably Snoop Dogg, and that's the
Snoop
only
Dogg,
rapper he still listens
Jay
to.
Z, Snoop Dogg, Jay Z, and probably Ludacris. That's probably it.
Yeah, that's about it. Oh shit, we're working Project Go. Hold up, let me get him back. But yeah, as far as jazz goes, I'm not too versed on that topic. I definitely need to do some more research. But as far as everything that I've been told about jazz and shit, even country music, that's African American. I need to do some more research, but I think I'm right. I've heard that from enough people to think that that's correct information.
Country music, I'm not too sure, but I know I went to college and I learned all about I had a jazz course, so I already know. But like country, I'm pretty sure it came from it's some like what is it called? Like I think it's called like hanky panky, like the stuff that you hear on like Tom and Jerry in the background.
Yeah.
Like that's where it like came from. I forgot what it's called. It's like bar music.
Mm-hmm.
But I just
Something
can't
like
remember. I can't remember where the bar music came from, but I do know it came from that. Like when you listen to uh Tom and Jerry back music and Tom and Jerry, if you listen to like any old like cartoonish shows where it had like the whack-a-mole music, like that kind of stuff.
Yep, absolutely. Hold on, I'm looking for my other phone right now so I can do this. One sec. I give up on that shit. You got any other of the topics that you want to touch on?
The native thing, I don't know where they're getting that from. A lot of them refuse to take a DNA test. Let's
Oh
just start
yeah, I
there.
know. It's the white man science.
Let's just start there, okay? If you're saying that you come from somewhere and you're not willing to prove that, you're just gonna be like, just trust me, bro. You look foolish. You look foolish, okay? And then
Facts.
on
I've
top
had
of
conversations and arguments with a lot of them, and you know they'll sit there and they'll tell actual indigenous people like, okay, prove to me that you're indigenous without DNA tests and without history.
so
What? Like,
so
make
prove
that make sense,
so
bro.
prove
Make
my
that make
history
sense.
without giving you my history. I got you. Yeah, I don't understand that. See, me personally, I didn't take my test, so I'm not going to sit here and say I'm anything. I don't know what I am. I just know my skin is brown, so I'm somewhere over there. So, but when you're making claims like that, it's first of all, you're making every person who calls themselves a Native American a liar. That's
Mm-hmm.
crazy. You're making your parents, your grandparents, your great grandparents, everyone who fought for civil rights and all that, saying that they were African descendants. You're calling them a liar. I don't understand it. I really don't. And they won't take the test. I can understand if you took the test and was like, hey, see, I'm from here. But y'all won't take it.
Right. And the ones that have, there's been a couple of them that have taken the test, and they don't got no type of indigenous. They don't got no type of blood like that. And then they'll still deny it and still claim that they're indigenous, and it don't make no sense. I feel bad for them, honestly. I know it derives from, like, self-hatred and like maybe some mental illness and just pure confusion, but to be that lost and confused, if you can really grasp that, it's pretty fucking sad. I mean, I wish that they could get help. I wish that they weren't having an identity crisis, but shit's wild.
But we don't talk about our African ancestors. We speak about slaves. I mean, they're either in Africa or they were shipped over here or shipped other places. That's the thing. It's not saying that there couldn't be like Africans here because before it was America, it was I don't really remember what this continent
Give
was
me a minute,
called,
Lord.
but before it was U.S., it was something else, and I just can't remember what it's called. Hopefully, someone in the comments know. But to say that like because it's one thing to be like, okay, this is what I am, but what a lot of people are doing is they're telling other people who identify as African American to say, like, they're telling them, oh, stop saying that, stop claiming
Right.
that you're from there. What do you
Yep.
mean?
It's native erasure and African erasure all at the same time.
It's
So I have something to say about that too. But this is about the Native American erasure because I was watching on YouTube. This is like a very old video. I remember seeing this guy. He was a YouTube conductor, and he said that he was interviewing a lot of Hispanics at like a fair, and he was talking about like, do you go on the census number on the piece of papers? Do you claim African? Obviously saying this in Spanish to a lot of the Spanish-speaking people in this state fair, and he said, like, do you mark yourself as Indian or Native American, Alaskan, Black African, or Hawaiian Islander, or do you put yourself as Asian from Asia, or do you put yourself as Caucasian or white? And a lot of these Hispanic people who are brown like me and black hair, and they look very indigenous. They were all saying, oh, I'm white. They kept saying white. And that was the erasing and also indoctrinating, and also the Catholic saying that you're not white, or you're not Mexicans, you're white, you're white, you're white. And there was a lot of that from early on. I guess now, like, obviously YouTube and education and a lot of Mexicans speaking about their indigenous Azteca and Yucatan, and a lot of the from encouraging their indigenous culture in Mexico, and saying that, hey, you're indigenous, you're not what you're thinking you are, you're just following the whole colonized mindset, and you indoctrinated yourself into believing that you're a white. That was a very mind-opening for me, because when they came up to a black woman at this fair, the guy translated in English saying that, hey, do you see a lot of these Mexicans as blacks, whites, Native American, or Asian? And she goes, no, they're Indians. They're Native Americans. No, they need to really look at themselves and do a little research about where they're coming from. And she had said on that video, saying that these are nothing but Native Americans. The way I see it, they're not dark as me, she said. That's the black woman saying. She made that as a statement. And he was like, that was very interesting that you had said that, but thank you because we're going to post this on YouTube. She was like, yeah, go ahead. And then she said, the black woman goes, if they're trying to claim white, they should be coming from the Caucasoid Mountains or that mountain in Europe.
The Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah, the Caucasus Mountain, yeah. And she said that these Mexicans here need to really look at themselves and know where they're coming from, because they're not European. They don't have the blue eyes, the light-skinned, and they're not Norse or Irish. But I understand that people intermarriage and, creating mixed babies. But seriously, these Mexicans need to look back. And then that was like a mind opening for me, because I was like, wow, I had this conversation with the person, and this is a true story. So for me, I had a conversation with this guy, and I said, hey, you're Native American. He's like, no, I'm not. And I said, yes, you are. You're brown like me. You have the black hair. You have the dark eyes just like me. And he's like, no, I'm not. I'm white. And I said, why? And so this other guy comes in, and he's obviously like claiming he's Chicano and all this stuff, and being very involved in his community, being indigenous. But he was also Mexican, and he said, no, he was educating his friend here that was claiming he was white, but the fact that he had a whole realization. And I said, well, does he mark which race on the census number or census paper, that is he white or Native American? And I guess there was a lot of this indoctrination. Still to this day, people in their 40s and beyond still say that they're white. And it's still a thing here too for the older generations in the Native American community, that they still call themselves as Indians. But in my tribe, we don't call ourselves Indians. We don't call ourselves whatever the white man says. We're very proud of our true cultural true name, which we call ourselves Dene. And when we say it proudly, because obviously we had a lot of histories with the U.S., and so we take pride in our saying that we're not just only Indians, because I think that's just a bastardized name because of Columbus. Yeah, so Columbus is saying, oh, you're Indian, but we're not. We're basically of this Americas. But I don't like using that word American too, but I still claim myself as Dene. And I just wanted to put that out there because I wanted to add more to this topic.
No, you're good, bro. I feel what you're saying, especially on the census and the Mexican aspect of what you were saying. I'm Cuban, so I've been dealing with the same shit my whole life. I mean, people from the Caribbean are a super big mix of different people. Most Cubans are a mix of African, Cuban, or Caribbean, indigenous, and European. Me myself, I don't have the indigenous blood. I'm Portuguese. I'm Spaniard, North and West African. I'm also Norwegian and Irish, I believe. So when people ask me what my race is, and I've always had this problem, right? I'm darker than a white person. A white person doesn't see me as a white person. I have black hair. I got Hispanic facial hair. You know what I'm saying? So when people ask me my race, it's kind of hard for me to answer that question because I'm not just white, but I'm not dark brown, and I'm either not dark enough or I'm not light enough for a certain group of people. So I just say I'm Cuban, I'm Cubano. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But when I come on this app and I say that shit, people got a real problem with that. People like to tell me I got white privilege because black people don't get to be like, oh, we don't get the choice to not identify with race. Why do you get to do that? And I'm like, well, it's kind of different. I'm a super, like I was saying, people in the Caribbean are super, super fucking mixed. And if you go talk to a Dominican, a Cuban, a Puerto Rican, a Jamaican, a Haitian, ain't none of them going to tell you I'm black or I'm white. They're going to tell you that they're Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban, Haitian, etc. Yeah. You know what I mean? But in America, people got a problem with that shit.
Well, I feel like in America we kind of killed that. Any sign of showing where we're truly from, because in especially the U.S., everything is combined, and while everything is combined, people are still trying to hold on to honestly labels, because they're just labels, because there's no such thing as an actual white person, there's no such thing as an actual black person. So I feel like that's probably what it is. But yeah, because if you go to a white person and you ask them, okay, what is your race, they're not going to say white. They're not going to say white, they're going to name everything they are.
Well, it also goes both ways with the white people in Europe. They're not taught to be like, oh, white should be superior than all race. And I was the reason why I'm laughing about this is because I've had a friend that's Norwegian, and she was like, everyone was like worshiping her because she had the blonde blue hair, and all these white guys were like trying to like hit on her. And here I'm over here being her gay friend, and we're just like hanging out, but people just kept attacking her. And I said, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, a white woman comes in here, you have a hot Latino over there, and you have a hot Mexican girl over here, and you have a hot native girl, and also some cute looking black girls over here in a bar. But why is it just only you being attacked, like, or being attracted, and all these men are trying to buy you a drink when we're just having a drink here? And I guess she goes, well, this is the thing about Americans, is that they want that blonde hair, blue eyes, so they can go home with. And the way she had perceived it was like that was the trophy girlfriend or something like that. And I looked at her like, what the fuck? I said, I think a lot of people have fetishized about genders of obviously of cultural people and also ethnic people that have more exoticness. And she had described it as like, I have not been like educated in a way where we're superior or better than any woman on this planet. But I could see how Americans with the whole white supremacy, she had brought that up too in her conversation. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, that's right. They were trying to view the blonde hair blue girl with like being as a pure race. And I was like, oh my God, this is a whole nother spiel of conversation about European girls should be superior. And apparently she was very against that because in her country, they don't teach that kind of way of mentality. But here in the U.S., they teach that because in the U.S., they're obviously seeing a whole decline of their own population because their man is sleeping around with a Latino woman or Mexican or a Native American woman and mixing with their DNA with another ethnic people of background, and especially black people. And I'm like, well, then that's just love is love. You know, you can't just hate on that and start being like a neo-Nazi telling you shouldn't be mixing with the white blood with native blood or a black, black community. It's just, I don't understand why people have that mindset when we're just all human beings, but still yet people still look at skin color as a tone of the melanation, and they create all this like profiling, like people look at me and they're like, oh, you look Asian, but you're tall. And I'm like, yeah, I'm 6'1", but I am not Asian. I'm Native American. They say, oh yeah, that totally see. I can see that they say that, but because I have long ass hair, they know I'm indigenous. I'm obviously Native, and that no one questions it or tells me. But they do say that there's features that I have that looks Native but also Asian. And then the whole erasure saying that, oh, I'm Siberian, I'm Mongoloid, that pisses me off now because, like, okay.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I'm just like, I can't stand you idiots saying all these outlandish and no real proof of anything about my DNA. And then they're going around talking shit. And I'm just like, I'm talking to a bunch of high school dropouts. You don't have your GED. That's just the fact, I can't go around telling them you should go back and get an education. If you're an educator, then educate me then. Don't be going around picking fucking photos off of Google and trying to feed into this whole narrative, because that's very misleading and that's false information. When you have ultraculture, you have ethnologists, and even linguistic people, and also you have archaeologists that had studied cultural and migration of people, and obviously genealogy, which is science, to back up their claim, And then here these people are just going around like oh, I just got to pull out this information. I got to pull this, take this photo from Africa, take this photo from South America, and then put them together and prove my point. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. Just because you're looking at a mural and you don't recognize that that's a headdress, not dreadlocks. That was one of the things that I was like, these people are stupid as fuck. You guys need to go back and look at the customs and why this person has a black skin is because they're a priest. And in my culture, in my clan, in my tribe, we paint our bodies black with ash. If I were to say my tribe had been extinct and put on a mural of a person that had black skin, they're going to say, oh, that's me because I'm black, I'm African. We already been here for thousands of years. No, that was because we painted our bodies black because it was a ceremonial purpose that had to be done. So these people are just looking at a picture and trying to decipher it.
My bad, bro. I'm not trying to cut you off, but some people in the comments seem to be confused on what you're talking about. And he's not talking about black people as a whole. He's talking about a small minority of people who are trying to steal his culture and who are trying to deny their own culture. He's not talking about African Americans as a whole. So everybody talking about the microaggression and the ignorance, just stop because you don't know what you're talking about. Sorry to be disrespectful, but
thank you.
he's not talking
I'm
about
sorry
that.
if I was like maybe I was going into a different direction, but I wasn't attacking a person. But yeah, like so like in my culture, we paint our bodies black for a specific ceremonial. But if something were to happen where if my tribe were to be extinct, or we lost our ways of ceremonial and religious and traditional teachings, and we were to paint a mural on the wall, if anyone sees that mural and they're going to say, oh, that's us, and start claiming something that is our culture, that's just another way of saying that you have claim, but you don't have anything to back up your proof of what you're saying as your statement. So the whole erasure was what really kind of got me involved in this whole thing, because when I was hearing what was going on TikTok, and then people were connecting me to lives and I didn't know all this stuff was happening, is why I had to step up, because I have a voice and I don't want these people, especially pretendians, going around speaking on my behalf when I have a voice, and shut these people down. And it pisses them off because then they want to have a say in their words. I'm like, no, you can't be coming into speaking for your voice and her voice and my voice. That's why a lot of people have to come up and start speaking up about this stuff and shut these people down, because misleading information is what is causing more damage to the community and causing, I mean, by now everyone's like fucking mad. I've scrolled through lives and I said, nope, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm going to keep my peace over here and drink my coffee. I'll fight this in another day, you know?
Facts. And I don't know if baby Gigi's still in here. I was just scrolling through some of the old comments. I heard about you. And I know you're not talking about me, talk about you're white though. Look, me and you are the same skin color, girl. You're from the Caribbean, right? And you're gonna sit there and act like you don't know what I'm talking about and just call me white. See, that's that shit that I'm talking about. That's the exact same shit that I'm talking about. Someone with the same skin complexion as me want to sit there and tell me I'm white. That's crazy as hell.
What is white? What does it mean to be white? What is a white person? Where have you ever seen in history a white
I don't
person?
know. When I think of white, I'm thinking about this notebook paper I got in front of me. I'm thinking
Like,
about this wall right here that's painted white.
white
Well,
is a label.
The
Black
Spanish
is a
word for
label.
white is blanca, which is blank in translation, blank, like blank piece of paper. So, but yeah, like these kind of things. This is why I had to come up and speak about, but also add to your stop contributing to native erasure because you're confused and ignorant. So, but yeah, I mean, there are some people who are trying to claim, but I was trying to get on this one live and they were trying to say like, where's the documents? Where's the proof? But it wasn't geared towards indigenous people. It was geared towards these, I'm not going to say the word, but it's a W. It was a bad word. Yeah. So
We just gonna call them ethnocentrics.
ethnocentrics, the studios, and like, no, where's the proof? They were like, so show some documents, and I was trying to help them, but it was a mess, and I didn't want to get involved and get attacked and get harassed because apparently, I don't know if you know Lotus.
I do.
Her secret admirer, or her admirer, is this young cat talking shit about her, and he claimed Navajo and Apache. So
Oh yeah, I know about him too.
I messaged him. I said, "So what's your clans? You're Apache. So what's your Apache clan?" And he just blocked me. I'm like, okay, 10 years of not knowing your clans, and this is a very suspicious thing because I've never met a Navajo or Apache walk on this earth not knowing where they're coming from and their clans, their clanmanship, and where's their mother and where's their father, and
hmm
and that was his way of trying to get into the pie of I should speak about this. But I'm like looking at the math and I'm like, this is not making any sense here. That's why I looked at him like this guy is just, I don't know, he's on another level. Maybe drugs were involved, his lifestyle, I don't know his living
I
situation.
think that, look, I'm a recovering drug addict, okay, and I've watched that guy live before. I've watched his videos, and I can say almost 100% for certain, just off of body language and being a recovering addict myself, that kid is on a lot of drugs. I know he's homeless as well. I'm not here to bash him for being homeless, but I think that he should definitely get off whatever dope that he's doing and clear his mind because he clearly allows it to guide his actions, and it's pretty sad for me to
Yeah.
watch, to be honest.
Yeah, so I had to put in my little 2 cents of trying to reach out to him, but he just keeps blocking me because I want to check this person. I want to have a checkmate, on a chessboard to see where is he at where with his whole claiming Apache and Navajo. I'm still gonna ask him about it if I see him again if he creates another account. Like, where's that Apache and Navajo clan? If he's not
Yo,
gonna
he's
pull
got his
up,
account back, bro.
oh,
Here's
he did. Okay.
here's the
Yeah.
thing about that, right? If you're claiming to be from what we call America, right? If you're claiming to be from here, let's say mostly U.S., okay? So because people from U.S. saying that they are natives, right? I have I have a friend, right? I went to high school with her. I went to her powwow. I think that's what it's called. Um, she was actual native. She's actually native, right? Her entire family lives here in Jersey. Her entire family, like her entire tribe lives here. She can trace her entire family back here. And my thing is, if you are claiming that, you should be able to do that. And I don't mean just with your great grandmom, and that's why you're saying that you're a native. I'm talking like I watched these people. I didn't even know it was this many tribes in Jersey alone or near Jersey alone. But I've seen all these tribes come together and they all have their own different patterns, their own different like clothing they wear, their own different dance styles, everything. And every single one of them can trace their entire family back to somewhere in the US, somewhere in America, somewhere here. But when you go to when you go to people who, let's be honest, you're African descendants, right? And sadly enough, our history got a little wishy-washy. It got wiped out. So, like, you're a little confused. That's fine. But if you can't even trace your family here, like you can't, and you refuse to because you won't take a DNA test, that don't make no sense compared to the people whose entire life is actually here and they have proof to back it up. Like,
hmm
in Jersey, we have, it's near this place, it's near this place called like the Cowtown Rodeo, okay? And near this place, these tribes, they gather up and they hold this ceremony, and I believe it's a ceremony. I don't really know it. I came there to support my friend, but they did these dances and they were getting like crowned or something. Like people were turning into like princesses or something. I don't know what was going on, but it was amazing. But to see that and to see that the thing is, their tradition is still strong even in modern USA. We don't have that. Okay, African descendants, we don't have that. They don't practice it. They're calling themselves native. They don't practice native tradition at all, and they know they don't practice African tradition because we've been so far away from it. So my thing is, don't take your confusion and then mess up someone else's history, because
Right.
long story short, if we want to be honest, that's what they did to us. So why would you do it to someone else? That doesn't make any sense. And the thing is, they have history here on this, like where we are on this continent. They have their history. They can show you their history. They can show you the documentations. We can't do the same. So stop saying that. Just stop. It's making, I don't know, I feel like it's making us look bad. It's making us look very ignorant, and it's not okay. Just the thing that we should do, look up our history. First things first, take the test. If you're not going to take the test, I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. I will only listen to you if you can show, hey, see, about 50% is from here.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't do that, don't sit here and tell me, well, my great grandma was in America and my great great grandma was in America, so I'm native.
Yeah.
Facts. And that's what they all say too. Like the main thing that I hear when I have these conversations with the pretendians is, "Oh, my great great grandma said we Navajo," and that's what they go off of, right? And I understand that that's common, that stories get passed down, but your great great grandparents wasn't always right, and you should definitely do your research. But I do got to touch on this comment. Deborah said, "Thank you, Miss. Black people are not Indigenous Americans." Now, I need to correct that because there is a very small amount of Afro-Indigenous people who are
Yeah.
authentically mixed African and indigenous to the Americas. They're, indigenous to Africa and indigenous to the Americas. And they are, if you look up the phrase Afro-Indigenous, that is the phrase that's used for them. Also, another phrase that could be used for them is freedmen descendants, descendants from the
Berkeley.
slaves that were adopted into the tribes. So there are some black indigenous people in America, but there's not a lot. There's nowhere near the amount of Afro indigenous people as that there are people claiming it. Nowhere near the amount.
The freedmen, black people that were enslaved by the Cherokee nations and some of the five nations from the Mississippi River area, they were the one that were either saving them from being brutally raped or beaten, and also I guess mistreated. So a lot of those tribes actually took him in, but not obviously like adopted them, but made them feel like they were part of like a community. And that's when the whole Cherokee Nation, I think in 2011 or I think it was 12, is when they had withdraw all that Freeman Act and denied all this their tribal citizenship with the Cherokee Nation, which is why I think that's what pissed off a lot of the community, even up to this day, that a lot of them were denied their access to money and gambling and their health care. But I guess people were saying it's not about the money, but that's where a lot of people think that we have money. It's just that certain tribes are working with the U.S. government to get certain funds because they're federal recognized or state recognized. It just depends on which nation, which tribe are being recognized. And so I guess people are just like after the money. I'm like, oh, well, I don't get money. I don't get money from my tribe. The only people who get money from my tribe are if you are already 65 and you're retired and you live on the reservation, you have a home built on the res that was given by the Navajo Nation, then you can get money back that way. But because we're such a large tribe, you can't depend on that money. You have to go work. You got to eat. You got to pay your water bill, your electric bill. Nothing's free on the reservation, that's for sure. We start putting taxes on our reservation, so you have to pay taxes to the tribe. Any business that's being established on the Navajo Nation, they have to rent the land and rent the building because the Navajo Nation lets you build something, but you have to make a commercial out of it. So you have to have a very successful business. If the business doesn't succeed, then they close it all down, and then let the next person who wants to run that shit show building, then you can establish your business. And you still have to pay the Navajo Nation taxes for running a business. So it's just money's involved. You gotta have a good investor. I'm going off another level of my tribe, but
No, you're
anyway.
good, bro. I do want to make you aware, though, if you're not already aware, that there is a couple of ethnocentrics watching right now that are probably poaching your knowledge and information. So just watch what you say.
Yeah, the only thing they're not going to get any information is about ceremonial, spiritual stuff that we deal with and how we deal, and uh, the laws of our nation and our clan system. It's a very complex. You got to be indigenous and knowing how it works and who can be your uncle and who can be your aunt, your grandmother, and your grandfather. It is not like a European white mindset. It's a very matriarch mindset. So I'm all about stepping on balls, about men trying to take over, and I'm actually anti-religious, so I'm against Christian, Mormon, and Catholic teachings because of the way how they had treated indigenous people. Actually, just all in people in general. They're getting off.
See, look, there we go. Poaching, you not giving out anything but lies. You haven't contributed anything to society. See, but I guarantee you, I'm gonna catch y'all all live having a meeting of the ethnocentric minds, and y'all are gonna be using this information to your advantage. This is what you guys do. You guys come into these spaces, you listen to indigenous people preach their knowledge, you listen to them preach their facts, and then you steal them for your own. You all do it. I've seen it myself.
Yeah, I mean, us indigenous people, we're not going to their side, and we're not taking anything that's African because it's not like, why would we do that? We have spiritual respect for the practice of spiritual what Africans do. The voodoo stuff, that is their stuff. We're not taking on that. We're not learning their dances. But here in America, these people come here into our territory and they're trying to take whatever, just like the white man does, you know? They're practicing the whole colonization of mindset, taking from the native people. Again, keep trying to take stories and our creational stories. People call it Turtle Island, but for me and my tribe, we call it a different name. We don't call it an island. And that's a whole nother story. I'm not going to go on that story.
So this is a little shot at Penn, who's watching right now. How do you feel about how do you feel about certain people claiming to be indigenous? I can't even say it without laughing. Claiming to be indigenous to the Americas, yet they claim at the same time that they practice voodoo or santeria.
Oh, me? Are you guys talking to me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that oxymoron?
Well, isn't it like Santeria like a religion? It's based. It's a religious base. So if people
Well,
want to
so like, yeah, so the history with that is like Santeria is a spiritual practice. It derives from voodoo, which all derives from Yoruba, and it's considered a religion because of when the Afro-Cubanos came to Cuba during slavery and all that, they had to disguise their beliefs and their deities with Catholics. So
Catholic
they were
saints and
pretending to be Catholic while practicing their spiritual shit at the same time.
well, because that was their way of surviving because they had to go into survival mode. You know, like for us Navajos and other Navajo people who still practice their religious practice, we had to go into secrecy. So that's why we practice a lot of our ceremonies at night. We didn't do it in the bright daylight across the street on the sidewalk or in the city. We did it in privacy, in caves. We did it. We still practice witchcraft. Our Native American witchcraft is still strong and still active, but we don't talk about it because it's not for the minds of the Africans, the Asians, the white people, and other indigenous tribes to see that because we know what is sacred to us. So I feel sorry for a lot of, like, seeing a lot of these voodoos and these priests and Santeria practicing their religious stuff on camera. To me, it's like, okay, do these people have any form of respect? Maybe they're just trying to educate people out in the world about their religion because obviously the most religious dominant, which is Catholic, Christianity, and Mormonism, they demonize people of color. They demonize whatever doesn't make sense of Christianity. And so they also demonize my religion, my spiritual belief system, and my culture, and also a lot of the African culture. They demonize it. So that's why a lot of the Santeria had to adopt some of these saints, Jesus, and all this stuff, and adding these Catholic, what do you call it, personification of these people to say that we're practicing. And so they're just all about survival. For us, we just didn't talk about it. We just kind of put a hush hush. My mom has told me about stories about certain Navajos had to practice certain things in order to survive, and ceremonial, and having certain medicine men go on some type of journey, spiritual journey kind of stuff. And so that stuff was not presented in the open public. If someone was sick, you had to do it behind secrecy. You not do it right in front of everyone, like how you would go to church and try to be like a Episcopalian talking nonsense and falling on the ground. You know, how these evangelicals try to show like they're one with God and they fall over, you know.
Right. And your guys' the point of that is your guys' spiritual practices are not one and the same with voodoo and Santeria, correct?
No, we don't. We do not. That does not. We can't even mix that. We don't know how to work with that. So,
Exactly.
and I'm not saying Navajo spiritualism is better than anyone's. We just have our own form of magic, rituals, ceremonies, witchcraft, energy work, you want to call it. And I'm not saying that, Japanese or Chinese shamanism is better than ours or theirs. I'm not attacking on belief system. I'm just against the way how Christianity, Catholic, and Mormon has made us feel like we're subhumans and we're not human beings. And then, of course, the United States played a huge role of making us citizens of the United States because we're not white. That's where the whole erasure and taking children into boarding schools, residential schools for the Canadians, and killing all of them, and killing and trying to assimilate people. I have family members that have lived through that time, and they had told us stories to my mom and my dad back when they were kids, and they were against going to those kind of boarding schools, going to those Catholic schools. And it was very dangerous because now that my mom had told me some things about my family members that had went to those terrible schools, they had caused a lot of spiritual damage to family members, to a point causing more harm to my family. So our paper, we never knew Jesus. We didn't know who the fuck that was. But what I know in my culture, that we had a virgin birth, is what I know in my culture. And that's a whole nother story, because I'm not going to share that, because we have some wannabe Indians that want to try to steal that information. It's only spoken amongst the tribe.
Well,
don't share that shit at all.
Since I was born in America and my grandfather was still is a pastor, and I grew up around that, I can tell you, first of all, Jesus, I don't know where they got Jesus from. His name should have been Joshua, if they translated that correctly. But that's one. Two, the Christian Bible, the Bible that we use, KJV, whatever, if it derives from the KJV, it's incorrect. They can fight that all day long, but it is incorrect. And within the Christian, like, if you see a bunch of like Christian people like arguing with each other, you can see just how wrong it is. I believe that a lot of people who, like, with that religion thing, I do believe colonization was why a lot of like people are so iffy and weird, like how you were saying how like natives and Africans, they got demonized because of like what they practice. And for that being said, if people actually understood what Christianity was, it's very spiritual, very, very spiritual. It's just a lot of people with a lot of ignorance. They took this Bible and they got a lot of money and they got a lot of power off of it. So, and they just kept going on and on and on with this. And this is how the demonization came along. Because if you look back at the birth of Jesus, he was brought gifts by magi, or is that how you say it, magi? I believe that's
magi is in translation, even in Latin, it means like magician, but the magi is like some kind of like wise men.
They were astrologers.
Yeah, they were like that, exactly.
Yeah,
they're very educated in a higher realm of like metaphysics, alchemy, magic, that kind of stuff. That's where magi comes, like, from that root word. I think it's I think it's more Middle Eastern.
Yeah, but the thing with that, right? These same Christians would demonize anyone who was into astrology or anyone who was into anything like that, because it's a lack of knowledge. And I actually looked up, because if you look up in the FBI files, their vault, you can look up Christianity in the U.S. and it explains how the U.S. took Christianity, and pretty much. And you can look it up. If y'all don't believe me, y'all can look it up. It's in the FBI vault. You can see it. They made it public. What they did, they took Christianity and they whitewashed it and then made it full blown. Pretty much, they believed that the white people were the only pure race and they were the only people going into heaven, and everyone else was damned. That's literally what they brought into, like, what they now call America. And they colonized with that. If you do not believe me, go look it
No,
up.
that's facts. I haven't
I
looked into
believe that.
those
I
FBI
100% believe
documents,
that.
but I believe it. Yeah, 100%.
Pretty much they say everyone else was born from ash, but they were born like Adam. They say that some people back then, some people believed that they were born like Adam. Everyone else was born like how they teach in evolution. So get that. White people, and back then they didn't believe that white people went through evolution. Only everyone else. That's another thing. Evolution. This evolution thing that we learned in the U.S. in school. Where do you think they got that from? It's in the FBI vault. It's in there. You can see it. Right,
like
it's
that.
Yeah,
right
no,
there.
everything we was taught in school is bullshit. Everything,
Boom.
except for simple mathematics.
What really shocks me is, and when I have another Navajo, say from my tribe, and this is not me just trying to like bash on one of my own people, but I was hearing one of my friends, like, he was talking about, I got to go to church, and I looked at him as I spit out my fucking drink. I was like, excuse me, you're a Christian? All this time had been my friend. We never brought up belief systems, but thank you for bringing the awareness. Now I have to be careful what I say because I can't be my authentic self. And here we're both gay, okay? So we're just like talking shit, being very sinister and just talking nonsense. But I was just like, but I just couldn't get my mind wrapped around like when I meet a stranger, especially when I went to there's a place here in Arizona, we call it Native Connection. So I went and took a friend to his AA meeting, and here they were talking about God and this Christianity
Yeah,
shit. And I said, hey, can I offer some of my services for healing? I said, can I offer my healing type of methods and my type of style? And they're like, well, is it traditional? I said, well, you're over here talking about God and Jesus. That's not traditional. So why do you allow the suppressor of religion in the house of this place, of which is called healing, but you guys don't want to accept my methods? So, we
yeah,
don't know what it is. We don't know. We're just trying to respect. I said, well, you didn't respect my belief system and my techniques of healing. And she kind of just like took a step back. I was like, exactly. I fucking stepped on your toes, bitch. And I walked away.
yeah.
So
No, that's bullshit.
there are some
That's a big
Navajos.
reason. That's a big
Yeah.
reason why, as a recovering addict, I've been clean for 7 years. I never jumped into NA. I never wanted to be a part of any of those programs because they do very much, in my eyes, use the Bible and Christianity to scare people into sobriety. That's like their main
Yeah.
tactic, and I really don't agree with it at all whatsoever. I feel like no one's gonna get clean unless they truly want to get clean.
Yes. And where I was watching and seeing, and me being like, okay, I do here and there drink beer and all that stuff, but I don't make it to a level where it fucks up my career, my livelihood, where I'm homeless, or it doesn't make me go do drugs where I'm out of hand and I'm just getting high as fuck on the street. I'm not at that level, but there is a time where I'm like, I just need a drink and just, because I'm having a good day, I don't do it because I'm having a bad day.
Right.
I'm just like
Yeah,
that. And
nothing wrong with that.
and so like there's that modesty of just having fun and working with it. And I understand the whole philosophy behind alcohol as a spirit, because they say alcohol is a translation as a demon or some form. And I'm like, bitch, I work with fucking demons if I'm gonna go spiritual, And I don't believe in angels. No, I don't believe in demons, but what I'm saying is I'm working with an energy and working with the substances, which is alcohol. I get into a whole different trance, like not like a weird demonic or anything like that. Like, again, I don't have the concept of the suppressor's religion concept of demons and devils and shit like that. Again, like a lot of that for me is just my way of getting to a place, getting to like, it's hard because I don't know if you guys are spiritual, but I'm not going to go down the whole thing, rabbit hole about my philosophy. But
Mhm.
again, back to when I walked into that AA meeting with my friend to take him there because he needed help. And I'm like, there's a lot of like indoctrinating and trying to assimilate you into scaring you that you're going to go to hell because of this. And I didn't agree with it. I was just like, this is all about controlling you. Where's your self-control, man? Like, yeah, we can hang out, but we don't have to be going to the bars. We can just go have dinner and go get some tea or go on a hike and go to the gym and work out, But instead, I guess he's just going through some times and some bad days, of course. And I had to show him a different way of methods of doing things, not healing methods, but just, I mean, I even have people who call me on my days of work and say, hey, I need to talk to you. Like, I need to really, really have this talk. And I'm like, oh shit. So I have to cancel my clients, and I step out of my own personal space and I go and visit him. And I say, what's going on? And he's like, hey, I'm having this really bad day. This is going on in my life. I just need someone to talk to. And I listen. I just, all right, let's make some tea. Let's get some cookies, some cake, whatever the fuck you want to eat. We'll go out. We'll have this conversation. Let's change the environment, because I don't want you feeling stuck. So that was my way of like talking to people and getting people to, I mean, I had people going down the fucking rabbit hole, and I had to fish them out because they need someone to anchor. And I was their anchor to get them back to reality.
Somebody asked a good question. Hey said, how do you feel about white passing natives identifying with native struggles? And I'm not native, but I'm going to answer that question with, I don't care if they're white passing. If they're native, they absolutely can identify with native struggles. I mean, maybe Wolf Bandit could give a better answer to that, but yeah, I don't think it really matters if they're quote unquote white passing.
So I have a friend. She's Lakota, but she's white passing. But when I look at her, like from like not even knowing that she was white passing, she goes, "Oh, I'm Lakota," and I looked at her, it's like, "Oh, okay." And she said her language, Lakota wise, but she was very light complected, but she had the dark eyes and black hair, and she didn't have the Lakota features of an indigenous woman. She just had like features of like a white person, but I could see that she was definitely like white passing native. And then there was some people that are, I have a friend who's white passing Mexican, and he has like the kind of like a grayish green eyes, which was really cool. And he didn't like the fact that when people look at him, they always considered him white. But he always steps in and says, no, I'm just white passing. I'm actually Mexican. My mother's Mexican, my father's Mexican, but I'm just more white. And so the struggles that he has to go through, he told me.
Shit, did the live
He
freeze
was
or
no, I think he muted.
The struggles of her. Can you guys hear me now?
Did the live freeze or
no, I think he muted.
The struggles of her.
yeah, you got some. There you go.
And I'm Adam.
So I do want to address some shit that's going on in the comments right now. Now y'all can go ahead and hate me for this if you want, but I think that you guys are trying to apply what goes on in the African American community to natives, and that's not fair to do. They're not one and the same. The struggles are different.
Right.
The way that they treat their own people is different. The way that they see life is completely different. So I don't think what you guys are trying to do is fair.
I don't think he's doing it on purpose, but you do have to see like it's gonna be, I don't know, it's different for each person. So it's different for each race. So we know in the black community we have the problem with colorism. Not so other people might not have that issue. So are you asking like colorism wise, like or are you asking for the people who are white passing who do not like? Are you asking for the people who don't talk about their like the native side and just stick to the white side?
So this is one of the white girls who is native, but she's white passing. So this is her story. And then a friend of mine he's a Apache San Carlos, or is it Chiricahua Apache, but he's white passing. His dad is, I think, German and Welsh. And his mom is Apache, and he showed me photos of his mom, him being a kid, with his parents together and stuff. And so he was telling me that the struggles that I get as being white and being half native, and this is also the same girl, the Lakota girl. So it's like, because Edwin's brown, Wolf Bandit's brown, which is me. Edwin's brown, and he's gonna have the worst struggles because he is not given the granted of success because his brown skin, his dark hair, and his dark eyes. But he put this in a good analogy for a lot of these white people sitting at the table, because we got done going to a goth community. Okay, we went out, we went dancing, and we got done And so we all sat down after dinner, and he had stated, Wolf Bandit is going to struggle the most because he's Native American and we both look white passing. The reason why we will succeed as being white passing is because we're going to get the job, we're going to get the education, we're going to get the grants, we're going to get the scholarships because we're white passing. The money is going to come to us more than him because they see him because of all the traits of being a drunk, being constant poor and poverty, and he's not going to have a good education. And so they already labeled me as a failure in society. But the ones who are white are going to succeed and do better and not come back to the reservation. And they had made that statement. And I was like, I heard of this statement, this mentality before, but again, like, look at you guys. I said, you guys are not doing any better. You guys are white passing, of course, and you guys are native, but you guys are still struggling for your native side because of your native side. You limit yourself, but look at me. I'm successful. I have my own business. I'm working for myself. I do my own job. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm making money. But for you guys are dealing with drugs. One of them's dealing with meth. The other one is dealing with her boyfriend from Syria because he's an immigrant, because he had to flee from Syria, and her relationship with her family and her mom and her dad, the constant abuse and also the domestic violence. Alcohol. It's still, that can be found in anyone and everyone. I said, I think it's just because you guys were just brought up to think that you guys have your life already made and made it easy because you guys don't want to work too hard. I work my ass off hard, I said. That's why I didn't rely on that statement. I didn't rely on I'm going to struggle because I'm brown. I'm going to be working construction jobs, breaking my back, all that stuff, and live on a minimum wage job. I said, fuck no. No, I'm going to do better. So I proved myself. And then everyone kind of looked at me and it's like, okay, we see Edwin's argument. He has a more valid statement, but look at you guys who are white passing. You guys didn't do better. Of course, these people are completely native. They had showed me photos and pictures of their grandmother and their father, and I could see the native in them. It's like, yeah. So with the whole struggle being part white passing, that's just because I think that sets a mindset in people thinking that it's already been paved way through education, through colleges and universities, But I've seen full-blooded Navajos work their asses off, and they're becoming doctors, lawyers, nurses, teachers, instructors, university professors, and even running businesses on the reservation, on the Navajo reservation.
Yo, what's up, young core Scotty? How you doing, man?
What's up, bro? What you got going on?
Oh, just chilling, having some conversations. What you want to touch on?
What is stop contributing to native erasure because you are confused and ignorant?
Yeah, so that would be directed towards the ethnocentric, right? The people that are in denial of their actual ancestral history, and they're clinging on to Native American history and claiming to be the real natives.
So what we're saying here is that people that are dark skinned can't be native?
No, that's not what I'm saying. But there is the amount of Afro-Indigenous people is very small compared to the amount of people who are claiming to be Afro-Indigenous.
How do you know it's small?
How do I know it's small? The statistic is I'm not sure I can't remember what the source was off the top of my head, but the statistic is literally for every black person or African American person that there is in the United States of America, only about 12% of them have less than 15% indigenous blood.
Right. Now I understand that, but what I'm saying is how can they tell the level of what indigenous blood somebody has?
Well, you could take a DNA test, right?
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't tell you how much native ancestors you have. That would just tell you who you're related to. It's not going to tell you exactly where you come from or what tribe you come from, nothing like that.
What is a
Like
relative?
now maybe they could go back to their great grandparents. Maybe if they could dig them up, then maybe they can get that type of info. But you can't who can you test today to say that they're not, you know what I mean, that they're not native or they're not indigenous?
Well, I mean, you can literally, so like I know Ancestry doesn't always go back that far, but if you take an Ancestry test, you can plug it into other projects such as Genome Link, which takes you all the way back. It's a different system than what they use on Ancestry, and it can actually tell you what tribes that you're related to if you are actually indigenous.
Okay, I never heard that before. I didn't know they could tell you what tribe you come to. I do know they can tell you like they can use DNA as far as like if you got offspring and your kids are related or who you're related to or whatnot. But I didn't. But I don't believe they can go back as far as you know what I mean. People that's already deceased unless they had their blood. Like that wouldn't because that wouldn't make sense. How could you get? How could you? What stock are you getting it from? Are you tested it against? You get what I'm saying? Like if they don't have the stock of the blood on hand, how could they test who you come from now today? They would have to have that
Well,
stock. You get what I'm saying?
I feel you, and I know that like so a lot of people like to say that DNA is not accurate at all or whatever, but like the facts on it is that is that it's not completely accurate, right? It's about I'll give it 87% accuracy, right? So it just gives you an idea. Like me myself, I can like my ancestry only takes me as far back as 1892, and I had to plug my shit into Genome Link, and my genome link takes me all the fucking way back to the ancient days. Like, if you just look for the right project and you look for the right things, you understand DNA and you understand what's going on and how it works, it's not hard to figure out who you are. But reconnecting can absolutely be hard. Like for myself, I've grew up disconnected from my family my entire life. So like if I was indigenous, it would make it very hard for me to reconnect to my indigenous people since I've already been disconnected from them. But I feel like a lot of people just take that, oh, DNA is the white man's science, DNA is not accurate, history is not accurate, and they just roll with it, and then they choose to claim whatever they feel they are. But I don't think a lot of people realize that they're committing African erasure. They're committing indigenous erasure. You can't just cling on to somebody else's culture because you're confused with your own. You feel me?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. But see, but from my understanding, my thing of it is most people who people assume they don't know where they come from, they do know where they come from, and their parents, their grandparents, their great grandparents have already told them where they come from. You get what I'm saying? So when people say that you can't be that because you're dark skinned, and even at the same time, when we look at old pictures of what you call people call natives or indigenous, when you look at old pictures of them, they were way darker than the people who we see today.
Oh,
So
I
it's
got you.
like,
Because they was definitely melanated, but I mean, like that goes back
yeah,
into the DNA conversation. You said people's grandmas and their great grandmas is telling them who they are. Let's say great grandma or grandma tells you that you're Navajo or you're Apache. If you took an ancestry test and your great grandma or your grandma was Navajo or Apache, you should be able to see that because that's not that far back. If it doesn't pop up, then the
right.
story's not true. That DNA is not in you.
Well, right.
So,
But
because I'm also
the mass
Navajo,
majority. Oh, go ahead.
because I'm Navajo,
Go ahead, bro.
and I know what you're saying because like when you look at old photos back in the 19th to 18th century, those earlier ones, because of the pigmentation and also when they, I don't know if you've seen like movies like black and white films, they had to change the pigmentation by using color pink to make the walls pink. Everyone had to wear pink outfits. If you watch I Love Lucy, they had the whole story behind the scene with the black and white films back then in Hollywood. They had to have the whole entire interior painted pink with different tones to pop out a certain image or a certain, say, like a desk. The desk had to be have a different pigmentation of pink, and then the walls had to have a same pigment of pink paint, and the lamp and the couches had to be colored pink in these films. So when the pigmentation of these indigenous people that were being taken, we didn't have that color pink colored back then. Back then, everyone was, I don't know, dressing up in like, very gray, black, and different color
B for
tones.
all, come up here, B for all. Come up
And
in the box, B for all.
so when these photos of these people back then from Mississippi and the plain natives, they didn't have a lighter color because everyone was under the sun. There was no sunblock. Okay, and then this is where I have to keep telling people. Back then, indigenous people had to cover their skin with clay or a certain pigmentation back then to protect our skin tone because people got sunburned back then. People got a lot of sun. People weren't really afraid of sunscreen or sunblock back then. People didn't have those issues because obviously we're not changing global warming and temperatures back then were different. But when you are under the sun, you are already roasting and turning color because when I'm under the sun, I'm always under the roof because I'm working inside. Okay, I'm not exposed to the sun a lot, and I roast really bad. Now, what people don't understand is that when you go into ceremonies and when you go into rituals and you go into a sacred space, you have to paint your body in a certain way. So when people are talking about melanated, darker skinned natives back then, saying that, oh, that's black, they're black, or they're darker like me, like this, I can connect. You don't understand, and these are the part where people don't really understand that back then people were under the sun. People were cooking and baking. And of course, our skin tones turned different. And then when the films were being developed, it made them even more darker. That's where that black and white was being developed. So now we have color films. If we were to, take a phone back to the past, start taking pictures of people, I'm pretty sure they're going to be pretty much to this day in society. But I don't get why people are still claiming that Native Americans that are light-skinned are white people, which makes no sense because that certain tribe may not even have white in them, and unless if you're a half mixed breed or a mixed native. That's the whole. What's that noise?
My fault.
That's probably me. My bad.
Oh, you're good. Yeah. So and even my Navajo counterparts of my family members, they're dark skinned because they're under the sun in construction jobs. So if I were to grab a black and white film and take a picture of them with those 18th century films, they're going to look really dark when the film is developed.
Right. So what's up, B for all? What you got to say today?
Nothing much. I was just listening to the conversation. But I was at the person above me. He loved me so much he just can't stay away.
All right. Well, shit. Yo, you got something you want to say to her, bro?
Hope you feel the love. Exposing your fake ass.
Oh shit. So B for all, I got a genuine question for you. Why? This is like, I don't know, maybe your third time in here, something like that. Maybe your third or fourth time in here. Why do you keep coming back?
You was on my FYP page, and I just was like I said, I was just listening to the conversation. Y'all come in my live all the time, listen to my conversation, and I was just listening to y'all conversation. You asked me to come up here. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, because you was in the comments talking shit to people and laughing like people ain't telling the truth up here right now.
He added me. I was just
B
in
for
the
all, when you
comments.
joined, I seen you when you joined, and you started with your antagonistic shit like you always do. You laughing at people, you sitting there acting like people aren't up here talking facts. It's the same shit every time you come in my live.
Yo, I got a question real quick.
Go ahead.
A real honest question. Like, is your main focus to be on this app to get those funds that you were talking about? Like, you said, don't forget to mention that I'm paid.
Yeah, I seen
Is that the reason why you're on this app?
Dude, don't do that. Because here's the thing, though.
Nah, I asked you a question. Yes or no question. Are you on this app to spread lies and get paid? That's it.
No, here's the thing. Here's what you're missing out on. Before I got on this app, I was already paid before I got on this app. All that money that you saw me throwing, that's just a minute of what I showed you. My family owned total 5 businesses in Louisiana. Me, I'm a massage therapist, and I also own my own consulting business. So don't bring up that I'm bringing up money.
Consulting for
that
what?
I'm bringing up money. Don't bring up money.
That's a lot of free time for somebody that owns so many
Yeah, so
businesses.
if you own all them businesses, right, why you keep so much cash on hand? I mean, that's kind of
Uh,
weird.
have you not seen what's happening in the banking industry? I'm not leaving my money up in there. As a melanated
Oh,
person, I have to protect myself first and my family
okay,
first. I'm not leaving my money up in no bank.
okay. That's fair enough. I mean, shit, that's a genuine answer, I feel like. So I'll give you that. That's okay.
So how does coming on this app, spreading all these lies, benefit you or anybody else on this planet?
Just because you see it as lies, that don't make it a lie. Just because you don't see yourself being the center of my content, just because you don't see your people being represented, that don't mean it's a lie.
But you're
There's
no, see, you might
literally
not be representing
days
them,
of
but you're
material of you lying,
misrepresenting
though.
them. You're erasing them. And also, the last time I talked to you, I asked you about May 6th, and you told me you was gonna post content on May 6th with all your paperwork and all your proof and shit, and you didn't never do that. So what's up with that?
That's because I did not go to Louisiana on May 6th to go to the reservation because they had bad weather here where I reside. So I did not take the drive. But I will be down there in 3 days. So I will be posting my video. So thank you.
Okay, shit, we gonna see. I've been waiting because y'all steady talk a lot of shit about May 6th, and you ain't done nothing yet. So
Did you see the video where the girl who is a part of my tribe, how all the Native Americans attacked her because she told the truth about the same tribe that me and her is from? Did you see that video? Or are we
Wait,
going to act
what
like that
tribe are
didn't
you from?
happen?
What tribe is that?
I am from Chittamachas. It resides in Louisiana. That's where I'm from.
Aren't you one of the people that got disbanded from the Chidmacha?
yeah, I was gonna say, then they get
No,
disbanded.
ain't wrong. Ain't wrong. I
Can
did
you
I
not
spell
do
it
just
for me, please?
I did not. No, I'm not about to spell it. If you don't know how to spell it, that's on you.
Okay, wait, can you
You need
repeat
to
it?
know how to.
I'll just spell it
I
out. Can you
said
repeat
what
it?
I
Chitta
said. You
Chitta
spell it.
Matcha.
You spell it. I'm not about to.
I found
She
it.
don't
Thank
want you
you.
to spell it because she knows there's a video. She knows there's a video explaining what happened back in the day,
Uh,
explaining that they got disbanded out the tribe way back in
how
the day. She
how
knows that
how
too.
how since is if there's a video that explains it, you tell me what the video said because I got plenty of videos of everything that you're saying. So can you explain how it happened? Because
I can
you
do you one. I can do you one better. Let me go find my second device and I'll play the video for the whole chat. How about that?
oh, okay, go ahead.
Oh, I
From that
got
Just
comes to
like
mind,
plenty of
hell
videos.
hath
look.
no
Just
fury
Wait,
like
pause,
a woman
pause,
scorned.
here
pause.
go my biggest fans.
Woo!
I notice when I'm
I'm your
around.
biggest
I notice when
fan.
I'm
What's
around,
up,
I make all the
girl?
haters.
What's up,
When
my
I'm around,
African
I make all the
sister?
haters
What's
touch down.
good?
Excuse
I
me.
make all the haters
What's
touch
Excuse me.
good,
down.
African
When I'm
sister?
around, oh God, fuck you. You from Hindus. You a whole Hindu, and you talking about you
Hey, hey,
Native
hey! Don't
I'm
be
American.
actually
I
disrespectful.
I'm
said what
actually
the fuck I
Christian. I'm not
said.
Hindu.
I am the biggest boss, bitch. I said what I said.
Don't be
Girl, I
You
don't know
disrespectful.
why
First
in
of
the
all,
hell you lying because the last time I was in your live with
I'm the
Iopium
biggest
and
boss, bitch.
Naturalism of
Y'all
Yahweh,
can't knock me
I
off my
said
square. Y'all mad.
Iopium was
so
half
this
white
is
Y'all
this how
and
mad.
half
Don't
black,
disrespect
but
him.
you want, and then
communicate
you
The
with
boot me
biggest
people when
out
you
boss
were
bitch is
for
that
disrespecting
needs to
saying
people?
that he
find
was half
attention
white,
on TikTok.
but you want to come over here to my indigenous sister over here who happens to be half
I
Indian,
never said I
and you
was
want to
white.
call
Why
her a
you
hoe
lying?
ass. Nah,
I
nah.
never
See,
said I was white. So stop lying.
ain't
You
nobody
making that
said you were
up.
white. Why don't you clean the
He
shit
just
out of your
said
ears?
that.
I said Iopium was half white, half black, and you kicked me out of your live.
I don't
But
even
you
know what
want
you're
to
talking
claim
about.
my indigenous sister over here that she's 100% Indian from India, but you don't want to fucking back up your own shit. Make
I don't
that
even
make
know what you
sense.
do. I don't even know what you talking about. You
Of
lost
Half
me.
the
course you
time, you don't
don't.
even know what you're talking about because just listening to you, I'm just like, okay, I lost interest in you.
Can you
You
tell
have
me the history about Chittamata, please? Or is that how you say it?
What you saying?
Can you tell me the history about your tribe, please?
What about? I mean, what you want to know? I ain't got time to run down everything. I'm not a
history,
peasant.
history. The word history. You know the definition. Explain that.
No,
Tell us about
No,
that.
first
Tell us
of all,
about your history, about your
shut your
Chittamata.
ass up. History could mean different
Don't
things.
be disrespecting
I
my
said what I
friend.
said. What you gonna do?
Excuse
What you
me.
gonna do?
So you don't
What
want
you
to
gonna
explain
do?
your
What you gonna
history?
do?
Why are
Excuse
you
What you
me.
gonna
hesitant?
do, ho?
Why
All
are
right,
you choking?
look.
What
Hey,
you
Why are
let
you
me
gonna
make
do?
it
Everybody,
simple.
eyes on me.
Let me make it simple for her. Like everybody, just chill with the loudness and the disrespect. Like we might not like each other, but we can still treat each other with respect, right? So be for all. Just
Back to the
explain.
original question.
Yes, just explain the origins of the Chitamacha, and please explain how they were disbanded. I can't find my other. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. If you don't explain it, I'm gonna find the video right now and I'm gonna play it anyway. So go ahead.
Well, before you do that, all right? The origins, yes, but I would also like to know the traditions, things that are done is done in this tribe. Can you just explain those things?
Explain what? I didn't hear you. The airplane was passing. What you
Explain
saying?
the origins of the Chitamacha and how they were disbanded, and also any
Traditions.
practices that you guys practice as well.
Well, as far as the origins, people that look like me already was in Louisiana, and we were also invaded by the Spaniards, and we were also invaded with the Cajuns who came down from Canada. So we all mixed. The French also invaded, the British invaded, everybody invaded, and we all mixed with each other. After it was a large mixture of people who were also who also we led into the tribe, and like I said, mixed with. After a certain amount of time, when they seen that the tribe was lightening up on a certain end, we were classified as black, Negro, and colored, and we were kicked out of the tribe. And if you guys want me to get on a big screen, I can show you guys. It's nothing. It's nothing to me. Let's do this.
Okay,
What you
so
gonna show us?
before they were invaded by the Spaniards, by Canada, Europe, and all that, right? Who did they identify as? Like, who were they?
What do you mean? Who were they? They were
Like,
just
who?
people living. We were just people living.
Yeah, but other tribes can talk about their tribes and who they were. What was the tribe before they were all invaded?
Hold on, I muted because my daughter was talking. But I don't know what you mean by that. Like I don't know
Well,
what
you
you mean.
you said that they were in not I wouldn't call it America, before America, in this continent, the U.S. continent, right? This is where they're from, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, can we move along? Like y'all, it's
Yeah,
like
here
y'all
we gonna
talking.
move along right now. Since you
Oh
don't want to touch
God, can
on
we
what I've
move
been asking you to
along,
touch
bro?
on,
Damn,
I got
my
you right
baby
here. I got you
screaming
right
and
here.
shit.
Everybody, do me a favor. Everybody, do me a favor. Mute their mic
Don't
and
go
listen
your
to this.
way.
Everybody, mute their mic and just listen to this real quick.
Been denied recognition, and members say they've been from the Acadiana region whose bloodline is of Native American descent, but say they've been denied recognition and membership into the Chitamacha tribe in Sherrington because of the color of their skin. They're black, African American. According to family members, anywhere from 300 to a couple thousand people across the nation have ties to the Chitamacha, but have been stripped of their heritage, largely due to a constitutional clause excluding tribal members who had an interracial relationship with a black person. Clifford Collins says that's exactly what happened to his great-grandmother, Idoli Dardine Collins. She associated with blacks, and they purged her off the roll because of that. It all comes back to the 1926 annuity roll. That annuity roll is only specific to Indians that were not banished off the reservation. And the Indians that were banished off the reservation are the Indians that have some black blood in them. Then they created the 1926 annuity rolls on those Indians that were specific to what they wanted. Collins says he has various legal documents proving his family is a direct descendant of a full-blooded Chitamacha. They say it's about knowing oneself, identity, heritage, and history. We don't deny that we're black. It's been that all my life. But there is another part of me that's Indian too, though, and would like to know more about that, and just the right to say I am Indian, I am Native American. And that's what our children need to be able to tell them. Whatever happened in the dark is going to come to the light, and the light is here now. We're not being belligerent like that and anything out there trying to cause any kind of mess, but we want the public to be aware that there has been atrocities done and there's been wrongs done from over 100 years ago.
So you were disbanded. I don't know why you're saying that you weren't. There it is, right there for everybody. It's clear as day.
No. I wasn't. What I was trying to tell you was, I was not disbanded. My grandmother was classified as a Negro, African American, and but when y'all get up on these platforms, y'all assume that black means African. That's what y'all misunderstanding, because even they call the Aboriginals of Australia black and they ain't African. So that's what y'all don't understand. Black does not mean African. So they were classified as black, but that does not make them African.
That's the
That's what
only
y'all
thing I agree
misunderstanding.
with her with.
But that's just
Only thing.
deflecting because that doesn't have nothing to
That's
do with
not
the video that I
deflecting.
just
That's what the
played.
fuck. That's
And
not.
did
That's not
anybody up
deflecting.
here in
That's
this
what
panel
happened.
right now say anything about Africa or African? No, nobody has. So what are you on about?
But that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Do you have a
That's
tribal
what I'm
card?
trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That
Do you have
we
a
went
tribal card?
bruh, let me finish my statement. I'm not gonna answer to you. You ain't
You
my master.
deflecting. What do you
You
mean?
got me
Finish your
fucked
statement.
up.
You've been saying the same shit for how many
No,
years?
I haven't. Again, I was talking, and then somebody else started talking, and I was trying to tell you that most people who look like me couldn't classify as indigenous. Go in the house and put some clothes on, son. Bye. But here's the thing. What I'm trying to tell you is that people that look like me, with the video you just heard, we couldn't say we was anything but black. That was the only options that you had to choose. You was either white or black. If you did not look white, guess what? You were black. So we're not gonna sit up here and act like that didn't happen in the census. You had to identify as what you look like over
So
there.
I got a question.
Nope. Y'all not gonna do it. He just said on
So,
the video that because he looked black,
so,
he didn't look Chitamacha, whatever the fuck that even means.
all right.
You can't go by look of
So
shit.
let me ask you a
So,
question.
all right.
Can you, since your profile is on private, I don't know what you look like, but can you describe me what you look like in great details, please?
I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful.
Describe your
I am
features.
beautiful, mother.
Describe your features. And why are you calling me a motherfucker when I'm trying to be respectful?
I never say
Is this
motherfucker. You making that
Okay.
up.
Wait, I got
never
a
said
question.
that.
I got
I
one
never said
question.
that.
I got one question, right? So you're claiming indigenous, right? So you guys claim to be indigenous from everywhere but Africa? Why is that?
First of all,
Yeah.
I'm not from Africa. I'm gonna
I
make that
didn't say
very
you
clear.
were. I just said
I don't have to claim that. I do not
I
have
didn't
to say
say
I'm
that.
from Africa. So why the fuck you asked me that? You just
I
said
said, okay. I said you guys claim to be indigenous from everywhere in the world but Africa, the continent of Africa. Why is that? Why?
because I don't believe that everybody comes from Africa. I don't have that mindset. That's why I don't claim me. I don't do
Do you
that. I
practice
don't put
voodoo?
people on one landmass. I don't do that.
Do
That's
you
why
practice voodoo?
I wish I had African in me, but when I did my genealogy, I don't have African in me. Period. Like this is
Bro, all through the
genealogy.
90s.
This is white European colonization DNA stuff. Like when I did my DNA, I don't have any African, and I'm Native American. That's
okay,
why I'm
good for
asking you,
you.
because your profile is on private. I just asked you, what are your features? I don't want to hear the word beautiful. I want to hear what your hair looks like, your
You want to hear? You want to hear what you want to? Okay, let me tell you.
That's why I asked you.
Okay, let's walk it. Let's walk through it. Okay, I have locks. I'm brown cinnamon. I'm what you call brown sugar. That when I look in the sun, my eyes are light brown, baby. My skin glows. The sun loves me. I could work in the garden all day and be fine, baby. I have the most beautiful nose you have ever seen on the planet. You hear me? I have beautiful white teeth. I have beautiful pink and brown lips. What else you want to know, honey?
Girl, you
What
just
else you want
described
to know,
me.
baby?
You
What else,
described me,
baby?
girl.
What else? Oh, you okay? So I sound like a Negro. Y'all
I'm
heard
also
that?
brown sugar.
You heard that?
Hold on. I'll bring you right back up. He who exposes
I
bad
sound
people. I'm
like
gonna
a
bring you back
Negro.
up.
Y'all heard that? You hear that? Mm-hmm.
What
Why
do
do you
you?
act
What do
like
you?
Because
you
like
Yeah.
you're
Why are
allergic
you
talking
saying
to
it
about, you're
like
talking
DNA
that?
about like
tests?
my nose being like very majestic, my jawline, my beautiful Native American
Okay,
hair
excuse
reaching
me,
down to
excuse me,
my
excuse me,
butt.
excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Mrs. Burrell, I'm not sure who you think you are trying to change Creole history to fit some kind of fake ass bullshit
Oh,
narrative.
here goes
Here we
Zesty.
A
go.
little
Here goes
zesty, bitch. Who the fuck you
Zesty.
calling zesty? Look at your ugly ass.
Hey, what do
So
you
this
Zesty.
was
mean?
Here
That's the
goes
real
so this
Creole.
Zesty.
Let's
That's
all
the
just
real
Zesty.
calm
Creole. What
down.
They
you
love
talk
coming
about?
after women. They love coming after women. Go
Couldn't
ahead.
come
Go
after
on with
What
your
you
women.
now
Yo,
you're
bitch,
story.
you
mean?
came
making
He
it
after
was
my
into
speaking
fucking
a.
on
people
his shit.
right
He's a
before I
real
almost died.
Creole.
And then with your
No,
ugly
he
ass looking like a
ain't. No,
motherfucking
he
roach.
ain't.
Oh my God.
No, he ain't. Because guess
Speak
what?
your shit, Kamari. Talk your
If he
shit.
was go ahead, speak it. Go
I'm like, you
ahead,
built
go
like a
ahead.
Ruffles SpongeBob, but
And
your ugly ass. Shut the fuck up.
I will follow. Go ahead, speak your Creole language so I can
We need
follow.
to
Go ahead.
Got that
stop.
boot.
We need to stop calling people names, ugly, stupid, all those kinds of things. Just stop.
First of all,
Let's
I'm
not
not
do
sure who
this
she thinks she is, like trying to erase
in
my
general.
history. No, I'm not sure who she thinks she is trying to erase my history to put in some kind of bullshit narrative that isn't even that like makes no fucking sense because this is what she wants her life to be. But no, she can shut the fuck up. She can go on somewhere. 'Cause I'm not sure what she thinks this is or who she thinks she is, but she is nobody.
Speak your language, dog.
So be for real, whoever you are. So what you can do is you can go see a therapist. You can go to school because you have no fucking brain cells at all.
Oh, you feel like you did something, baby. You are invisible
Kamari,
to me.
speak your tongue.
You
My
think you
tongue? Oh,
did
my
something
tongue?
to me,
Oh,
baby. Oh,
my tongue. Boots, boots,
he
boots.
fired
Like,
up.
qu'est-ce que
He
vas-tu
fired
faire,
up.
boots?
Oh, he fired up. Ooh, he fired up,
Can you
child.
repeat what he
Ooh,
said, please?
go ahead, you fired up, baby.
Like,
Ooh,
qu'est-ce que vas-tu
Lord.
faire, boots?
Oh, baby, you tore up
Ma'am,
inside,
can
sweetie.
you repeat what he said?
What the fuck? Why the fuck would I repeat a bum?
Okay,
Okay,
Huh?
so
why
you
are you
cannot repeat what
calling?
he.
If
Yeah,
I
Okay,
why are
gotta
you
say
why are
it,
you
be for
insulting?
real. Be for real. Why do you have to call people names, but you don't like when they call you names?
he just don't now you see what you're doing? He just said all the shit that he said, and now that I'm turned up and want to say what the fuck I want to
But
say,
why do you
then
gotta
Then
you
say
say
what
try
you
to
that
want to say. Say what you want to.
police me.
But
So
like,
this is the part when a woman like you coming into the lives and disrespecting people, we don't have any respect for you.
And erasing
But
my
you need to
culture, erasing
understand that
people's
part.
cultures. No, erasing the culture of an ethnicity who is almost dead. Like there's like 10,000 of us left. I don't need you talking, okay? Because like saying is that like you were in like Louisiana first, and then like the Spaniards, and then the British came, and then like the French came. I'm not sure what the fuck is wrong with you or who you think you are, but guess what? You are not a
Oh,
native. You are African. You are African.
oh,
You are
oh,
fully
he's
African.
sweet.
Take a
Oh,
DNA test. You are
what group of
African.
African? Can you tell me what group of Africans came to Louisiana since you know so much? Go on, tell me.
I know, I can answer that.
Get him, Lotus.
Western Africans,
Maybe from the
Okay.
west.
Cameroon, Congo,
I was about
Benin,
to say that.
Togo, Nigeria, Ghana, Mali. You take a DNA test, I guarantee you that's what's gonna pop up in your DNA.
And this what popped up in my DNA, and I'm Creole.
It popped up in mine.
Not 1% Native
She
American at
allergic to
all.
DNA tests, though.
Pop.
I'm not 1% Native American at all. So say what you want, but guess what? You were from Africa.
Snap, snap.
I bet
See,
you it ain't fake
see,
whenever it
I did
pertains
when
to
I
you,
did my
though.
DNA test. I was hoping that African would pop in, but I don't have no African. I just wish people who obviously like yourself before yourself or what is it, be real. I wish you could just be proud of yourself, but you're not. You're actually just not accepting one part of your, like I said, describe your features. You don't want to be proud of that, and you're just trying to go off of something that off of pretending you're something else, which I don't have any respect for you. And you coming into this live calling me whatever the fuck you want to call me and disrespecting other people, I just it's just probably best if you just leave.
Listen, here's a
I,
problem.
I
Here's
mean,
a problem
look
with
at the
her.
facts. Look at the facts. Ignore all the backpedaling and ignore all the pivoting that she's been doing. She claimed that they were not disbarred or kicked out of the tribe. She claimed that, and then I played the video for her. I played the facts for her, and she still couldn't accept it. That says all about her character that anybody in this chat
No, you're
needs
no
to
no no no
know.
no 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 no
No,
no
no, no,
no.
no, 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 no. What? No,
did
what?
not say that. I did not say that. This is what I told
Oh,
you.
now you didn't say it at all?
And then,
You
oh
said it
my God,
twice.
y'all love getting clout off of me, y'all.
Ain't no,
At this point,
bitch, you
I'm
came
Shut the
in here
fuck
by
up.
your
gonna start
goddamn
paying.
self. Ain't
When
Guys,
nobody
you
give
ain't
a
got
fuck
no, I'm
about
guys,
gonna
you.
start paying
I
you.
Shut
don't
the
want
fuck
your
up.
But
follow
Shut the
base. Your
fuck
but
up.
follow
here's the
base a
Shut the
bunch
thing.
of
fuck up.
idiots. Why would I
If
guys,
want
you
your
wear
followers?
can we
classified as
relax?
black colored and Negro,
Can
Shut the
we
fuck up.
relax,
what you
please?
gonna do? You wanna fight? I bet you don't. I bet you don't. You want? I bet you
Yo,
don't. I bet you
yo,
don't. I bet you
wait, I
don't.
gotta
Where
say
you
something.
Let's
reside?
go
Where
further
you
into
We,
your
wait,
reside?
business. What's up with
Where
your
you
yeah,
business? Be
reside?
for real.
but wait,
She's
Where,
why
like
are
she's
we
like a
where
getting,
massage
you reside?
why is
therapist.
everybody
Jesus.
being
And so apparently
keyboard
she runs some
warriors
kind
up
of
in
like, I don't know,
here?
brothel.
Hold up. Ask her about her business.
Oh, don't let little
Please
Opium.
explain
Hold
more
on.
about your
Opium, you want to
business.
come up here? Opium, you want to come up here? I've been waiting to talk to your little wannabe fucking Cuban indigenous ass. Get your ass up here.
I'll
You
drop
wannabe
down for him
Taino
to
ass
come up.
motherfucker. I'm so sick of y'all claiming Taino and y'all don't know the first thing about the
I'm
Caribbean. It's crazy
Taino.
to me.
Oh,
I'm
I
It's
He
learned.
Taino. It
never
says it
crazy
right
to me,
there on my
Opium
bro.
never
DNA.
said he was Opium never said he was Taino, bro.
I'm Taino. It
Opium is
says it
right
right
where
there in my
Opium.
No,
I
DNA.
never said
no,
I
no.
didn't say you. I said opium. Opium is where I'm from. So I know for a fact Opium never fucking said that.
Yes, the fuck he did. The first time I
Motherfucking
talked to that boy, I was in your
Opium fake
live.
as hell.
You was the host. You was the host, and he was going off on me about how he's Taino and how to properly say Etowak. So I don't know what you're talking about right now, but I remember conversations that I have with people, and that boy's so confused he doesn't know which tribe he wants to claim. So I don't know what you talking about.
This is wild, bro. But this
I
is
learned about the
wild,
Thanos.
bro. This is wild. But guess what? Y'all, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I joke. I use this to spend my time, child, while I'm working in my garden. I got my phone propped up, listening to y'all, josing up, y'all. Y'all make my
We don't
day.
care how you
Okay,
wipe
well,
your ass.
I bet we do. It's the
Y'all
most
make my
attention that you
day,
get.
child.
Every
can
time,
someone
listen,
answer the
B-Brawl,
questions?
every time you come on my platform, every time you go on BGP's platform, it's the most attention that you will ever receive on this app, and you know it. That's why you love it.
You
That's why you
All
crazy.
your
love it.
life.
You
Because the only
crazy.
people
I
that
ain't
pay
gonna lie.
attention to
Here's
you,
the thing.
the
I
only
could go
people that pay
live right
attention to you
now.
are your little
I could
Wabo
go
friends and
live.
your
I
little
could go
Wabo
live right
believers.
now. I bet 300
That's
people
why
be
you
in
love
that
it.
bitch. 500 people be in that bitch. You got what? 93 fucking people, baby. Baby, you got
Oh,
93
don't call me
fucking
Okay, and he
people.
got to
baby.
start
You
What?
got
somewhere.
the most.
Brain dead
Come on
people?
now.
Okay, and he got to start somewhere. The
Come
fuck?
on now.
Yeah, no
Be
shit. No
fucking
So
shit.
for
be
real,
for
You
real.
might
You're
have
baby.
saying
500
Be
brain dead
fucking
people in your
for
shit,
real,
but that don't mean
baby.
nothing.
be for
Be
real.
fucking
Come
for real,
on.
baby.
I got more followers than you.
Girl, I just got on this bitch like 5 months ago, you
So
dumb
did
dog.
I.
No, the fuck
Oh
you
my
didn't. No, the
lord.
fuck you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You fucking lying. And you don't know what the fuck you is.
My
You
DNA is
talking
right
about you are
there.
Native American.
Hey,
Bitch,
my
you a
love,
whole
my DNA
Hindu.
is right
You a
there.
whole
My DNA is
Hindu.
right there. My
Good
DNA is
for
right
you.
there. It
Good for
says
you, sweetie
indigenous,
Petey.
Puerto Rico, Indian, and African.
Good for you, honey.
So
Good for
there's
you,
my
honey.
DNA. There's
Here,
my
I'll put
Okay,
you on
I
the
DNA.
big
Where's
screen.
yours?
good for you, honey.
Where's
I never
yours?
I
There's
Okay,
I
Southern
never did.
India, Cameroon, Congo, Northern India,
Oh, good for you.
and Spain, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Benin, Togo, Nigeria, and indigenous Puerto Rico,
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
Bengali.
Good for you. I never
So
needed
that's
a
what a
DNA test
receipt
because
looks like.
I never needed
Yeah.
my DNA. Again, I never needed my DNA
So,
test done, sweetie.
so,
I have
so wait,
actual
wait.
documentation of my
So wait,
people.
why are you disrespecting me calling me Hindu when it literally says Spain, Ivory Coast, indigenous Puerto Rico? Like there's my DNA. So
Okay,
why you
but
keep calling me Hindu?
because that's what's on your page, sweetie.
No, it says
That's what's on
Indian
your
and
page.
Boricua. Do you know what
That's
Boricua means?
that's what's on your page,
Wait, do you know
sweetie.
what Boricua means? Do you know what
Again,
Boricua
I
means?
don't need man.
No, do
Look,
you know what it
again,
means?
yes, I
Do you
do.
know?
Anyway,
What
however,
does it
on to the
mean?
next, bruh. You're not about to sun me. Keep in
I'm
mind,
not. I'm just trying to ask
I
you.
am a boss. I don't answer to nobody.
That's
I
good
am
Don't
that
the
know
you're
the
a
word
Oh
boss.
boss.
for.
yeah, you know
I
Yeah.
what? I like it how you
I
don't answer when you don't got the answers, and then you act like you a
bro.
boss
I know
because of
that
it.
shit. Me,
That's funny.
I'm not about to
That's
play with
funny
you.
as
So
I'm
if
not
hell.
you
Yo, if
about
know
to
old
what
boy wants to
Boricua
come up,
means, can
drop
you
me
stop
down. I'll
calling
drop
me a
down so he can
Hindu?
come up.
No, no, no. If you know what Boricua means, then stop calling me a
Girl, you are
Hindu.
my biggest fan. You follow me around. You my biggest
Of
fan.
course, I'm your
At this
biggest
point.
fan. I love.
At this point, you are beneath my shoe. I don't need to answer to you because you're in it. You can't see me.
And
You
you
hard on
are
this internet, but
my
like
toilet
Okay, John
paper that's
Cena.
wiping my ass.
you
Okay,
can't see
John
me,
Cena.
baby.
Okay,
You
John
can't
Cena.
see me,
Let's
baby. You
go.
can't see
Woo!
me, sweetie. Cause I know for a fact, if we
John
wasn't on this app,
Cena.
you would. If we wasn't on
Ma'am,
this app, baby, you
Decide,
wouldn't
decide.
see
I'm gonna bring you
nothing
back up, dog.
happening.
I'm gonna bring you back up.
ma'am, you're a grown woman with children
If we wasn't on
threatening
this
to
John
fight
app, you
See,
you.
this
wouldn't
is
see
the
Cena.
none of
reason
that,
why some
sweetie.
people should not have kids is because of the behavior like this.
Please don't speak on my
No,
kids,
don't
mother
speak on
effer.
don't
Don't
I'm
do
not
yeah.
it.
I'm not speaking
Don't
for
speak
your
on
kids.
my
I feel
kids.
sorry for your
Don't
kids,
speak on
but
my
the way how
kids.
you
Don't do
portraying
that.
yourself as an
Don't
adult
do
and how
that.
you talk to
Don't do that.
people,
Cause
I'm
I can
also a
go
little
get
bit
my
worried on
husband
how
right
you do
now.
business with
I
people
can
as
go get
well.
my husband right now. Don't
Go
speak
get
on
your
my
husband.
children.
What is he gonna do?
So
Hit
so
you?
what? Baby, one thing my husband don't do is hit me.
All he's
But
gonna
he
do,
but
he's
he'll do
gonna
it
Wait,
to
hit
you
wait,
you,
wait,
though.
tell you to
But
go
y'all,
he'll do
cook.
it to you though.
y'all.
Don't play
Listen,
with me like that on this
listen.
fucking app.
Excuse me. Be for real. Is that your name?
Oh,
Listen.
here they
Uh,
go. Here go another fan. Here go
I don't
another
even know
fan.
you.
Another
See how she
fan.
just think everybody's a fan? She's
But
so
wait, why do
narcissistic.
you
It's
have
crazy.
this mentality, be for real? Like, why can't you
No,
just be
I
calm?
have a
Like,
genuine no, I have a
just
genuine
be
question
calm.
because at the end of the day, we are all on the internet. Nobody's coming face to face with anybody. So you're hooting and hollering on the internet. You're a mother. No, I'm going to cuss, but you're a mother. At the end of the day, why are you doing all this? It's one thing to be very passionate about what you are talking about, but you are threatening and insulting people who are more than likely way younger than you. So this
Girl, shut
I don't
up. You don't know what
I
you
don't care.
talking
No,
about.
listen. At the
Girl,
end of the day,
shut
I'm not
up.
gonna
You don't
react.
know
I'm
what
not
you
gonna
talking
react like
about.
them. I'm
Girl,
not gonna react
shut
like
up.
them.
You
Okay, I'm not gonna react
shut
like
up.
them.
First of
You're a
all, you don't
grown
know why
woman.
I'm
You're a
acting
grown
like
woman.
this.
Act like it.
First of
Act like a
all,
grown woman. Act like a
I
grown
am the
woman. Act like a
first of
grown woman with
all,
a
you
husband and
don't even
children.
know
Act
it's
like a
people
grown
that
woman
be.
with a husband and children.
Girl,
That's
shut the
simple.
fuck up. Girl, shut up.
Ma'am,
Hey, well,
Anyway,
that's
like
what I
I
just
listen.
said
At
said,
the end of
too.
the day, you cannot make me.
like
So
I
cut it out.
said,
Be for
you
You
don't
can't
real.
know
make
what the
me.
fuck I go
This is
through.
what
Wow.
I've been
You
saying is
can't
that she
see
can't be an
me?
adult.
You can't
Sorry,
see
but
me?
if you're a grown ass woman, quit talking like a little girl.
Girl,
That's
I say
exactly what
what
I'm
the
saying.
fuck
That's
I
what I'm
say.
saying.
I say what the fuck I
Man, hell
say.
no.
What y'all gonna do?
I say what the
Like
fuck I want.
you're
Girl,
you're you're you're
you
too
talk
old
like,
for this.
you talk so foolish.
She's too
Do you
old for
hear
this.
yourself? You're not representing whoever you think you are, whatever
Exactly.
you
Can't
think
see
you are.
me.
You ain't representing your people. You
At
acting like a
all.
damn fool.
Oh well, what you gonna do about it?
And
What
just
you gonna do
know,
about it?
sugar,
True.
anything you
You
tell me
can't
ain't
see
gonna
me one
fucking crawl up my
time.
skin because I know who damn in the hell I am. Where your
At the
receipts?
Opium,
end of
shut
the
up,
day.
boy. I'm gonna
Why
get
don't
to you.
you
You
show
see, I
your
got a full
DNA?
panel. I'm gonna get to you, Opium. Don't worry. I'm gonna get to
At
you,
the end
dog.
of the day, Miss B for real, at the end of the day, you're representing not only you, but you're representing your husband and your children, and you're acting foolish. Period.
But unlike you, baby, I don't have to answer to nobody, so therefore I can act the way I want to act. First of all, you
You gotta
coming
answer
in
to your
Well,
here.
then
husband.
you be
Let me
You gotta
proud
answer
to
to
finish
your
be
my
acting
husband.
like
You
a
fucking
gotta answer to
jackass,
your
girl.
statement.
kids.
Stand
Let me
proud
finish
with
my
that
fucking
jackass flag.
statement. You running your mouth. You
Be a
act like I
jackass.
have the right to act the way that I fucking act.
Be a
Y'all don't know what
jackass,
the
girl.
fuck.
If you
First
want
of
to be
all,
an idiot,
oh
go
my
on and
God,
be
here
an
they go.
idiot. I support
Here they
that.
go. Here they go. Here go. Here they go. Like I said,
Here they
I'm
go, here they
acting
go,
this
here they
way.
go.
I'm acting this way because y'all talking about, oh, I'm this like this and I'm like that. When I start talk, I have the right to stand firm. Y'all don't know the fucking threats I received to my damn inbox just by a damn video.
Who
Just
threatened
by
you here?
the very first video I put up, I got threats talking about the damn Moors.
Who
Don't
threatened you
ever,
in this panel?
man,
Man, ain't a single
he
person.
already
Hold
dropped
up.
down,
Be for all.
sweetie.
Ain't a
He
single
already
person
dropped
in this
down,
panel.
sweetie. He
Ain't a
already
single
dropped
person
down.
in this panel or a single person that's indigenous threatening you with the Moors. Stop
Be
that
for real. I
bullshit.
have never. I don't
Yeah,
even know you, and I
Cuba,
don't
you
even
don't
follow
even know.
you.
You
But the
don't
fact
even.
that you're saying all these claims
You
doesn't
don't
even
even know
like.
what you're talking about.
Be for real, be
You
for real,
not
be for
even
real,
on
I
be
this
for
do
real,
know
be
what
fucking.
I'm
for real.
talking about, and I
No,
tell
you
you right
don't.
now, ain't nobody
No,
that's
you don't.
indigenous threatening you
No,
with no
you don't.
bullshit. I
You don't
promise
know
Be
you
what
for
you're
that.
real.
Yep,
The
talking
they be,
about.
problem
I
is you came up
promise you
here
yep,
that.
and then you came up here and started
yep.
erasing people's cultures. You erased my culture and you
Oh
start erasing
Lord,
Native
here he
Americans'
go.
culture,
Here
this
he
is your
go.
problem.
I asked you what you want to do about it, sweetie. What
I
do
feel
you
like you're
want me to
threatening me.
do?
I'm only
Why?
What
18,
do
Why
you
right?
are you
want to
so
do about
violent,
it,
bro?
sweetie?
I'm
But
18. I'm 18. You're
and
threatening me.
that's what
That's
y'all
sad.
assume. Just because I ask somebody what they want to do about it, I'm talking about violence.
Yeah,
What
this
Well,
is
can
that
you
means you want to get
what you
what
active,
want to
can
don't
do
it?
you
about
do
it. You
Stop.
about
can't
me
No,
beat
no,
up
don't
speaking?
get
play
my
stupid
husband
now.
about
What can
violence.
you
We
do
all
about
know.
me talking? You can't do nothing about me
And you can't
talking.
do
What can
anything
you
about
do?
anybody else talking. So just be
Okay, I
calm and
don't
have
give a
a
fuck.
civil
I don't give
conversation.
a fuck.
Oh, look
She
at
a
that! I made
full
you
She a
grown
stop
child.
counting.
child.
Ain't that some
She a
shit?
child. It's okay. Some
So
people grow into big bodies, but they still have child mindsets.
yeah, exactly. That's why I said, like, I can't believe you have kids and you acting this way, yelling and insulting people verbally, and here you're going around saying that we're threatening you with DMs. Like, I don't even know her, and she just comes in here talking shit. Like, it's
Boy,
like it's our
shut your
fault.
ass up. Shut up. I wouldn't even
No,
talk
I'm
about
not
you.
shutting up. We
You
Shut
had
shut
a
the
your
fuck
ass
up.
up.
conversation.
Who are you?
You're very narcissistic. You know that. You know that.
I said what the fuck
Word.
I said. You hear me,
Exactly, and
baby?
that's what you.
All
That's
right, all right,
you. You're
all right, all right,
Yes,
narcissistic.
all
You
right.
like the
yes, and
I'm
you
attention.
done
will
with her. It's
you
Opium's
be
turn.
it.
It's
Oh,
Opium's
okay.
turn. She's
Because
gone now. She's
I was
gone.
gonna say, and yes,
I'm
she
gonna
will
mute
forever
myself.
be remembered as that animal,
Yep.
and I'm saying animal that shared that freaking video
and
mocking the
and the
indigenous children
sad
at the
part
boarding
is
school.
that the internet is forever. So everybody in her circle, her family, her friends are going to see this.
What's up,
Well,
Opium?
I guess she ain't never running for president.
No, it's my
Yeah.
thing is it's one thing to be passionate. It's okay to be passionate about something you feel deeply about. But what she was doing was childish behavior in a conversation full of
Mhm.
adults. I'm sorry, I'm 22. Why is my 22 young ass telling you to calm the fuck down? Sorry for my language, but it don't make no sense. It makes none. She's a mother and a wife. At what point in time do you ever think it's okay to start threatening people who are probably 2 times younger than you, and at the same time being insulting, and then you want people to respect you? That's not how things work. And if you're an adult, you know that she's mentally a child, and until she is able to grow up, she's not going to have a reliable conversation. She's going to continue to keep on acting foolish, and it's sad
And you know
that
what?
someone at
I
my
ain't got
age
no hate in my
understands
heart
that and
for
she does
her.
not.
I feel
Yeah,
bad. She's
Opium, invite
having
your back up, bro.
identity
Invite your little
crisis.
back up.
She needs to seek help.
Opium,
Uh,
what's up, man? Speak your piece.
no, I'm just sending it to the descendant of Machete that I first met when I first was on my journey and stuff, and after I showed him my genealogy. But anyway, I'm just sending it to him and people. But anyway, keep going.
No, no, no. You wanted to come up here and say something, so come up here and say something.
Your
Ain't no
ancestor,
going.
the
What's up?
currency, it was the fucking
So
Confederate money.
let's make it
Showing that
personal.
you all are slaves.
Let's
You just
keep
fucking
this.
okay. Anyway,
Hey,
I'm
thank you.
sorry.
So since we gonna make
Go
it
ahead,
personal,
Opium. What's up?
My
because
bad.
we because since we're gonna take it personal, we want to talk about people's kids and families and all this other type of stuff. Since it's gotten there now, which me and the homies been waiting to get there, like I'm so happy that it's gotten there now because now we talking about people's families. So right, so
Mhm.
y'all tell me, so y'all, everybody in this live, right, is telling me my bloodline and my folks and my kids, and my grandma, my mama is
All
all
I
from
said was
Africa.
that you ain't
Hold
Taino.
on, hold on. Y'all saying that my folks and my bloodline and everything that we found out with paperwork and all, we still from
Don't say
Africa?
y'all.
No,
You
answer my
ain't
question.
Taino.
No, answer my question. Y'all
We're
saying
not
that
denying your
no,
indigenous
listen
roots.
to
We
what I'm
just don't
saying.
like the
Listen to what
fact.
I'm saying.
Okay, we're
No,
not denying your
listen
indigenous
to what
roots. We
I'm
just don't like
saying.
the fact
No,
that you
listen
say
to what I'm
that.
saying. Can I finish talking? Because regardless of
You
all the
just
information,
asked the question though.
because I'm not done. Regardless of all the
Go
information that
ahead.
I have provided and me and others have provided, why do we still the only way for my
So,
bloodline to be
all right.
from this land, hold on,
Uh-huh.
only way from so far since everything I've been displaying, from
Right.
African Americans and natives, not just y'all.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with none of y'all, you Asians, any of y'all, all y'all, right? Due to what I done found out, right? Why do my folks and my bloodline, or anybody that's tied to me, only way my bloodline can be indigenous from here, right? Even though there was other ethnicities, other demographics of people, why mine and other folks only got to be from Africa are integrated with somebody else that was here?
So what are you? What's your tribe? Because the last time I talked to you, you was claiming that Taino shit. You was arguing with me about Etowah. So what are you?
Ain't nobody arguing about nothing. I know I'm a
Oh,
Mississippi.
you didn't
I'm
do
a
that at
So,
straight
all now? Now I
Mississippi.
gotta make videos about your stupid ass
I'm a
too?
so there you go. So now you see how you sitting up here calling names and everybody's laughing, but then if I sit there and call you a name, I'll get attacked. That's crazy.
opium.
Yeah,
Why is
that's
it
how
that
it goes
you're
in y'all spaces
why is
too.
But
it
anyway,
That's what I'm
why
talking
are you
about.
guys
When
saying
I was
things
in
to
Beef Raw's
everywhere but
live, when
I'm
I
just
was
gonna
in
say
Beef
this.
Raw's
I'm just
live,
gonna say
y'all was
this.
getting real
Let
comfortable
let
talking
me just
shit,
say this.
and you was
Let
getting
Yo,
me
real
say this.
comfortable
opium,
claiming
Hey,
that Taino shit.
opium.
Cuba,
Why do
this is straight for
you
you.
guys
Hold
claim
on, this is
everything
just for
but
Cuba.
Africa?
This is straight because I haven't found none so far. So when
So
I
you
do, I'll
found
let y'all
okay,
know.
okay. So
But
you're
anyway,
saying that you found your genealogy
my
to be
point
linked to
is,
everywhere but
no,
Africa.
this is for Cuba because
I'm
I'm
just
about to.
asking. I'm
So
curious.
far, so
Yeah.
far, with me I only mess with people that can provide the paperwork, like myself, that have green cards.
Paperwork.
I haven't showed any ties to Africa. We have not found any ties to Africa through paperwork or any other kind of documents. There's nothing so far for me. I'm gonna keep it 100. So do I do, and I'll let y'all know. I don't care.
You
But the
notice
point
how he ain't answering my question?
the point. Let me say something to you real quick.
That's how it always is.
Before I get out. Hold on,
No,
because it's
you
about
can
to get
answer my
ready.
question
No,
first, and then I'll listen to you.
no, because you said you want to make videos, right? So we're gonna see about the video. Make
No,
sure you
what I
get.
said was I
Hold on.
want you to show. No. I want you to claim that Taino shit like you were before. What are you, bro? What's your tribe?
Make a video of this. Make a video of this. Make sure you make a video of me telling you right now. I'm about to call the descendant of Machete. That when I first started my journey, like 3.5, 4 years ago, when I was all tripping on everybody and I didn't know what to do, and I was trying to find my own thing, and he helped me a lot on my journey. I'm about to hit him up and show this recording, my boy, that how you've been acting as a Taino, and we're gonna see
I'm
how
not
he.
Taino. I don't false claim like you do.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see though.
I'm Taino.
Yeah, we're
I'm
gonna see how he feel
Taino.
about all y'all. We're gonna see
I'm Taino.
we're gonna see how the descendant of Machete feels about all y'all.
Oh no, I
Ask me
didn't
if
do
I give
nothing.
a fuck.
You notice
Ask
how
me
he
if I
ain't
give
answered
a
my
fuck.
question and he just said a bunch of
What he,
bullshit? You notice that?
but
Yeah.
seriously, ask me if I give a fuck. What he eat don't make me shit. So what?
Damn, I thought
I'm
he
just
was supposed to
saying.
come up here and do something. He quit. That's
The
crazy.
fuck are you talking about some all y'all?
Hold
Like I
on,
ain't even know
hold
I'm
on. We're
fucking
just
clear.
going one after another. We got one more coming up. Oh, I got you. I got you, no cat. Hold on, Kamari. I'm gonna drop you down for just a second, bro. I'm gonna bring you right back up.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do.
Because he didn't give you the card to text, right?
Yeah, yeah, I got the card.
Yeah, we
Drop
didn't
down.
text.
Uh,
Well, he says he's like 5 minutes away.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. No worries.
all right, what's up with you now, David?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. That wasn't opium. That was me. I don't even know if you confuse this just because he has a certain complexion or braids, but I
I
was
don't know
on
what none
deeper
of
rev.
y'all look like, so
I
don't
could
start with
tell.
that racial
No,
bullshit.
no, no. I could tell. I could tell you don't know what none of us look like. You made it very clear. That was me. I'm Arawak. I'm from South America. What's the
You
big
don't. You
deal
It
now?
still don't
shows
even say it right.
opium.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that
You're
definitely
It
not.
was
shows
You are
Arawak.
opium.
from.
What the
You're
fuck
from
are you
Europe.
talking
You're
about?
from
Hey,
Europe.
Cuba,
You're
let
from
me
Europe.
ask
So
this dude.
what are you worried
Let
about?
me
And
ask
that's
this
not
dude.
our.
Let me ask this dude a question real quick. Hey,
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
aren't you the same dude that was putting information out there that the ancient history of America anterior before Columbus is the actual verifiable source to reference Aborigines and the Hebrew language being prevalent to indigenous peoples and
Not
populace in North America? Isn't that you,
not
Mr.
Kit. This
David?
is the guy I was telling you about.
Hold on. Isn't that you,
Yeah,
David? That's your holy grail, right? That's your
that's my
holy
holy
grail.
grail. Yeah. So
Hey,
what are you gonna
that
do?
fucking.
Wait, wait, wait.
Let
Hold
me
on,
tell
hang
you
on, hang on,
something.
hang on,
Let me
hang
tell
on.
you
What are you
something.
gonna do?
Let
What are
me
you gonna
tell you
do to tear
something.
that down? It's in the Library of
That
Congress. Now
book.
go deal with them.
No, it don't matter. It don't matter if it's a
Yeah, I
Library
know
of
you don't. I
Congress.
know it
My
doesn't
book.
matter for folks like you. It
Hey,
doesn't matter.
hold
I
on.
get it.
Oh, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Indigenous
That
eraser.
book. No.
Of course,
That book.
Aborigine eraser. You guys
No.
are natives,
Hey.
right?
Stop. Let me ask you a
Of course, it
question.
doesn't matter to you,
Let me
and it
ask you a
wasn't for you.
question. Let me ask you a question, my guy. Do you admit that book is a book based on theology?
That book is a
That book is
real life.
determined
Wait,
as
oh, you
fiction.
see, you see,
That
you see.
book
You
is
didn't even want me to
determined as
talk.
fiction.
Yeah,
It is
by
not
you.
accepted it is not accepted by a factual organization such as a department agency of the federal government, the state government, nor
Do
any
you have
university.
Do you have
It's
proof of
never
this?
been accepted. It has never been
Do
accepted.
you
There's never been
have proof
anybody.
of this? Can I see
There's
your
never been
documents
anybody
on it?
that is accepted at. It's
Can I see
not.
your
Otherwise, there
documents?
would be the
Well, yeah,
documents
great.
is
Well, that's
theology.
great words, but can I see your documents on it?
That's not great words. It's the truth, brother. You're
Well, that's very
lost.
bold of you. That's very bold
You're
of you.
lost.
Well,
Get the
That's a
phone out your mouth
theological
so we can
book.
hear you.
That's a
yeah, that's bold of
religious
you.
fucking book
Now,
that your
now I would
clowns
like to
use
see
to
your
latch
proof.
onto, and it's not
Clowns,
100% verifiable by
clowns.
anybody, bro.
Well, let's see your
You're a
evidence.
clown, a part of the circus. You're a clown, a part of the white supremacist circus, pushing white supremacist ideologies.
There
That
you
book
go
Yeah.
was a
with
fucking book.
colorism. There you go with colorism again.
No, that's not
That's not
colorism.
There
That's
you
a
go.
fact.
colorism.
Well,
That's
see,
not
White
and
colorism.
supremacy
that's
exists.
What
that's
is white
your
White
problem,
supremacy
supremacist?
David.
Then
exists.
what
Don't
is a
make it
white
White
anybody
supremacy
else's.
supremacist?
If
exists.
you got issues,
You're
go
a
deal
white
with them. Don't come
supremacist.
over here.
You're throwing color
If
in
you're
here, and
pushing
I said, what is a white
theological,
supremacist?
if you're producing theological evidence as a basis of factual evidence to prove your claims, you're purporting white supremacist ideologies, my brother, and you are lost.
White
You are
supremacist
1,000% lost.
ideology.
That is
I could
exactly a
tell you.
book written by YT men. It was written
Okay,
by
so I could tell
predominantly
you. I
YT
could
men
tell you
that were a
that
part of a religious
my folks
instruction,
are from
that were
these
a part of a
lands. All right.
Nah,
And
you ain't, brother.
so
You're
so you're
lost.
You're Indian?
You're lost. You're
You're
lost.
Indian?
I'm an American Indian, my dude.
American Indian.
Yep.
You do you know what American
Yep.
Indian is? Aborigine
Exactly, I
people,
do.
not you.
No, it's
Actually,
not.
the term
According to your
Aboriginal
book,
belongs to
according to
people
your book,
in
according
And
to
I
your
like
book
how
of
he says,
Australia.
genealogy,
I
my
like,
guy,
hold on, let me
that's
just point out a
Bro,
crazy.
the
flaw. Let me
word
just
That is
point out a
Aboriginal
fatal flaw
belongs
in
crazy.
to
his thinking
people
real
Do you
in
quick.
guys know? Yeah,
Hold
Australia.
on,
American
hold on,
Indian
Let
is
me
an
Lotus.
just point out a
Aborigine.
fatal
Hold on,
flaw in
Lotus.
his
Hold
thinking
on.
real quick. He likes
Me
to
and this
say
man are having a
Aborigine, but Aborigine is the slur for
that whole fucking
Aboriginals. I don't
book.
know why you
That
choose to
Actually,
whole
consider
book.
actually,
yourself a
unfortunately
That
for
slur.
whole
you,
book is
unfortunately for you, it's
debunked.
not.
That whole
Unfortunately for
book
you,
is
it's not.
debunked, my guy.
Well, can I see your evidence, sir?
It's
That's all I'm
crazy.
asking
It's
for.
crazy.
Okay, guys. You guys want to make us African? Okay, great. We'll take it. But show me your evidence that that book is debunked, and then I'll be like an African like you want.
Show me your
Show
evidence
me
that you're Taino.
Arawak. Arawak.
Arawak. Do
Say
you
it
know what
right.
Arawak
Say
means?
it right.
I
All
want to
right, all
know
right. The folks,
what
the
Hold on.
folks.
Arawak
All right, all right.
Let me
Explain
run up
to
this fool.
me what
Let me run up this
Arawak
fool.
means.
Wait, aren't
Hold
you
on.
aren't you
Let me
aren't you Taino? Don't you guys know
Yes, I am. It's
where they're
right
from?
there in my DNA. But
Let me school you on something. The Arawak
school
people are
me.
really from South America.
He
Okay,
can't even
you
say
guys
You
are.
it
ever
right.
been
I
to
can't
South
get
America?
over it.
Have you ever been to South America?
My
The hell?
God, my folks are from
Have
there.
you
What is
ever
wrong with you? What is
have you ever
wrong
been to
with
South
you?
Have you ever
What does
been to
your
South
DNA
America?
say,
It's just
David?
a question,
I
yes or
travel
no.
everywhere. I travel, so that's a bad question to
So
ask me.
have
But
you
So
anyways,
where in South
have you
America
ever
did you
been
go?
to South America?
I've
Where
been
did you go in
No or
everywhere.
South
I've
yes.
been
America?
everywhere.
No
So
or
what is it?
yes.
What
Where?
is
No
your
or
issue?
yes. It's a
Yes,
simple
Adonde?
question.
Where did you go in South America? Adonde? Where?
Suriname and Guyana, Brazil,
Oh, Guyana,
Chile,
Brazil.
Chile.
And where in South
And
America are
so
you
so so
from?
is it,
Wait, where in South
go
America are
ahead,
you
Lotus.
from?
Whatever, man.
My
I'll let you
my
go.
descendants are Arawak from both Suriname and Guyana.
Oh,
You know
Guyana. You do
Etowak's the
know that not
language, right?
everyone in Guyana is Arawak?
This is where he's always wrong. Arawak is not a language. We are a Lakono people.
It
What
is
is
a
wrong with
language.
you?
It is a language. It's a language of
Then
Etowak,
people.
speak it. Let me
Etowak
hear it.
is a
Let's speak
language,
it.
dog.
Let me speak it. Let me hear you
Yeah,
speak it, please.
Go ahead and try to speak it.
No. I said let me hear you speak it, please.
Who?
Who, me? I'm not Taino. I don't speak Etowak.
So is anyone Taino on the panel that wants
I'm
to speak this
Taino, but
Arawak
you say you're
language?
Taino, so you speak it.
First off, the thing is Arawakan language.
Speak it.
Arawakan. It's not no Arawak. So
Speak
You
it.
just
trying to,
cut the bullshit.
yeah.
Cut the
Speak
bullshit. You
it.
guys don't even know
You
half the
can't
knowledge that
even
I
say
know.
Etowak
You
right,
guys
still,
are
to this
not
day.
Speak it
the
then.
indigenous people. If you guys are
Then
trying to say I'm
speak
not.
it.
If you're saying I'm not, then you guys
Speak
are not 100%.
it. You just said that you are, then speak it.
I asked who is speaking the Arawakan language right now, and please speak it for me. I asked the question, not you asked me.
No, what you did was you asked the same question that was asked to you. I told you to speak the language, and then you deflected and asked us to speak the language. Your tactics are
Let me
pathetic.
tell you guys
It
something.
shows
Oh,
how low your IQ
my
is.
tactics.
You're
Let me
sitting
ask you
there
guys.
trying to claim that
I
you're
want to ask
Etowak, quote unquote
every
Etowak, when you
Indian on
can't
this
even
panel. I
pronounce
want to
the
ask
word
every
right.
Indian on this panel. Every Indian that's on this panel. Have you guys been colonized? And do you guys speak the same language that you spoke before you were colonized? If you guys say never, then you got me.
What was the question? Go ahead and ask it again. My shit's
Weren't
like
the
chopping
Tainos
up. I don't
colonized
know
Yeah,
if
of
I can
course. Of
answer
course
it.
you're gonna say, well, what's the question? Of course.
wasn't the I'm not native or anything. I'm asking questions. Weren't the Tainos weren't they not I wouldn't say eradicated because there's still some of them left, but they pretty much got wiped out before
Yeah,
Columbus
90%.
came into the what is now called America, right?
Yep,
Or the U.S.
90%. And the question was that he asked everybody, he asked all the American Indians in the panel if they've been colonized before. That was his question.
Yeah, they got right, practically wiped out.
Hold on, I know Noah Cat got something going on with his connection. Give him a second.
Tainos are still here.
Yeah, it's just like really hard to find though.
All y'all talking shit. He coming back. Don't trip.
Man, I can't believe Iopium left before I even came up here.
Yeah, I know. He dumber than shit. He don't know how to have a
Man,
conversation. Neither does
I
this
was
dude,
gonna
though. He just
get.
deflects and asks the same questions and shit.
Oh, I know. He over here deflecting also.
No, I'm
He's
in the
over here
store. I
trying.
can't I
No,
can't
no,
be
no.
mingling with you guys like when
I'm
I'm
not
dealing
done
with
Damn,
people.
you
talking.
should probably get
Mute
off
yourself.
TikTok and focus on reality then, big dog.
I was gonna say the
All right,
same
all
thing.
right.
Why
So
don't you
I'll
get off
request again. Give me a
TikTok,
second. I'll
go
request again.
go to the bathroom, take care of your shop and stuff, and get off and just come back later.
So anyway, man, if I open would have still been here, I would have exposed his ass for taking that screenshot of that prison
Oh,
ID and
he's
claiming it
requesting
to
right
be a
now. Here
tribal
you go.
card.
Here, I'll bring him right back up just for you, brother. He's asking right
There
now.
he is, Iopium.
Let
Where
let
have
me
you
hear
been
this.
hiding, my guy?
So,
So where is this prison ID that you claim to be a tribal card? And then all of a sudden, this prison ID also says that it is Alaskan Native. But you call us Mongolians, but wouldn't that make you more Mongolian than the rest of us? Because, I mean, I've showed you my DNA. It has 0 Asian in there. You keep telling me, show me a picture of the oldest person in your family. I have pictures of my great grandfather, my great grandmother, and my grandparents. The only reason I don't give them to you is because you like to steal people's stuff and claim it as your own. Come on, my guy, where are you? Don't stay quiet.
so first of all, I never ever said that that was a tribal ID. Somebody wanted proof, so I said, hey, if I were to anything were to happen right now, if I were to go to jail for punching something or causing harm to somebody or doing something, they would still I would be labeled due to my genealogy and all my paperwork and my birth certificate, all kind of other type things that I've have done and have got that we found out that's crazy, right? I would, they would have to label me as that because of my documents. So I'm not understanding. That's what happened when my mom went to jail. They had to label her ethnicity, American Indian
Why
slash.
don't you show yourself? I have a
So
question.
I don't
He
understand.
don't want to show himself because then everybody's gonna see that Irish beard that he has.
So copper
Very European.
even though he,
Extremely
even though he
European.
knows what my mother looks like, and most of them know what my mom looks like because they've argued with her before because she's on this TikTok too. But okay,
How come you don't show yourself though, for real? I'm
and
asking
he's
you.
arguing with my mom. The thing that's so funny is that he's arguing with my mom. Like, and he's
You
talking
can
about my
be
mom.
so you're gonna ignore my question. I
What'd you
asked
say?
you kindly.
What'd you
Why
say?
don't you show yourself?
I've shown myself many a times. LNB know what I look like. We've seen each other so many times. Like, you really understand how much we've been in this. We've been doing this for like
Can I
two and a
show
half years,
myself?
lady. We've been doing this shit for like 2 something years. I'm gonna tell you something. Let me tell you something. Since you kind of new to this, right? When I first came on here, very ignorant, right, Miss Lady, and showed all my information and all my addresses, and it's because I was so tripping off everything I found out that my mom showed me after she did our genealogy and stuff. People like LNB and some of these African Americans that's in the chat start coming to my start coming to my page that got banned, right? And was still telling me,
Mhm.
regardless of all the information that I had with addresses to Cato Parish and all these freaking all these documents, right? They still was like, well, you're still African, or you're still integrated, and your folks got SA. That's the only way you tied to the land. I'm like, oh wow, is that the oh wow? Okay.
See, when
I'm
me and
sorry, I
Iopium
kind of lost
first
what you guys
started
were
You,
all of
talking about.
this,
uh,
all right, now go ahead, go
okay.
ahead.
I showed myself. I got threatened by people who are doing this African erasure stuff. Never had an issue. I just commented on there. They want to come. They
But
want
I
to use
had
my profile picture for shit. I
African
still show
Americans.
myself because you know what? I'm always going to be true to myself. What people say ain't going to make me shit. I know who the fuck I am. I got my DNA right here. I'll tell you all who I am.
But that's what I'm saying. Even when I tried to do it the right way and I went to BIA.org, right? You know, I can show you the BIA thing, and it says that DNA doesn't matter, and I should just start at home. I can show you the documents from the BIA
Well,
website. So
I'll tell you one
I
thing
follow,
though, young
I
man. The
follow,
DNA is gonna
I
fucking
follow,
matter
I
if you meet a
follow,
girl. If some girl
I
claims
follow
you
the
the
rules.
daddy, you will be really quick to depend on a
I
DNA test.
followed I followed the rules from the BIA, and they told me to start at home first with my genealogy and newspaper documents and genealogy. I can show you if you would like. So I went to the first 6 steps of to BIA.gov, and at the bottom of the 6 steps, it says it's pointless to do DNA because the tribe, American Indian, are Native Americans. Either or, they're not gonna. Any tribe is not gonna accept DNA. I can show you. That's why I'm like, why y'all keep saying that? And I followed the
Well,
steps from
They
so
BIA.gov.
accept
so
both.
opium. So if you're not going to rely on DNA tests, is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to be fair. And according to, like I said, BIA.gov says that I should start at home first with genealogy and stuff and talk to my parents and stuff.
So genealogy is the same thing with DNA tests. That's
Not
genealogy
according,
mindset
not
of
according,
science.
not according to multiple other websites besides BIA.gov. No, BIA.gov says that DNA does not matter when it comes to that. I can show you. Would you like? You can put me on the base. Would you like to see it?
Are you saying that out of multiple websites, that one said that it doesn't matter?
No, even 23andMe says it. Because when my mom did her 23andMe and we did our DNA and she did her DNA and her origins came back 1700s, early African American. That was hilarious because African American wasn't even a term until 1986. So how can somebody be African American when that demographic was calling themselves African American in the 1700s and 1600s? That's why I was like, oh wow, they couldn't do nothing about it because our origin is from here. Our origin is from here, so they couldn't even lie, which was hilarious.
I mean, you could
And
have been adopted, and
hold on, I'm gonna show you something too. I showed LMB that, right? He zoomed in on the African American part and said, "You still from Africa? Look that."
The hell
When
was that? Sound like
Iopium
Chris
and I
Lickman.
first started all of this, I was real cool with him. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. The moment that he started claiming that the Mayas and the Aztecs were black, and then show me a
Why are you switching
video
it up? Why are you
from
switching it up
YouTube.
now, bro? Don't try to stay safe now,
Hold
bro.
on,
You
my
Let
said
guy.
him
I'm
talk.
not done.
my
Hold on, my
mama was
guy. I'm not
African.
done.
Let him
I am not
talk.
done.
He's arguing with my mom and said my
Iopium,
mom.
I wasn't done, man. You see how you are? Let
But
me
you told
finish.
my mom that she's African. Why? Like,
Nah,
what?
bro. See, I'm not done. But you want to
Go
talk
ahead,
over
bro.
me.
Go ahead, bro. I got you.
So when we started this,
You want
he
to
started
say it?
claiming that the
You need
Aztecs
it.
and the Mayas, they were
I
all
don't look
black, right?
Asian.
And then he shows me a YouTube video on his page. So I go look at it. I stop right at the point where they can't even mention the correct name of the Aztec and the Maya gods. It's Quetzalcoatl, but he wants
So,
to say
so
Quetzalcoatl.
he's going to
Now,
discount
how
the
in the
fact that
hell are you going to claim that these are your people and you can't even mention the gods correctly?
exactly.
And then not only that, but he also cited a book that claimed that the Aztecs and the Mayas were also black. When I researched the author was a white supremacist. So they always seem to go to these white supremacists, for information and to back them up. And even then, they don't like for us to use Wikipedia, but it's okay for them to use Wikipedia. So when I went to Wikipedia to
nobody's
research this
talking about
guy,
they and I'm
even the
talking about my
guy,
mom.
even the freaking guy, he was even debunked. He was even discredited because his information was 100% incorrect.
What
And
does this
that's when
have
me
to
and
do
him
with?
started going after it because
But what
he
is that?
started
But what is?
basing all these lies.
I'm not basing no lies. I'm just going off what I found out through research and connecting the dots. How everyone's been lied to, and there was infiltration on both sides of the demographic of people that were originally here, and people aren't understanding that. And you guys keep switching the narrative, saying that I'm saying, and the others that I mess with in my community are saying that every copper colored person is freaking American Indian. Heck, no, some of these people are dirty Moors mixed with all kind of other type Spaniards and all kind of. The history is stupid and crazy how much we went through if you really a real Native American or a real American Indian. The fact that I found the pictures of the residential schools of both our folks in there and ain't no African American or no Native American ever showed any pictures and I've never seen these in my whole
Are
entire
you
life. Like,
serious?
I'm mad at everyone.
Are
Yes, I
you
have the pictures from Hampton Institute, multiple other institutes that were residential schools because most
you
HBCUs used to be
you're
residential schools. What are you
saying that
talking
no
about?
Native Americans have no pictures of their families in the residential
I did
school?
not say that. Did you just, you just displayed how you're
I
not
didn't hear
listening to me,
you.
but I
What did
just
you
said,
say?
exactly. You obviously didn't hear me because I said,
So repeat yourself.
when I found out and did was doing the research and found both of our folks in the residential schools, and neither in my whole entire life that I've ever seen an African American or a Native American display that history made me mad at both of y'all. Now what?
So what I get from you is that you're mad at Native people being sent to residential schools, and you just have hate on Black and Natives.
Yeah.
If you
Your
can't
mic is a
understand,
little bit messy.
if you can't understand, we from a generation that got dumped upon a bunch of lies, especially if you happen to be an '80s
I
baby.
can't.
So you have to
Your
understand.
mic, sir. Your mic is
Yeah,
really
it's pretty
choppy
bad.
and blocky, and I'm sorry. I'm trying to listen to you respectfully, but every time you talk, there's like a. I don't. It's like you're
Muffled.
muffling.
Yeah.
Is that better? Can you guys see me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the belittlement of every time we want to talk about something that has affected the copper colored people or the original people that was here on this land, period. Whether it was the American Indians or the Native Americans, which were both demographics.
Can't hear you.
It's happening again.
Bro, come on, man. Buy a better microphone or better headsets.
Yo, you know what? You know what? Is weird. Is weird for me. Like, where's that girl at? There was a girl that was on here that said that she was Taino.
That would be me.
Me.
Okay, who said me? What's the name?
I'm just fucking with you guys.
Me.
So you said you're Puerto Rican, correct?
Puerto Rican and Indian.
Okay. Oh, like India from India.
Yeah, it's my DNA results are right there.
Yeah, I understand. No, it's kind of weird for me, like to hear somebody say that they're Taino and then be against us. Puerto Ricans actually give us the least of troubles. Really, it's coming from Siberian natives and Mongolians and stuff. But Taino people from Puerto Rico, they don't give us any trouble because they understand that we were here with them. So it's kind of weird, you know?
Like that's what trips me out. Like I talked to the homie from Machete, like the descendant of Machete. Like I said, when he like I'm telling you, that's what y'all not understanding. Y'all really not getting it.
I've asked you, Opium, I don't
Danny
know,
Trejo?
3 times now. I've asked you, Opium, like 3 times now. What tribe do you claim, dog? You still haven't answered me yet.
Let me tell you something. This is what you guys are not taking in consideration also.
No, answer my question, dog. It's simple.
The fact that I've stated multiple times that I have ties to the Cato Mississippians, Cato Indians, right? Which is a tribe you can't even exactly like. My bloodline was supposed to already be knocked off with all the stuff that we found out. That's what I'm trying to. Do you not understand? That's why I tried to say. Are y'all making this individual, like personal? Are y'all talking about collectively of just all copper colored people got to be from Africa? Because I got dumb documents, dumb ties to a lot of stuff in history that y'all would feel very embarrassed about. That a lot of African Americans too. Like I say, I'm not happy with a lot of people with all the stuff that I found out that my mama found out
So
that
you're
tied.
pivoting again. You're pivoting again. Not nobody in this panel said all black people come from Africa. Nobody.
That's
So I don't know why you're going
Why are
off
we
on
having
that.
this problem? Why are we
hold on.
fighting then?
That's what no, but that's what
I,
that's what
No,
only thing
because
that's been happening.
the problem is it doesn't have nothing to do with the out of Africa theory. The problem has to do with y'all claiming tribes that you're not a part of. The problem
Do
has to
you
do with y'all causing erasure. The problem has to do with y'all saying, "Oh, we was the original people on this planet. We was the
let
original
me ask
people
you
on this
something.
country. It wasn't the Native
Let me ask
Americans."
you something. Let me ask you
That's the
something.
problem, and y'all continue to double back and pivot and act like that's
Nobody's
not the
doubling
issue, but
back.
that is the
What if I
issue.
double back on? What if I double back on besides saying I had my identity and culture stolen by Walter Plecker and 10 million immigrants because I connected the dots with my documents and how it correlates with the addresses and everything that I have? What are
Throw
we
your
talking?
DNA up here. I'll put you on the big screen.
I just told you
what does that
BIA.
have
I
to do
told you
with
You
BIA.
don't
So
gotta
you
tell
you
mean
me
to
being
tell,
the
shit.
wait,
Show
first
me.
people here, though?
hold on, wait. So you mean to tell me I should listen to you over BIA.gov?
What you know?
You
I asked
only
you to
went
put your DNA
halfway
up on the
with it.
big
You got to
screen, dog.
continue that research. Continue. Don't stop
BIA.gov
just
says I
because
should
it's a
not do.
convenient.
They say it doesn't make any sense. You want me to put it on? I'm gonna put it up right now for you. Since you guys want to keep going back and forth, go back and forth with this.
Yeah, put the DNA up. Put the
You only
DNA up. I'll
doing
put you
half
on
of
the
the
big
work
screen.
and then saying we're
I
first. That's
fixed it.
stupid as hell.
Can y'all see it clear now?
Yeah, it's cool.
Can
It's
y'all
cool
see
now.
it clear? Yep.
I don't.
And there's more, but I
I
couldn't
don't.
fit it in.
I don't
Yeah.
speak English, so can you turn it to Chinese, please, or Mongolian? I can't read that grammar.
Mongolian.
Please.
Oh my god.
You
Bro,
go
that's
right
But
not
to
yeah,
it.
Man,
DNA,
You go
man.
that's
right
not
to it.
no
That's not
DNA,
DNA.
dog.
He said,
I
show
told you
your
Yeah,
put your
but
DNA.
this is
DNA up
from the
there.
Man, why
this
you
is from
I
deflecting,
said,
bro?
look, let me
Cuba,
just make
I
an
have a
Why
question
do
example
you
for
out
you.
of
deflect?
this
feel
shit real
entitled that
quick.
only you guys
I
get to
put
do
this.
it a certain way, but the rest of us have to do it another way?
Why you don't
Why do
put
you
me
feel
on the big?
entitled that you guys
Hold
get
on,
to get away with that,
Because
because
but
that's
I
we
not
try
your
don't?
DNA.
because I keep it fair and I follow the rules according to BIA.gov. So put me on the big
That's not
screen.
your
What problem?
But
DNA,
you
dog.
didn't
But the
continue.
Look,
Put it
You
law
on
only
the
went
big
asks
look,
screen.
halfway.
I'll
you
put
to
you on the
put
big
up your
screen.
DNA.
I'll put
Why
you
you
on
don't
the
want to
big
Hey,
read it?
screen.
Not doing
hey,
it.
Cuba.
Everybody heard me, right? Everybody heard me, right? Everybody heard me tell Opium to put his D. Oh, he took it off as soon as I put him on the big screen. Anyway,
eh,
I
No,
told him to
I'm
put his
telling you
He's
all
DNA
putting
up.
his
Cuba.
buzzing.
I told him
DNA
to put his
because he
It's
DNA
knows
up,
that
buzzing
and
we're
as
this what he
gonna
hell.
come
look.
with.
I'm
I
about
told
to
him to put
read
his
it, but
look
DNA up.
at
This
those
what he
blue
come with.
eyes.
you
Very
want me to read it? And
nice.
you want me to read it? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's you're already doing look at sim. You're already doing
Show your
look at
beard,
sim.
bro.
Ah, okay,
Show your
good
beard.
job.
Show
Good
your
job.
beard.
Hold on, let me read it.
I
Let me
want to
read it.
see
Hold on.
that Irish beard.
So you guys
Can
gonna
I
are you gonna
see
let me
your
read?
eyes
Are you
and your
gonna let me read the
face?
document or not? Are
No,
you gonna let me
ask for
read
the
the source or
beard.
not?
No, this is
So you're
not what
not
we
gonna let
asked
me
you
read the
for.
source?
That's not what we
So
asked you
you're not
for.
gonna let me read the source.
That's
So you're
not
not
what
gonna
we
let me
asked
read
you for. I asked you to
so you're
put your
not gonna let me
DNA
read
up.
the source from
Put your DNA
BIA.gov.
up.
What sits up
Put your
here and
DNA
said
up.
it said
Put your DNA up, and you can unmute your mic.
See, here's the funny thing with opium. He
Oh,
knows he's
Pen, I
Irish
know you're
because
not
he's got
asking to
that
come up here right now. Hold on.
because he's got that clover tattooed on him. Naturalism of Yahweh claims to be Aboriginal also, and the funny thing is that he has a whole ass cross tattooed on his chest because he's actually an
Mm-hmm.
Israelite. And not only that, but he also
so you want
advocates for saying
if I tell you
that
my origin, so you want to
he
accept
also
my origin,
advocates
you want to
saying
see
that the
wait, hold on, you want to
Fuhrer
see my
was actually
estimate?
black too, and he's one of the black heroes, which
You want to see
literally
wait, you
makes
want to
no
see my
freaking
estimate or you want to
sense.
see
Put me on the big screen
hold on, I'll
What
post
you
my
want the
origin.
big
You want to see
screen for,
my
Pen?
origin?
Hold up, hold
because
up.
I want
Everybody
to.
hold
I'll
up.
tell you what
Everybody,
DNA is.
everybody hold up. Pen.
Can you put
Whatever
me
you
on the big
come in here and
screen?
try to say about your American Indian shit is invalid. I got you on my page right now admitting that you're African.
All
So
right,
whatever you got to say is invalid.
all right. Can you put me on the big screen?
For what?
Cause I want to show y'all something.
Cause you want
Oh
clout.
yeah, I'll entertain you for 2 seconds. Let's see what you got.
All right, thank you.
She want clout.
She wants all the attention.
As soon as you start going off about
What's
some
the
I'm
what's
Indian
the
shit, you're
difference?
done.
What's the
Hey,
difference between my
hey,
grandma
hey,
and
Penix.
what's the
You
difference
don't
between
have
my grandma?
permission to be
Shut the fuck
posting.
up.
You don't
What's the
have
difference?
permission to be posting that.
What's the difference between my grandma and Chief Smoker like grandma? Cause they both
Oh
look like
Wow.
hell no,
Negroes
you
to
ain't
me. They
no
both look
Take
like
her
no
Negroes
You
to
down.
see how
me.
she has
no
you
no
She
on
don't
no.
got
Twitter,
Hold
permission
Pen
to
on,
post
pen
that.
pen
They
pen
both look
pen.
like
You're an
Negroes
app
to me. Yeah,
pen.
put
put
me
that
on the
back
big
on the
screen,
big
bro. Hold
screen.
on.
No
So
hell
you
Put
no.
that
want
back
You
me
ain't
on the
coming
big
up here
to
screen.
putting no. Chief didn't say you could use that
Yeah.
shit. Chief
Yup.
so
didn't
you
say
want
you
That's
could
my
use that
grandma.
shit.
hey,
That's
Chief
my
did not
grandma
say
and
you could
she
use
smoke
that
a
shit.
lot.
You a whole bum for that.
What's
You
the
a whole bum
difference?
for
Hey,
that.
What's the
quick
difference?
question.
Yeah,
It
what's
just,
the
the
difference?
Cuba,
Ain't
difference
no
is
Cuba.
that
difference.
you've already
Yeah,
admitted
ain't
that
no
you're
difference.
African. You already
Yeah.
admitted that
So
you're
is
African.
his. So is
You
his.
already
If my
admitted that
grandma
you
African,
African.
so is
Pen,
his. If
pen.
my
God
Shut
grandma
up.
damn it.
African, so
Cuba,
is
can I ask you a
his.
Shut
question, man?
up.
His grandma had nappier than my grandma hair. Yeah, his grandma had nappier than my grandma hair. My grandma is to the right.
I
Yo,
have a question, please.
we had your
Yeah,
sister
yeah.
be for real up here.
Yo, somebody get Chief up here real quick.
I have a
Let
question.
Chief speak on his grandma. Ain't
there
nobody
go
in here
my
about to
origin
speak
right
on
there.
Chief's grandma but
Yeah.
him.
There
Cuba,
go
I
my
have a
origin
question.
right there. So you want to see my estimate, right? Instead of my origin, right?
No, I want to see your DNA.
That's my origin. That's my DNA origin. But you want to see the estimate,
I
huh?
want to see your
Nah, my
You
DNA.
want
guy,
to see
Your
we
the
want to
DNA
estimate,
see
from
huh?
the
Ancestry, from
You
percentages.
want to
Genome
see?
Link,
Please
whatever
don't.
you
You
got.
gotta
I don't want to see no
Percentages.
bullshit paperwork.
We don't want to see no
please.
maps.
Hey, you know how slow you are, right? This is the DNA origin from 23andMe. But you you want to see the estimate over the origin, bruh? Well, you're a clown, homie. For real, you rather see
What
the
you talk about?
estimate?
You can't even put your DNA up here. You
This is
can't
the
even put your fucking
origin of
DNA
my
up here because you know
DNA
you a
from
fraud.
23andMe. This is the origin of my DNA from 23andMe. What are you talking about?
Post
All right,
it.
let's see it.
Show
Let's see
us.
it. What the fuck is that, bro? What the fuck is
That
that, bro?
when you do the DNA origin, because obviously you didn't do that part, you just did the estimate part. Because my mom actually did the origin part, where they did the origin of her DNA. So that shows how much you know even about DNA, right? That
What website is
you didn't even
that?
do the origin part. You
Yeah.
What software is
you
that?
goofy.
Can I
I'm
ask
out
what
of here,
software is
bro.
that?
If you didn't even do the origin, y'all doing the estimate instead of the origin, you goofy asses.
Yo, He is so
Yeah, that's why he
annoying.
left out because he
Yo,
don't
He
know
makes
what
me
the
want to
fuck
So
he
poke
talking
my
about.
what
eyeballs
was
out.
that
that website that he pulled up?
I
Like I
know
was
what that
curious.
is, y'all. I can literally
Oh
pull up mine
goddamn, they
right
all
now.
coming. They all coming one by one, one by one. Hold up. We
That's
got
not his
Godly coming up now.
DNA. That's literally a map
Oh
of
Lord.
his genealogy,
What
the
you want,
people he has
Godly?
found.
I'm just I don't understand why y'all keep trying to have these disingenuous ass conversation with my people, bro.
Because they
Y'all not
come in
trying
here
to
with that
resolve
Relax,
nothing.
disingenuous
They're
bro.
actually
bullshit.
coming on our lives. They're actually
You,
coming
you,
to us.
Relax.
We didn't invite
you,
them. So I don't know why you're coming out on our
You
lives.
literally on the live saying that.
excuse me, Will Ben. I'm talking to Cuba.
What? What's up, man?
To me, bro, it's full of a lot of disingenuous stuff. You don't even understand what DNA ancestry DNA testing is between that and
I don't.
paternal testing. You don't. Because if you did, you wouldn't be asking people to put that and post that up here. Because it's for entertainment purposes only when it comes to
Oh,
finding
so
out where
you're
you come
saying
from.
so what you're
No
saying is
tribe
that DNA
accepted, no
tests ain't
quarter law
accurate?
accepted. It's less than 1%. No DNA,
Less than 1% accurate?
no court in law accepts it.
So
No tribes accept it.
so you saying the DNA is not legit?
I'm talking about ancestry DNA testing
Ancestry.
is a sham. It's for
It's not
entertainment
real.
purposes.
So then why
So
did it link me to my
how do you
family?
know who you are then? How do you know who you are? Because y'all don't really seem to believe in history either.
Genealogy and documentation, bro. I got my family members are still here
What?
telling these stories, and the records prove it. That's right. If you don't have any documentation, you can't be recognized as anything in any court of law.
All right,
You
so
have
you
to have
believe in
the physical.
genealogy?
You have to have the physical doc. Exactly, I do. I do.
Okay,
That's the
so
only way
Show
can
you
you
me.
can
put your
determine.
can you put your genealogy up?
I'm not up here to debate anything with people that don't want
Facts.
Then why
to
you
answer.
in
I
here?
came up for
Then
So
why
because
you
why
I
in
you
came up
here?
go
here
in here,
because
Just
man?
to
I came up
talk.
here for the conversation, bro. That's
Ain't
exactly
no
what y'all
club,
do.
as you can
Y'all
see,
trying to
as you can
entertain
see,
yourself with
you
us.
just came in here talking about how
You
this is
guys
a
just trying to
disingenuous
entertain
conversation.
yourself
So
with us,
you
bro.
came up here knowing this was disingenuous, and now you want to act like you want to come up
Exactly.
here for the quote
That's what I
unquote
came up here
conversation.
to bring
No,
to
no, no,
bring
no, no, no,
some
no.
I bring
Because if you
something
want
with
to claim that you
validity to the
believe in
conversation.
genealogy and you want to claim to be native, you want to claim to
Well,
be indigenous,
I'm
throw it
not,
up there.
bro.
Throw
You
it
have
up
never
there.
heard one of us, or no heard one of us. We all in here far more intelligent to be coming around here talking about we Native Americans, bro. Everybody that's born in this continent, on this continent of America, is Native. There's nothing special about that. Nothing at all. What we tell you is all
See,
history and all culture.
here's the thing, my guy. When everybody likes to use the word native by definition of dictionary, yes,
Bro, that's what words mean.
anybody
It's
that
the
is
English
born
language.
here in the
Cajun,
Americas
you
is
can miss me with all
native
that, Cajun.
to
What
the
is the
Americas.
definition
But
of
see,
native?
here's the thing. Let me
Read
tell
the
you
definition of
something.
native, Cajun.
If you were going to
Read
go
the
to another
definition of
country,
Native
nah, I'm
American,
not done
Cajun.
talking, my guy. I'm not done talking.
Well, make some
So
sense
whenever you
then.
go to another country and you come back, they don't ask you if you're American. They ask you if you're a U.S. citizen, not an American, U.S. citizen. That's all you are, a U.S. citizen. You are not native. You are not indigenous. They don't ask you that. They ask you if you're a citizen. Get that
They,
through your head.
you exactly. So U.S. citizens just represent colonization, bro. You become citizens after they colonize people here. That's what I'm saying. You people get in these conversations and think y'all know everything, bro. You don't know nothing. You need to be
I
Do you
don't
listening
know
and
know.
stop
No,
talking.
because
everything?
ain't none of us
I have
willing to
like four
learn.
degrees
Ain't none of
brown
us
on that
willing to
Right,
learn
motherfucker.
you,
the
Cuba, I already
indoctrination that
know,
you're
Cuba.
serving.
To me, I
Ain't
think
none of
you have
us
a
willing to learn the
I really
indoctrination that
think
you're
you just
trying
hate
to
dark
serve.
skinned complexion people, bro. I really think you have a hatred for us. That's
I
what I
Man,
believe.
Man,
love.
you
Because
tripping.
you
You
don't
And
even
tripping.
then
That's
claim
cool.
you
You
native.
can
You
make
don't
all
have
come
types
none
of
of that.
accusations.
you come
You
in
can
here
make all
with your
types of
I
accusations,
told you what
dog.
I
colonized
believe. It's not
That's
ass.
cool.
accusation. I told you what I believe from
Dude,
my
you're
Yeah, well, you're full of
observability.
shit,
colonized.
and your observation skills
Indigenous
is
for us,
lacking.
you are
How
So
about that?
so
colonized.
let me tell y'all this right here,
How's
then. So
most of my
y'all don't like to
supporters?
listen.
Hey, peep this, peep this. Godly,
The
how's most of
reason
my
why we
supporters
have
gonna be?
cities,
How are
You're
most of
the
my
reason why we have
supporters gonna
colonizer.
cities,
be indigenous and African Americans if I don't like black people? How is that? How is that a fact?
because you sit on the platform and say that we're Africans, you don't and not listen to our
Hey,
When did
stories, but
that
you
come
have
out of my
people
indigenous.
mouth,
over here.
bro?
You have
When did
people
that come
over
out of
here.
my mouth, bro?
You have people
Look.
over here that you don't ask to do the same thing. You asking us to bring up some entertainment ass
So I got
What
a
you
ancestry
talking
question
DNA
about?
for
test.
Hold
you.
up, look at the big screen. Look at the big screen. She's
Yep.
Taino. She got her shit right there, bro. What you talking about?
Everything. Everything.
Bro, what that
Yup.
means?
It
She don't
means
come
that
from this
I'm
she's not descended from this continent
yes,
of
I
America where we at.
am.
She's not
It's
off
the
this
Yes, I
landmass.
Americas,
The
bro.
am.
What
greater
you talking about?
Antilles is a
Indigenous
Bro,
part
Puerto
of
this
Rico.
girl
What
is
you
America,
talking
bro.
about?
a whole Hindu, and she's from
A
Hindustan, bro.
whole Hindu? Do you not see my my
And
DNA?
on top of that,
Exists?
bro, because of her
No.
skin complexion, y'all listen to her story. Look at all this stuff that she mixed into. How is she indigenous to anything?
It
Look at all this
says
stuff on
indigenous
this
It says
picture
Puerto
that she
indigenous
Rico.
got.
Puerto Rico right
I'm
there, fool.
indigenous
What
to
are you
Puerto
talking
Rico
about?
and Haiti and Dominican Republic too.
Nigeria on there,
And
the Ivory
indigenous to
Coast,
Puerto Rico
Ghana,
and Dominican
Spain.
Republic and
Okay, but I'm
Haiti.
saying you. How can you? Come on, man. Come on.
What?
You look just like your ancestors. Like your true ancestors.
And you look like my cousins who are African.
You can call it when you don't have.
You
Well,
look
you
like
got
my
cousins that's
grandpa
African,
who's
baby.
black
I'm a laugh
from
that off to
Africa.
you
You
though,
look
sister.
just like my
I'm I'm
grandpa.
I'm a
You
laugh
look
that off, sister,
just
because
like
the only
him.
thing that makes you indigenous to anything probably your grandpa, the person that had that darker
My
skin
grandpa
complexion, the
is
part of you
not
that you hate.
indigenous. He's indigenous to
What,
Africa, but
bro?
he ain't indigenous to
You look like
America.
my next door neighbor.
Like, what you
Hey,
talking about?
Chief looked like
Wolfgang,
my homeboy from
I've
work.
had you in my life, man. This is what I'm saying. You guys get together on y'all little platforms, and
But
y'all
yo,
start speaking
come
differently,
on. Seriously, why do you
and
Bro,
y'all
say
ain't no
start
ain't
looking
everything
nobody
but
different.
just here. We're all
Africa?
having a nice conversation. You're the one that came over here and started doing all this erasure shit. Come on.
I have Lotus on my platform. She had a whole different attitude. Then she get back with these group. Now she's just as racist as the rest of them. That skin complexion don't make
Racist?
How
you
we
How am
representative,
I
racist,
bro.
bro?
racist? You and I are the same
How we
color.
racist?
How
I'll
am
be
I
better. I'll be
racist?
better. It's colorism. You guys think that
Colorism.
dark skinned people have to
So
come
you
from a
saying
certain
I
place.
hate
That's colorism.
myself? I'm
Didn't nobody
indigenous
say that, bro.
That's
Y'all
just
keep
like,
bringing up
hey,
that
bro.
stupid ass point. Y'all keep
She
bringing
just
up
said
that
her
stupid ass
grandfather was
point.
indigenous from Africa.
Y'all keep
Where's
bringing
your
up
My
that
grandfather?
stupid
grandpa
ass
is
Where's
not
your
point.
grandfather?
indigenous.
Where's your grandfather markers at? Where's his markers at? You said because he's dark skinned, he's from Africa. Where's his
My
where's his markers
grandpa
at?
is from Africa. Do you not see Cameroon,
So you
Congo,
so you in, so you
Venezuela?
Hindustan and African. So you Hindustan and
Hindustan.
African.
Bro, I'm indigenous to Americas too.
How you indigenous to America?
It
What
says
family?
it
Puerto
right
Rico.
If
there.
your
Puerto
grandfather is African,
Rico.
Yo,
if your
Fucking
grandfather
idiot.
is African, so who's indigenous? Your
my
grandmother?
mom.
Your mom. So your mom's father is from Africa, and your mom is indigenous from America.
Because her mom is.
Girl, get out. That's what I'm saying.
What are
Y'all
you
let
even
these people say all
clicking?
type of foolish stuff.
My grandma is
You a whole African. So
indigenous
where your
to
Indian
Puerto
come from?
Rico.
Where do your Hindustan come from? What family member
You
you
mean
got that
India?
derived
My
from Hindustan?
dad. It's not called Hindustan. It's called India.
All right. Any
Man,
look,
that
we
fool is
still got.
so
All right, I'm
racist,
gonna
man.
let
I
y'all.
can't
I'm gonna let
stand
y'all
his
pick.
ass.
I'm gonna let y'all pick which Wabba will come up here next. I got Penn in the request. I got B for all in the request. I got
Be for
Scotty in the
real.
request.
I'm a big
All
fan
right.
of her.
All right, bet.
Gotta love her. Be for
I
real. John
actually had a
Cena.
question for
You can't see
him.
me. Yo, we need to play the intro. John Cena, come on. You can't see me.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yes, we can.
I need to play the John Cena intro before she comes up here.
She ain't coming up. She ain't coming up. It's just connecting.
Damn.
I'm not
All
sure
right.
how I
So
ended up
so
here, but
who we
She
want?
was
We
I
up
want
made
here.
some
Penn.
requests.
She was
I
up
We
can
here
want
drop
like
Penn,
you
down.
can't
Opium,
see
or
me.
Scotty. All right, we gonna bring up Opium because Penn is honestly she just too slow for me. I can't even listen to that girl talk. She's wild.
And I didn't take
Oh, Iopium is back. Oh,
What's
look
up,
at them
Opium?
looking for me Lucky Charms.
Yo.
He instantly muted his mic. What the fuck?
no, because I'm over here. I have a life actually, but I'm just going to clarify real quick. So, like I said before I drop, y'all never answered the question. So y'all saying my folks and my bloodline from Africa?
No, bro, ain't nobody saying that. And why ain't you putting your DNA up?
Okay, good looking. So you saying that my folks. So we clear on that, right?
Huh?
So we're making it personal. You said y'all saying my folks not from Africa.
I don't know what the fuck the panel thinks, but I don't believe that all black people come from Africa. No. I believe that the out of Africa theory could be possible, but no, I don't fully believe in
So
it.
okay, so can
So
you answer this? So why do I have people like Singing Bear, LNB telling me that I'm from Africa?
that's on them, bro. I don't know. I don't control them. That's on them.
Look, the only
Even
reason
though I
I'm
provide,
gonna
like I said, even though
say
when I
that
tweeted
I
shit
put
2
that
years
I
ago,
say
hold
that
on,
is
let me
because
just,
I match your energy.
like I said, I
When
still
you
got the
call me
comments and stuff because
Mongolian, you
you know what
call
I'm
me
saying,
a
when they were doing that,
Spaniard, you call me
they
all
did
this
it
shit,
for me,
bro.
bro.
I'm gonna return the exact same energy back at you. If
If
you were
someone
stop
right,
insulting me and you would stop, saying all this racist
We
shit
didn't even
against
know
me,
you.
bro,
Wait, hold on, wait,
you
wait.
and I would
How
have
am I
like
gonna, how
civil
am I gonna stop
debates.
how am I gonna stop insulting you when I didn't even know you and you came to my page first and seen everything I was posting, like I said, and said I'm African still I'm waffle. How make that make sense? Because I didn't even know you and you came to my we got
Because
into it.
every
We
single
got into
video
it
that
because
you ever posted that
no,
came
no,
from
we
YouTube
got into it. We got
always
into it.
said they could
We
not
got
even, they always kept saying that you were always, that the Mayans and the Aztecs were black. That's my culture. You're literally trying to erase my culture. So, like I said, you put out that energy, I send it right back.
Oh, you should bring Pen X and Be For Real on the same platform.
Oh,
All
my
right,
wife
hold
is
on.
here.
I gotta
La
make
Bache.
space. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I got Pen in my request. I tried to accept B for all, but she disconnected or something. I don't know what happened with that. But I'll
Damn,
bring Pen
request
back up.
both of them.
Pistol packing pens, stupid ass, get up here.
I was gonna say, just because these people do be racist towards us, let's not be racist back because that makes our community look bad.
I'm with that. I'm with that.
We
Yo, that
get
song
it.
is
You're
Okay,
fire,
that's
though.
racist.
racist. That's racist, right there.
Yeah, see what I'm
No,
saying? You
it's
come up
all
here and make
good. It's
yourself
all
look
Override.
good.
stupid. You
It's
come
all
up here and make
good.
yourself
That's
look
a good
That's
stupid.
all she
jam.
can do.
No, that was a
That's
good
a
song.
good.
I've listened
That's
to
a
it
good
before.
jam, yo.
No,
She
that's a good
thought
ass
she did
song.
something. It's a good song. She thought
Hey,
she
just
did
so
something.
everybody knows, though, just so everybody knows, go look at the last video I posted on my page. Penn
What?
already admitted she's African. Penn already admitted she's
Yeah, I
African.
seen that.
She
So hey,
funny.
Cuba,
She played a Bollywood
here's
song.
something. Everybody wants to sit there and say that the DNA tests were for entertainment purposes only. The boy in the box was identified after he was, I think, murdered and like unalived in like the 50s or something. They found him in a box through a 23andMe DNA test that one of his people in his lineage took. How is that possible if they're fake?
Not only that, but let's not forget also that if somebody were to be claiming that, that they were pregnant, and it's their kid, they'll run to that DNA test quick.
Now they've also, speaking of that, they've also found babies from the 60s that were switched at birth from these quote unquote fake tests. People who have placed babies on other men, they have found out so many family secrets from these tests. And these people are saying that they're not real. When you can 100% look all of this up.
Yo, everybody, I gotta go to the store real quick, but I'm gonna leave the live running. Y'all can go ahead and keep talking and shit. I'm gonna make Lotus and He Who Exposes Bad People mods.
Does
All
that
right,
mean
go
we
do your
can
thing,
add
bro.
people?
I think so.
Someone said
Hmm.
Someone
Oh.
said this that's not the same. Y'all crazy. How is it not the same? You're saying that DNA tests are fake, they don't work, they're for entertainment. How were they able to identify an unsolved murder? How if they were fake? How were they able to find out the father, the mother, the child's name and everything else? Come on, make it make
I
sense,
don't know.
y'all.
That's because they don't want to see the truth, and that DNA results do help. They just
It
don't want to believe
does.
it.
It definitely does help.
They only want to say it's fake because when they're getting their test
It's
results back, it's not coming up as what they
it.
expected it to.
All right,
Naturalism
hold
4,
up,
he was
y'all. One,
chopped off.
It's
before
not
I
fake.
leave,
Yeah.
I got Mud TV, I got Godly, I got Prince Dread, and Young Scotty. Who do y'all want in the box?
Ooh.
Definitely not godly.
Ew.
I guess just pick one.
Wait,
All
what's
right,
the name again? The name?
Mud TV, Godly, Prince Dread, and Young Scotty.
I don't know any of them.
I don't know,
Bring
Yeah,
man.
up
I
Mud
don't
I'm gonna
know
bring up
nothing
TV.
Mud
on your
because
one
I'm
guy.
gonna bring Mud up because he's actually capable of having a conversation, and I'll be right back. I'll throw Godly in here too. Fuck it.
Put
Who would have said that?
Tay the goddess up here
Just looking
too.
at the little bitch, I know she tiny. She about to smooth 5'3". She ain't finna say that.
Yo,
Your background, Bobby.
oh, that's
Yeah,
my
Q.
fault, my boy.
Mud, one of them. So I mean, you did right to bring somebody here on the opposite side.
So
Mud straddles the damn fence. Hell no.
Mud's a half and half. Mud's half African, half indigenous, and I gotta head talk to the people who doing that "we the first here" type shit. That's Mud's whole mission, coming from where he come from. That's the only assignment I'd have with the
Well,
history I come with.
well,
And
Mud.
to
Only
be honest
only
with you,
problem I have with you, Mud, is if I see you trying to generalize the fact that you have African descent means that everybody else have with a certain skin complexion has African descent too, and that's not a genuine statement either. That's the issue I have with you
it's not the
because I don't
fact.
have
It
any
don't
African
have
in
to be
mind.
a statement. It's the fact of growing up. Just
It's
like
not a
I can
fact.
understand
It's
what
not
they're.
a fact.
It's you're speaking on Google and DNA. We're speaking from growing
No,
up and
I'm not
knowing how the
speaking on
history works.
DNA. But Mud, I'm here for this conversation since you're here. Maybe we can get some balance. What tribe take ancestry DNA testing as proof of that you can be part of a tribe? And is there a fundamental difference between paternal DNA testing and ancestry DNA testing?
Yes, and there's a lot of federally recognized nations that do blood quantum testing because
I
that's
said
how
I
they're
said
ruled.
DNA. I said ancestry
Hold
DNA
on, I didn't
testing.
get to finish. There's a whole lot that comes with that. They don't only do blood, they do DNA. They do both. They do all like 6 years back of ancestry. They do a lot of things like that. Now, once you go inside the history to where you know you have to be African and indigenous, this is where your lineage will come into nations who don't do stuff like
I
blood
just
quantum
asked you a
because
question, bro. That you being disingenuous, you throwing other stuff, and I'm not talking about
I'm
paternal, the
not
blood test
throwing
that
other
link you
stuff.
from a
Bro,
to,
the
to
man
a to
wasn't
a
done
to a
talking.
parent or a sibling, bro. We're not talking about
I
that blood
Mud,
test.
you
agree
We're not
gotta
to
talking
mute
what
up,
about
you
man. He
said.
wasn't done talking.
I said yes, they do all of that, then some. These are nations that don't have nothing to
that.
do with y'all though. What they're mixed with has nothing to do with the history that's going to come into slavery and how certain indigenous groups and certain slaves had to mix together in order for our generations to be here.
Mud, my
You,
people never was a slave. My people were never slaves. So what are you talking about?
it doesn't listen to me. One of my grandfathers wasn't enslaved, but you still had to marry an indigenous woman in order to carry on
And
your
mud,
history.
mud, mud. Hold on, bro. Because like I said, this is why I say we battle well with this, bro. Because again, you being disingenuous, bro. There were people that was indigenous to this land that was all skin complexion from the beginning. Just like they
I
had people
understand
with certain
that
other
part
skin
as
complexions.
well. You got to
So
quit
how?
adding
Hold on. I'm
colorism.
asking you a question. So how do you have to be? So because you're a skin complexion or whatever, that you have to be into these groups and have people with those have children with those people
If
to
you
be
quit
indigenous to this
interrupting me,
land.
I don't ask skin color. When I'm speaking to you from, is it like like
Go
the
ahead.
rest of
Go ahead.
them understand and listen to me speak? If you quit adding race into an ethnicity, into a nations, if you quit adding race into what we grow up in, maybe you can understand. When I say my grandmothers, if I pull up pictures of both of my great grandmothers as four greats, one of them's fair skin, you will call her, and one of them's dark skin. So when I speak, I don't like that colorism shit added into the subject because it's not about that. It's about actually knowing how you pertain to the history, and their history has nothing to do with how you or anyone else would tie into this.
So what I'm
It
asking you,
doesn't.
Mud, what I'm asking you, which one of those grandmothers you said that which one of them mean that they're indigenous? Which one of those are indigenous to these lands? The
Both
darker
of my
one or the
grandmothers,
lighter one?
one was born in Florida, one is born in what is today
Right.
North Carolina.
So now
My
we can get
grandmother
somewhere.
from Florida, hold on, my grandmother from Florida freed a man. That's how my grandma became half freedman, half Muskegee. She freed a man. Now, my grandfather was born from a Scottish person and a Cherokee that comes from North Carolina. My grandmother from Florida had to leave. If you know the history, once they started chopping the heads off the dark ones and doing horrible stuff to them because they was being sold out, they had to flee to other places. We have our own thing that would seem something like a trail of tears. Black history is so short because the reason why it's so short is if they told you why the slave rebellions were happening, it was between people like Africans and Apatows, open coffin, people like that. That there's a specific history we have that'll let you know why there is 1 month so shortly. Because the month is so short that if you start in the people who are involved, along with our melanated history, you're going to have Nordic people, Slavic people, because in that, inside that same African history, to where they mix and free the Bennett Confederacy Rebellion, they freed Nordic women, Slavic women, and other types of Irish people and took them in. These are Dogon women. These are the first group called the
So Mud, you're
triracials, and they
giving a
were
lot of
called
information.
Melungeons.
You're giving a lot of information to cover up what you're really saying. So what you want
No,
these?
I'm
What
giving
you?
you the
Hold on,
history of how
hold
it
on.
goes
I
and why
got
you're
you because
stepping
I
on
didn't
other
ask you for the
people.
whole history. I'm trying. You're getting too advanced for the room and the people that we're dealing with. So I want you to keep the conversation where people can catch up to where you. We've done all this history work, so I understand what you're saying about that. I want it to be clear for the people in here what you're saying. What you're telling them is just because a person have a dark skin complexion did not remove them from the equation of being indigenous, because there were indigenous people that represent my skin complexion is yours. And you keep trying to throw it in and make them feel good because you keep saying things like slaves and African and all that type of stuff.
Man,
But the
I'm not
reality
making nobody
hold on, hold
feel
on, hold
good.
on, hold on,
Quit
but I
being
let you flow
sensitive
because
to knowing that's
I'm
the
trying to
history.
set it up for you. I'm gonna let you speak, but I'm trying to set it up for you, everybody, and let's see what you're saying clearly. What you're telling people is that the story that we telling, that a lot of us are telling, can be true, because there were indigenous people with all skin complexion on this landmass from the beginning, right?
Not
That
everywhere.
doesn't.
It's only
I didn't say
coastal.
everywhere, bro. See what I'm saying? You try to do that fin straddling thing. I'm talking about for this conversation with these group of people that we have in here. There were people that looked like me that were descendants of this landmass that came from here, right?
Yes.
No, not with the hair texture. The hair texture
What
is
you mean
different.
texture? The
If you
hair
look at
texture,
all of
hair
the
texture is
things that they
suggested.
wrote,
Okay.
Bro, they're telling the truth.
those
My
discovered
elders,
people.
they're telling the truth. My grandparents and
So
older relatives' hair
I'm gonna
texture is
appease this
different
fool.
from mine.
I'm gonna
Like
appease this.
everything,
I'm gonna appease this for
everything
you
that
two
they're
then.
saying is not to
So what hair
erase you.
texture? What hair texture is, is all indigenous people of color? What hair texture should it be? Mud.
Bro, it's
Thick
more of like a
Just to
coarse
silky
appease the
pattern. Like
hair.
conversation.
if I
It was
took my
thick
locks out,
coarse.
it'd be more like a silky pattern. Some people's could be thick. That's a
No.
rarity.
Oh God.
It's
Indigenous
Mud,
an
I
people.
can't.
adaptation to
Wait,
Just for the
environment.
record,
wait.
Mud, I can't even
Godly,
do
you've
live.
been talking.
No,
I just want
you're
to
right,
say
Lotus, because
something.
me and him having a
I know,
conversation,
but
Lotus.
I want to
We
say
No, no, no,
dialoguing. I
no.
don't
See,
want to
something.
get.
you in a
We've heard
panel
these
with
natives.
six
We trying to
people.
get
It's
somewhere,
not
brother.
just
Yeah,
you
but I
two.
want to
Y'all
say
want to have a
something.
conversation between y'all two. Y'all
Yeah,
stick to
say
I
your
that, man.
want
Go
to
own.
ahead.
say
Go ahead.
something.
Go
Everybody
ahead.
here, we gonna say something. So let the woman speak.
Hey,
So,
I ain't left yet. I ain't left yet, but I'm about to go right now. Lotus, I
so,
added you as a mod. I think you can mute if you need to. Dude, just go ahead and mute them and say what you got to say. Do what you got to do. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
alright. So, the thick coarse hair that they mention, it's not like yours. I'm just
Lotus,
letting you know.
you don't even know the texture of my hair. That's what I say. Like is you full of colorism.
So,
Y'all make you
I'm not
Lotus. I
full of
can't even. He can
colorism
lock
at
his hair, Lotus.
all.
He can lock his hair. I can't even lock my hair, Lotus. So what do you mean?
Of course, you can't lock your
So
hair.
then
Your hair
show
is
your
short. It's
hair.
in your picture.
Show it.
Hey,
So
Show
hold
us
on
your
before
hair.
you hold on before he speaks on my hair. If you actually understood the clan I came from, it actually means long hairs, aka twisted. So I'm
I'm
representing
not
where I
talking
come
down
from,
on your
born
hair,
and
Lotus.
raised.
I'm just but I wasn't using that to talk down on your hair texture. I was trying to prove a point to her because again, she looking at skin complexion and trying to
I'm
determine
not
that she
looking
knows
at skin
what hair. Lotus,
complexion.
how could you have an opinion about my hair texture if you don't know my hair texture?
You're right. So show us your
Luis, you
hair.
got a picture of her?
So
You
no,
got
my
a
point.
picture of him? Put it up, Luis.
So my point is,
Can you show us
why
your
would you
hair?
just assume?
No, you're
Why would you
right.
just
So,
assume?
huh?
My
All
hair,
right. So show us your hair.
my hair is braided up now, so you won't be able to see my hair. My hair
So
is
is
braided up
braided.
now.
So, okay, fair enough. But I'm sure you have pictures of yourself. So can you show us?
My pictures are on my. What, I don't know, for some reason I can't show anything on my background. You know what I'm saying, but
So
Oh, how
you don't.
my page is.
coincidental.
I'm gonna
You
tell
don't know
everybody
how?
here my page is. My page, you can go to Chief Godly's page. Is not private. You can go in there and look for yourself at my hair. You know what I mean, and you all can go in there and look at it. But
So what's
again,
your hair texture?
hair texture does not determine whether you're from another continent or you're from this one. All these things right here have been proven to be false. But I'm just entertaining this conversation because you're making
But
statements that are not accurate. I can't even
I
like
just
but
Lotus.
find it
You
if
very
you
probably
look
can
at
you
all
probably
inconvenient
of
can
the
when
twist
people
things
your
that
put up
you
a
guys
picture.
bring up, the books and everything, it specifically says they came over here and they had horse hair, basically hair like a horse. So is your hair like that?
There, it depends on what explorer, what firsthand account that
That's
you
a
No,
have.
yes or
They
it's
no
vary.
easy. Yes or
They
no
question.
vary.
question. Is your
It's
That's
not
a
a
hair
yes
yes
like
or
or
no.
no
that?
question.
It's not a yes or no question because I just
Bullshit,
explained to
it's
you,
not. It's literally a yes
bro.
or no question.
Listen to my answer
She
before you
asked
finish.
you, is your the
Hey,
question
and I'm
was,
answering her
is your
question.
hair like
Go
horse
ahead, finish
hair?
your point.
Yes or
I just,
no?
my question to you, my answer to you is this, bro. When you're talking about firsthand accounts, there are
Man, see
different
what I mean?
ones
How
in
you
different
deflecting,
respects.
bro?
I'm not deflecting nothing. I'm not.
You
I'm just
are.
more
Why can't you
intelligent
answer the question? Just
So
because
answer the
just
it's
say
not
yes
question.
or no.
because
Is your hair
We don't want to make
there
like
were
mistakes.
horsehair?
there were people that came here that met
Oh
other
my
people that
gosh.
described their
You
hair
can't
as
even answer the
other textures.
question. Why can't you answer? Why won't you? Why are you running
Because
around the
it's an
question?
ignorant because it's an ignorant question. It don't even
But
It's
I'm
have
not
business
an
using
in the
what your
ignorant
conversation.
documents say. You
I'm
guys use
telling
those documents
you,
constantly, and now you can't answer
but
the
you're not
question on the
talking about all
documents
the
that you
documents.
guys use.
Sis, for people who don't read the documentation, you guys have opinion. You like to take what you want. I just
Oh
explained to
my
you
So
Actually,
gosh.
that
read them because I can
Golly
go
there's
trust
is
you.
and
It's
several
Golly
true
should
with
be
your
that there
getting
own
in
were
NASCAR
documents.
because all these donuts going
there
around
were
in
many
hey,
circles.
explorers.
what are
There
you
were many
hoping to get
explorers.
out of all of this? What are you hoping to get out of this? Out of
Notice
claiming that
again.
you are indigenous to this land?
You
What are you hoping for?
what I'm
What is your
what
end
I only,
goal?
okay. So
Yeah,
my end
what is
goal is this: it's for people that have a lighter skin complexion or who have been indoctrinated by this U.S. System to open them eyes and open their eyes and understand that people are actually telling their life story and their history that are true, and for them to stop being these haters that they've been presented to be and start to recognize people for who they are. We didn't start talking about what you are and what you are until you start trying to deny who we are and what our history, what we can prove. That's the end
so?
goal. We don't want nothing from you people. You can't give us nothing. We own our lands,
So why
but
are
the
you
government is
attacking them
using
then?
y'all for that.
Why are you attacking them then? Why are you coming onto
Attacking
their
who?
platforms?
Attacking who?
Wait, let me talk. Why are you coming to their platforms, attacking them, calling them Mongolian, Siberian, etc.?
You
Like,
know why,
why
Lotus?
are you
You know why?
attacking
You
them?
know why, Lotus? Because we sit on those platforms and they start calling us Africans and things like that that we're not either. So if it's gonna be a balance, then
Man,
everybody should respect each other
Do
from
you
who
know
they are,
why
for who
they
they are
do
and where they
that?
come.
Do you know
Because
why
they
they
hate.
do that?
I'm gonna tell you, Lotus, it ain't just started. Because all skin complexion has been hated by certain groups from the entire time. Most of them are
nope,
mixed
that
with
ain't even
people
the
who.
history.
Hold on, Mud. Let me clarify what I'm saying. Most of them are mixed with groups of people who inherently despise people of color, who came over here with that. Most of them have YT in their blood and various other groups that despise us from the beginning. So it's within their DNA to
Hey,
dislike
well,
us.
you talking about half my family,
I don't
so
have any
on
whites
Man,
behalf of
in
them,
blood.
I got family members who married into and to other races, group of people too. So I'm one of the most respectful people you ever find when it comes to that. But we're gonna have the conversation. We can't
I
avoid the
can't
truth
tell.
and the facts.
You're
I mean,
true.
okay, so if you talk about
You're
not avoiding the truth,
generalizing.
then you're gonna have to stand that you half and half, my boy. None of y'all
Now,
can claim
look,
the
that's your
curse.
story, bro. I've done all four of my lines, bro. My mom is sitting right here. I've done all four of my lines, man. How you
Yeah, let
gonna
me
I
tell
call
have
you
me
a
how.
question,
half and half
I'm
Godly.
what?
a,
Half what?
I got a
Half
question
what?
for
I
y'all.
have a
Then
question.
go ahead.
Okay, so as far everybody here knows in the United States, after the census, at certain point, people were able to self-identify. So, Godly, I have a question to you
Those who can read and write.
on your documents and your
Those who can
people.
read and
Did they
write.
self-identify as
Those,
American Indian?
well, sirs, you guys are asking disingenuous questions. My people have been
How is
unalive.
that
So,
disingenuous
No,
when
no,
we
it's
were
not
I'm
really
trying
disingenuous.
to
It's just a
answer
question you
it.
don't
Well,
want
I
to
ain't. You know
answer.
what? I apologize.
That's the bottom
I don't.
line. If you don't
Hold on,
want to
hold on.
answer the
I
question
apologize.
about
I'm
horsehair
answering your
or what
question.
LJ said,
I'm
it's
asking.
disingenuous.
I'm
Admit the
asking.
truth. You
I'm
don't want to
asking
talk
you a
about it.
question. And first of all, LJ, I want to apologize because you said it was disingenuous. What I mean is, it's from a state of ignorance. Because if you understand what true history was, then you understand that our people were being unalive just for claiming and saying who they were. My people were forced to suppress that. So, and they couldn't read and
Ours were
write the
too.
English language. So when they first originally created, they couldn't read and write the English language. So they wasn't even filling those things out by themselves. There were other people filling it out for them.
Right. So when my grandfather was classified as Negro, and when he was able to self-identify as American Indian, do you think that was wrong?
Question again, I didn't hear you, brother. I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear what I said?
I heard it perfectly
Repeat.
fine.
But I didn't hear. My background is different than yours.
What do you mean?
What did you, I mean, I really didn't hear you, LJ. I'm not being funny, so because I want to
No,
answer
I
your question.
said when the census came about, how you just said that they went off lookership. He was labeled as Negro, but when he was able to self-identify, he did this such as American Indian. Do you think that is wrong?
If they went off lookership,
What the
what I'm
census
saying is,
takers done?
I mean, I got you, yeah, but the census takers were doing what they were paid to do. They were federally badged or whatever authorized people who were doing that lookership with people who didn't fill it out. And it was this is a whole whole concept with this and wasn't an accurate thing because there were tribal members that didn't want to participate in it, and they were going out and choosing and picking things for themselves. Again, we got to understand this history. They changed the language on a nation of people. So there was a bunch of people who didn't know the language and didn't trust these Europeanized
So
systems and didn't want to be
do
a part
you
of it. Just
do
like
you
today, is
believe
that there's
do
many
you
people that don't fill out the census.
so you believe that the Native Americans are Mongolian Siberian?
What I believe is that when we tell the stories, we have to tell the whole story and the truth of it. All Native Americans are not Mongols, and all of them are not Siberians. But there were an influx of them that been lumped into the Native American groups that been breeded into them throughout history to get their numbers up. So if you don't want to deal with that history, don't ask the question. That's true. This it's in the Library of
So
Congress. It's federal records. You can go in there and look and see what they did.
so you
We have
believe
we
that
have documentations of Russians coming over here as Russians off ships, YT colored Russians off ships as
okay.
documented Russians, and then end up documented as Native Americans later on. The
And
same person.
we got documents of slavery
Okay, that's fine. We
from
never said
Africa.
we never said that there wasn't no slaves here. There was like probably 30,000 that reached the
You
shores of
do
North
know
America.
that they come from
Okay,
Africa,
you
right?
just said that, right? So again, you asked the question, you saying something you don't even know the truth. You making a blanket statement. There were
A
less than
blanket
30,000
statement?
Africans to touch the North American continent. There was less than 30,000.
Less than
Do you know
30,000.
that?
That's not true.
That is actually
You do realize that there was unfortunately
disingenuous.
Man,
Oh
that
very
That's
my
is
not
farms.
God,
not
bro.
true. I
true.
There
know
Go do
was
your
nothing
farms
homework.
so
about
Do
that
your
that.
people
homework,
could
guys. Do
keep
your
Hey,
homework.
I
producing
got a
more
small
That's not
etc.
question on
Right?
this
real.
topic. What's
That's
so
not
wrong about being half and half? Because on behalf of my free grandfather and my freedman grandfather, I feel
That's a good question.
disrespected because y'all are racing people who are getting what y'all
what?
actually
That's a good
claiming.
question.
Because there
That's a
are
good.
freedmen right now actually getting what y'all say y'all are claiming, and
Right.
we're watching them come to the turf. So
Mud.
if y'all are these people, how come I've never seen or other people like me who know we're African indigenous mix? How come we never seen y'all on the turf yet?
And this is and that's a good question, Mud. I'm glad you asked me that question because for some reason people think that because people don't want to take a history that's not theirs on that means they hate somebody else's history. If I had African in my family blood, I would speak highly of that as well because I started my journey looking for African in my family. I don't have any dislike or disdain for Africans. And the word freedman does not mean that they had to be African because they were called freedmen. You know what I'm saying? You could have been an Indian and looked at as a freeman. That's why I said we have to stop doing all this stuff and taking stuff that's not a blanket for everybody and lumping it up. And that's what y'all doing. That's why y'all can't get the history corrected because y'all trying to look at it one way. There,
So you got
but
proof?
hold on, let me finish,
Okay.
Lola. I promise it's
All
gonna be
right.
real quick. I've done all four of my sides, Mud, and I haven't found an African. So should I feel disrespected for the fact that you keep trying to make me and my people be African when my grandparents said they wouldn't, and the documentations that goes behind them say that they're not either, that they
Hey,
weren't
since
African.
since I keep hearing documentations, I'm gonna go live later and I'm gonna start pulling cards on everybody who claim to have paperwork like I do. If you got real paperwork, then later on, I want to see things that match you. My name, since I'm named after my grandfather, is on all the shit I'm gonna show. So since I keep hearing documentations, and I got a video on my page to where my grandparents, indigenous and Africans who were free, who freed people, where I could correct history.
All right.
I'm tired of people erasing the
Fine.
other natives, and I'm
So
tired of
And
people
nobody
false
erasing.
claiming
Hold on,
and
hold
people.
on,
so
Mud. Nobody's
indigenous,
erasing
you've
them
been
though.
saying that you have documents for how long and you've never
Right,
proved it, but you want us
right,
to be
right.
quiet. So if you want us to be quiet, why don't you just end it and post
Facts.
it and get it over with? Like you're
I'm gonna
always
say
you're always
you
coming on these
how
lives
long
like I got it,
Lotus?
I got it, but then
I
you
got
don't post anything.
let me answer that question for you, Lotus, because
Like, come
I've
on.
had these conversations and I've seen people who do put their information out there, and you guys really don't want the truth. Y'all just got inherited in you not to believe them. And to me, I'm not on these platforms to prove anything to you except for you to look into the history yourself. But
So
Mud,
you
I
just
like what you
wow.
said. No, it ain't nothing because that's my family and my personal business. I'm not gonna
So
put my
then why
family
are you
information
up
out there
here saying you
for,
got
for your
documents and you
entertainment.
got proof when you're
Because I
not
do
showing
have them.
anything?
Because I do have them, and it
Yo,
doesn't matter. And it doesn't
actions
matter,
speak
Lotus,
louder
if I
than
show them.
words. Right
It
now, you
doesn't
just
matter.
have words.
If it doesn't matter if I show them, Lotus, because I've seen
It
Man,
people
this
who
does
shit
show me.
does
matter.
Y'all come
matter
back
It
to
because
the
we
does
same
got
Do
matter.
you
children.
know
conversation.
how many
We
Because
got
times
children coming up in
they
this
My
have
world,
asked
and this
my
Native to
race.
put
family have
up
seen them, Lotus.
documents
My
and
family
then
has
they
seen them.
say
That's
they
all
don't
that
want to?
matters.
Like,
This is a
why don't you
TikTok
do what you
conversation with
say?
people who.
You know how many times they said, "Oh, put up your documents,
eh,
put up your ancestry," but then y'all don't.
I
What I'm
wonder
gonna
how
say
much
this
Gotti
is,
paid for his
I'm gonna say this.
documents. Did he go to
I'm
that
gonna say
website and
this.
pay the $5,000 for it?
I'm gonna say this to you guys, man, because the reason why we say that is because a lot of us have done it, and we see that you guys don't trust it, but we're also being asked to put ours up there, and you guys don't put y'all's don't put
Hey,
y'all
you
information
got
up
it
there
twisted
mine's
here. I
is
because
can bet you.
there.
Hold up.
hold on, not you, Mud. I'm talking
Oh,
about the ones of a lighter skin complexion. Look, you don't have nothing you don't have nothing to hide. You just like us. You did your genealogy and all that type of stuff as well. So and
What
yours
about
lined up
me?
a certain way. So I
Mine is
respect it.
right
But
there.
this is the thing though, Lotus, even with you. No native who have true indigenous heritage will ever line up back to somebody outside of being brown. They're gonna always find somebody brown skinned in their family. Anybody who's
That's a
indigenous to this
lie.
land.
You
that's a
know,
lie,
Okay.
Man,
bro.
that is
Did
a
so
big
you're
ass
Which
basically
lie.
which
denying
one
You a
colonization.
straight colorist, bro,
which
for
you
one
real.
hold
sound.
on, hold on. So this is what I'm gonna say, guys, since I'm lying. Show me one native who've done they family research back to I'll just say even the early 1800s that
Me,
don't find a brown person somewhere in their line. Who is that?
Me,
I trace
Please
my
don't say
family
right
to
you.
here.
1800s.
Lotus,
I
please don't say
trace
that,
my
Lotus.
lineage
You
What?
all
just
the
got
way
through talking
back
about you got an African
to Ponce
grandfather.
de
So come on,
Leon.
Yeah,
next person.
And you gonna
yeah.
tell me that I
Go ahead.
can't even trace my language, my lineage all the way back to a light skin, a white person? See, here's the thing with you, Gali. Here's the thing with you. Wisdom always chases you, but you seem to always run a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, I was born who I am. I was born seeking the truth and speaking the truth. You know what I'm saying? No matter what it was or what it came out to be. You
You're
guys on these
speaking your
platforms speaking
truth.
things. Hold on. You guys
You're
on these
speaking
platforms
your
speaking something
truth.
to try to validate yourself. I'm speaking the truth.
Your
That's why
truth.
you get
That's
up.
the
That's why
truth.
you get
There's a
up here and
difference.
feel like.
You don't
That's why you
speak
feel like
the
it's a,
truth.
Lotus. That's why you feel like it's different to call people who are
I
not Africans. But you sit on here talking about y'all calling people Mongolians or Siberians, and then it's a bunch of people that you saying that in front of have Siberian or Mongolian in their DNA.
no,
But you
they
guys don't acknowledge
don't.
that. Come on, man.
They've
Come
taken
on,
their
baby.
DNA, and Mongolian
I
does
didn't
not
say
show
everybody either.
up.
I didn't say everybody. I said there's a bunch of people that do.
So
Hey,
you're
There's
Chief
a
saying
bunch
that
of
Godly.
there's
them.
a wait. So you're saying there's a bunch of Native Americans that take the DNA, and Mongolian shows up in their DNA.
They
What you
say
got to
that
say, Maury?
stuff if we don't align with their opinion. If we don't align with
I
their
don't
their
care
little
about you aligning with
stories
my
and their
P. I don't need to
narratives, they
prove
call
nothing
us
to
Let
you.
the
huskies.
woman
And
I don't
speak.
need
let's
to
be
prove
honest.
anything to
Man, the
you.
point I'm
Nah,
trying
you
to
gonna
make
let
and
her
why I
speak.
do
You
this
already talked
is
for about 5 minutes. You gonna let
I
Right,
Anapachi
that's why I
speak.
said I'm listening to
Wait,
thought
somebody else.
y'all
Go ahead.
don't. I thought y'all don't believe in DNA. Why are you bringing up DNA all of a sudden?
fact.
Um, again, I will clarify this again to you guys. Need to be real short. Maternal and paternal DNA testing is a 99.9% science, but ancestry DNA testing to find out your origin and where you descend from is less than 1% accurate. There's two different things. There's two different things. And
Do
you
you
guys lump
believe?
that up
Do
together.
Can
you
you
believe in
Oh my
scientifically
God,
prove
bro.
that
Do
to
you
For
believe
me?
in
real.
mitochondria, Eve?
Wow.
Do you believe in
Gali,
mitochondria, Eve?
Gali, Gali should have gone for NASCAR. He should have been a NASCAR driver because all he's
Okay,
doing is going around in
like I said,
circles.
you
hey
just
Chief
made a statement
Godly.
and say wisdom. You just said wisdom escaped me, and I just dropped some wisdom on you, and you couldn't catch it. So
That was
maybe your
Hey
not
little
Chief
wisdom
He
Godly.
just
so
wisdom.
flying
what
past
are you
you.
talking about?
That
Anapachi
was
already
not
Exactly.
told
that's
you
what
that
I
there
said,
was a
and that's
case
simple
where there
That
was
was
science.
a
a bunch of
That's
child
simple
shit out
science.
your
that was
ass.
unalive, and
That's
then
simple
they
science,
did the
bro.
DNA through between 3andMe and next thing you know, you
Um,
still gonna go and turn that shit down. So what the hell are you talking about?
Hey,
I
Chief
mean,
Godly.
go ahead, bro.
All I got to say is the reason why this is so important to a lot of people, that race is a race and the rest of what both sides have left. The mixed ones
Yeah.
like me and the ones who married back in twice who are still pure in certain ways. And I don't, and it doesn't fucking matter. And no
Mm,
disrespect when I say fucking, it doesn't matter what they're mixed with. The only thing that
mm.
matter is we have a fight against race, which is a race and a lot of other stuff because people want to perpetrate. If y'all are who y'all say y'all are and stuff like that, you're talking about people who are still living. That's why it's a big problem as well. Once you
Hmm.
start talking about this whole native and indigenous thing, you add colorism in, which is race, which is why all this is in a mess in the first place. Race is why we're in this problem in the first place.
The predict. Yep.
Well, I understand completely, and I agree with you, and I understand where you come from. That's the only part of this thing that I can line up with you is that these people started to do race, but the ones that they use race as a weapon against are the complected one of us. Those who have
But you,
lighter complected. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you even how simple you can see this thing on the simplest form, right? I can come
the
on
point
a
I'm
Native
trying,
American.
bro,
Hold on,
there's
bud.
no
Let me. It's
conversation.
quick. It's quick because I'm show you how this colorism thing works and who it
How can
benefited
you
and who it.
gaslight and say it's
I'm not
colorism when
gaslighting.
we have had our
I'm
culture
trying
taken
to
away from
clarify
us,
my
stripped
point.
away from us, and we are trying to get
LJ,
treat our
I'm trying
culture?
to clarify my point, LJ, and I'm gonna show you, and you know this true
But that's
because you.
gaslighting to say people are
I'm not
colorist.
gaslighting because I'm
Yes,
not
that
looking for
is. You're
anybody. I'm
weaponizing
not
your
looking for
skin color
anybody.
And
against
this
I'm not
getting in the
looking to
way of
gaslight
us
individuals.
teaching
anybody.
the history that's being erased. I'm just being
I'm trying
honest.
to,
That's
but this is.
gaslighting.
Yeah, he is a
But
gaslighter.
But this is what I'm trying to say. The colorism has erased only one set group of people, and this is why I'm saying I was going to show y'all the simplest poem over here because we do have a person on here who said that he don't run too fast when it comes to the processing information. We can go on a platform of Native Americans, right? Me being a dark skinned person, and we can get somebody in who will tell you that they're mostly YT, white passing, right? They would say that they have indigenous blood in their family, and they will be accepted because of their skin complexion. But soon as I say it, and I can have documentation and records
You
and family documents to
don't.
prove it.
Hey, y'all, I
That's
got
You
this.
not
Hold
Hey,
on,
I got it.
wrong.
understand
I'm,
there
I
I'm,
are
got it. Let
I'm,
her
multiple
finish.
Afro
Exactly.
let
indigenous
me
I
let me
got
people.
let me
Hey,
let me
sis.
let me
documentation,
finish.
but you don't
Let me
got
finish.
There are
nothing.
multiple
Let me,
Afro
I
indigenous
got
people in
y'all.
the
Go
comments.
ahead.
Me
Y'all
and
not
Lotus
let me
are
y'all
Afro
not let me prove
indigenous.
the point because this is something that y'all need to
All
check
you
within
do
y'all.
is talk,
Hey, bro, can I
okay?
just answer the
You've
question
been
for
Fuck,
you
all
going
you've
then?
on
been
a
doing is
fucking
talk, man. You
spiral
don't
the
even let
last
nobody else
five,
talk,
Mud,
bro.
10,
Mud,
15 minutes,
Lotus, just
and
mute
you
you're
let
not
yourself
gonna
us
and
be able
you
to
just
talk.
answer
sit
the
I
there
want
and
question
to
with
listen to
fucking
clarity.
talk.
talk too, damn it.
I was
Damn,
just
you've
I
been
was
going
just
on a
making my
spiral the
statement. Y'all
past
cut me
fucking
off,
10
man.
minutes, and I'm getting
But
aggravated.
LJ, you've been on our platforms and talked before too, bro. And you didn't even let
Yo,
me make the statement. But why y'all didn't let me
yo,
make the
God,
statement I was
Godly,
making
you've been
plain?
talking for a while now. You gotta
I know,
let other
Loaded. I
people
know y'all hate
talk.
me. I know y'all hate to hear me talk, but
Okay.
you
Can
still
you
shouldn't
let other
respect me.
people talk? I don't want to have to mute you, but just
Right.
let everyone talk.
Go ahead, man. Y'all get the point. Y'all get the point.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it was that's gaslighting to say that's colorist because here you go in the same mix trying to
It's
weaponize
true.
skin color.
It's
I do
true.
not think that is right.
It's
Y'all
true.
sit up on your platforms all day and claim indigeneity. You're claiming extinct people who have absorbed into other people and are still alive today. It's a slap in the face to these people who have preserved their culture, who are learning their culture, who are learning their languages. You want the title, you don't want the culture. That's just how I see it.
Crickets.
I mean, that is not crooked because I wanted to know if it's okay
Hey,
for me to
Chief
speak.
Godly, Chief Godly. I
Yeah.
just need to get something across to you. If you say that if y'all claim who y'all are and stuff like that, when they come at y'all with the beef, you wouldn't know before colonials. It was like this amongst us at the end of the day. You had motherfuckers just because you was from a certain part will come and kidnap you and make you one of they people by then. So if you don't like the heat, you're gonna have to get out the kitchen. Because if you knew the history like the history was told before colonial, it would still beef like this. So the ones coming at your neck, the history you claim, it's like Bloods and Crips. Maybe they don't like you because of that. And you just need
Hey,
to accept that shit for that. I'm
Hey,
just
yo,
gonna be
so
honest with
hey,
you.
I
mud,
just got
mud.
back. Yo. So I'm confused on why I'm still seeing people in the comments talk about Chief's grandma. Chief, you want to come up here and defend your family, bro? Because people still talk about your grandma. That's just fucking crazy to me.
Yeah, but mud, I'm starting to. I've gathered that through too, and that's part of what's going on here too. That's why I said some of this
Yep.
stuff is inherited. Some of these feelings that these group of people have against each other are inherited. It's been there
I'm gonna
from the
bring you
beginning.
back up, Anna. I'm gonna bring you back up. Let me bring Chief
But
up real quick.
but to the point that the other brother was making, LJ was making over here. What I was saying was clear, LJ. It wasn't gaslighting. It was truth. The lighter your skin complexion, it seems to be more you'll be accepted as being indigenous, and that's not a fair thing to do. That's what I said it's about
You
colorism.
do
Because the
know that
darker you are,
indigenous people are everywhere in the world, even Africa?
okay. The point that I made, it has nothing to do with the point that I'm making, Lotus. And I know you like to cut me off, but I was trying to make my point
I'm
clear.
not cutting you off. I'm
Bro,
going
ain't
Just,
over.
nobody
just
been
just cut
cutting
me
you
off.
off. You've been talking for 10 minutes straight. What the hell you talking about?
Yeah, yo. So Godly, you gonna have to take a seat for a second. Chief, go ahead and talk your shit, bro,
Yep.
because people in the comments stay trying to talk
Yeah,
about your
blow me
grandma.
up. Blow me up.
Yeah, I got you.
Make me
I
big.
got you.
So the picture they all seen, I wasn't able to find it, but I did find this picture of her. It's the same woman, and they said, "Look at her afro. It looks like she has a perm or something." But
Yep.
this woman, they're trying to say uh that
There's an 80s
this is a
perm.
black Indian from the Mohawk tribe. She's native. She's a Mohawk. But to go as far and call her black, you guys are just generalizing, colorizing, and blackwashing my grandma and the Mohawks. Like, come on.
Chief, that's a woman of color, and she has does
She's
have a
native.
black
Bro,
in her
She's
that's
hair.
the
native.
She
She's
has a
problem.
perm.
melanated.
She has
We're,
a perm in her hair,
everybody
Chief.
has melanin. She's not black
Okay, well, like
though.
I said,
Exactly.
Chief,
She's
we're not black.
my
That's
dad
that's
is darker
colorism.
than her.
Yo,
Okay,
this
but
is wild.
what I'm saying is, Chief, she's melanated just like us. When you start saying terminologies like black, that's what Bobby Cash up here saying we should be up here talking against. When we use melanin as the terminology that we're using over here, she's one of us, Chief. She's closely related to me
Are
by
you
melanin.
Yeah,
Hold
okay.
on.
My
Hey,
grandma's.
Boy,
She's
you
not.
must
Godly.
be out your damn
Chief
That's
mind.
Godly. You're being
crazy?
racial. You're being racial. Study black history to synonymize melanation
I
in black or
completely
melanation in Africa is to be racist. You can't do that to
psychologist
his
up in here.
grandmother.
We keep
You
on talking
can't do
about
that.
Yeah, you're
what I do.
blackwashing my
What did I do to
grandma,
his
bro.
grandmother, bro? What did I do to
You're
his grandmother?
blackwashing my
By
grandma,
stating the
bro.
truth.
Come
You
on.
saw his
So
grandmother. This
mud,
is what,
so
listen.
mud, so
I
mud.
swear,
All I
man.
said is
Chief,
that she has
Chief
relaxer in
fucking
her hair, mud. Does
Gotti
she
over
not have a
here
relaxer?
so fucking insulting and shit.
No,
It's
bro,
not
because if I
insulting,
showed you
bro,
our grandmother, she
because
looks like
that
that.
It is insulting. You trying to tell
it's
him
not
who his
insulting.
grandma is? What you
Shoot,
mean?
I
How's
didn't
that not
I
insulting?
didn't say
Wow.
nothing when she was melanated. That's the same thing he said.
You called her
Because everybody
melanation
has
black,
melanin, idiot.
I didn't, bro. I don't call
Next thing
anybody
you
black.
know, bro,
but you
next thing
said
you
she's
know, if
one
I
of
show you a
us.
Yeah,
picture of my
you and
great
100 other
grandmother,
people.
Right.
I
All
bet
I'm
you if I
saying
show you
is,
a picture of
mud.
my great
All I'm
grandmother,
saying
you
is,
gonna
mud.
start talking about that she just she was able to use
I
Jews
have
shit.
women that resemble.
Disrespectful ass.
Well, I didn't mean any disrespect. I was stating facts. You know what I'm saying? Because that is his fact. That is his relatives, and that has nothing to do with the conversation. All I was pointing out the fact was that I have relatives that resemble her that also had those same perms and that same hairstyle in their
So
hair
if
and they
a
look the
white
same
girl
way.
That
got
ain't
the
what you said
same
though.
Mm.
hairstyle, that
You can
makes
double back
her
and
an
pivot all you
So
want,
indigenous
but
her
that
hair.
ain't
Yo,
what you said.
hey,
indigenous
Godly, I
though?
got a question, Godly. So if
Go.
your people
That
were
don't make sense.
misclassified and back then and labeled color, how come on my grandma's census it says American Indian and she wasn't labeled colored then?
Hmm.
Chief, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this in the most respectful way, man. We
No,
had these
answer the
conversations.
question.
I'm answering the question, and I'm trying to find a respectful way to see it because Chief has been on there and understand what happened in history and why certain people were reclassified as certain things. That has nothing to do with it, Chief. She was just one of the fortunate ones. That's it.
No. You tell
Man,
everybody
this
that
motherfucker
back
got
then
a
they were
dumb answer for everything.
reclassifying people, and if my grandma's a colored woman, why how come they didn't write down colored or
See,
Negro on her certificate
Walter
on her
Plecker is
census? It says American
clearly
Indian.
stated.
Here we go, Walter Plecker with this bullshit
He
again.
clearly stated that they were reclassifying the so-called black Indians as Negroes. Clearly
Can I
stated that.
reply to this? Can I reply to this, please, y'all?
Yeah.
Bro, this is why I say y'all are erasing them. Once you go to Walter Pleckler, you
Nobody
cannot
racist.
step
Who
outside the
we
fire.
racing? Who we
Time
Walter
out.
Plecker raced
Let
us,
him
bud.
talk. God,
man, go ahead, bro.
Bro,
Cause
I'm
this shit,
trying to
this is
tell you what
crazy.
you're doing. That's all I'm doing. Just listen to me. Once you start using that history, you're crossing outside. This is where you're showing you're African because you can't know that history unless you're mixed. That history goes for us mixed ones. That whole classifying the 1924 through 30 Racial Integrity Act and stuff, you would know this if you grew up in that lane. Once you start saying them too, no, they didn't breed with us. They bred with Mexico and the other people who were indigenous and native in other places. So that's what they're meaning by you're stepping on their turf when you say shit like that. Information does not go with them.
Mud,
Since they
that
know this
mud,
information and they hear
mud.
you
Come on,
speak,
man.
this is why they classify you as
They don't,
African.
mud. This is the problem with what you're saying over there, bro.
And you
You
want
know
to keep
damn
talking about
well.
Walter Plecker. You
Hold
want
on,
to keep talking about Walter Plecker like he's not a white
I'm dealing
supremacist.
with. I'm dealing with what Mud just said. Oh, and first of all, when you say white supremacists or whatever, that's exactly what he did to my people. So I do have a right to speak to it and should be respected when I speak on it. But what Mud saying is disingenuous. They were doing that from lookership. They was not doing any type of testing to determine whether a person that was dark skinned coming from another continent or this one. They was just lumping people up by lookership, bro. That's what this
Do
is
you know
about.
what that
So
happened at? Hold on, I got one
no, hold on,
question.
hold
What
on. Let me
state
Okay, if
did
Mud,
they were
let
that
me
doing it
get
happen
by
my
in?
question to
lookership,
you.
how come they didn't mark down my grandma? How come it still says American Indian if they're doing it off
That's what I was
lookership?
about to
Hey,
ask him, Chief. Hold on.
okay, go
What
ahead, go ahead, go
states
ahead.
do they do that in? Because every person is not the same once you step out of certain history.
I
What
got you,
states do
Grammy
they do
Bear.
this in?
I'll
Most of
bring
the
you back
southern
up. He who exposes bad people. I'm gonna bring you back up. I'm gonna bring
man,
Grammy Bear up real quick.
we know when we talk these things, everything is not all in every. So there were people that look like us with all skin complexions who
Bro, you
even now
bouncing around the question.
I'm
That
not about
information
what
you
you.
used
Hey, bro,
against him,
stop cutting me off, man. Let him ask the question, and you came back and asked it too. So let me answer the way I need to answer it,
Grammy
man.
Bear. Grammy Bear
Y'all can't
request.
you can't control and dictate how I answer a question, bro. So again, I'm
because
gonna
I
say it
grew
like
up in
I
these
started from.
areas and you're lying on
Oh, it
history.
don't
Like
matter.
you're
It
lying
doesn't.
on my
No,
blood
you lying
relatives.
on history. You lying on history, bro, because you know it's it's an inaccurate thing that you're trying to place on everybody.
Bro, I
Those
can
people
bet
were
my whole
determined.
paycheck
Man,
versus
History is
hey,
yours. Like
man,
that
let me
inaccurate.
history.
ask, I don't give a damn what you can pay. I don't want your paycheck. I do just fine without it, bro. My
Because you
point is this.
disrespecting people's families, my
I'm
boy,
not
and I'm starting to
disrespecting.
feel
No,
like
you
they feeling.
disrespecting mine, bud. And you're trying to cut me off with my answer, so I can't get no
I
clarity
don't
to what I'm
really
saying.
care because I'm tired like
Okay,
they
if you
tired.
don't care,
Godly,
I'm tired. Like I'm tired too. My people
godly.
are the
Like
ones that
y'all
would
new
affect.
to this.
Dude,
Y'all are
you
new
know
to
Hey, I'm
what?
this.
nobody
We're
new to
not.
this
I
mud. You
think
ain't
we
no
need to
damn
get
body,
him
bro. I'm
out
probably older
because
than you.
he's just all talk at this point. This
Ain't
guy
no all
never
talking.
comes
Ain't no
with
all talking
evidence.
that
That's all
motherfucker. But go
godly
ahead.
Yo,
do.
I'm gonna
That's
godly,
answer
all
the
you
godly
question.
guys,
do.
I'm
He's
gonna
a
you
answer the
talk
fucking
question
about
like
these
I
narcissist.
just
doc,
said.
you talk
He's a
about these
fucking
documents
narcissist.
and
He come up
everything
At
here.
the,
All
else.
he
at the
all
end
he
of the
try
day,
to
you
do is
talking about
manipulate people.
leadership and you trying to
All
lump
you do is
everybody in, bro.
gaslight, talk
You know
over,
this
and
shit.
manipulate.
Gaslight,
That's your only tactic,
manipulate,
dog.
What? Who got talk?
manipulate.
Look, Cuba, Cuba, you need to be a better host, bro. You see who been talking over. This man asked me a
Better
question
host.
and then cut
You've
me
been
off when I started
talking
to answer.
this whole
Nah,
It
godly,
don't
because
time.
this
matter
ain't your
the
live. You think you
conversation.
run this shit. You
You've
think you
been
the
I don't
only
think
one
I.
talking
talking
up in
I
here.
don't think
this
I
You
run
think you
whole
the
anything,
only
bro.
one talking up
time.
in
If the
here. You
conversation
go
is
on
the
Can we
10-minute
let this
recording,
rants and
woman
shit that
speak?
don't mean nothing. You go on 10-minute rants that don't mean nothing. All you do is
yeah,
gaslight,
that's fine.
manipulate, and talk over people.
And
What
that's
you
the
talking
very
about?
reason why I don't show no information because I show information that ain't gonna mean nothing to
You
you.
ain't showed
But
a piece of
but
information
Cuba,
yet. You ain't done nothing but
Cuba,
talk up here. You
to
ain't
be
done
honest
nothing
with
but
you,
talk up here.
Cuba,
Put some information up.
I'm the only dissenting voice up here, so the conversation is gonna entail me speaking more than others because everybody's
Descendant
What you
directing
mean
their
you the
voice.
only
energy
descendant
and
voice up here?
conversation
You
towards
ain't
me.
even, what you
And
talking
Descendant.
about? Descending to what?
even in this live, it speaks to the level of
You a
dislike and
descendant
hatred
of
and
my
jealousy that y'all have
ass.
of us. The
Man,
Yo,
conversation, you
godly,
guys are asking me
godly,
can we
you
questions
drop
talk
all day,
about
Candy?
man, but
these
I'm talking too much.
documents.
Descendant of
You
my
keep
ass.
talking about documents and land patents,
Everybody
but
says
you
godly
have
before
yet
they
to
say
show
something. I respond, but
anything.
I'm talking
You have
more.
yet to show
Bro, I
anything.
don't hate
You
you. You
guys
just
dissected
erasing
my
people.
ancestry, and you guys show other people's ancestry, and you talk about all these other nations, but y'all never talk about your own family or your
Hey,
ancestry, or teach us about your Indian community, where you come from. You
Exactly.
make all these
Bad.
that's
claims
all
that
we
that you're
that's
indigenous
just
and
dumb.
all, but you talk
Y'all,
about
y'all.
everybody else but you.
All right,
And you
Grammy
call
Bear,
yourself chief.
Grammy Bear wanted to come up here and say something, so let's all pay her some respect and let her say what she got to say real
Everybody,
quick.
bro, this man just made a point to me, bro, disrespecting
Man,
me.
you not hear what I'm saying? Shut up, Grammy Bear. Go ahead.
Chief, that's a lie.
Thank you very
Everybody speaks
much.
about
Thank
their
you. Can
family
everybody
history.
just be quiet for a
Yo,
second? Now, I find it very, very. Yeah, mute yourself, please. Mute yourself, please. Show some respect. Show some respect. Thank you. Thank you. Now, thank you. I'm coming up here because I find it very, very weird that people went to
You can say chief.
Chief's platform. Chief went to his platform, and they decided to take it upon themselves. Am I echoing?
No, you're good.
Okay, it's just me then. Okay, that I find it very, very weird that they went to his platform and decided to take his genealogy that he posted and decided that they were going to go off on their own and make another tree for him. And I want to say this, that the very first picture that they posted that they said was his ML, I'm not going to say her name, they said that was his great grandmother. That is not her. The picture that he just showed is the one that I sent him. It is not the same person. And I can say that I've been doing his genealogy, and every record, every film that I am hitting for this person, she is not listed as colored anywhere going to 1950. She is listed as being American Indian. Now, I have found the genealogy for her parents. None of them are listed as colored. There are pictures of her parents. None of them are colored. And even if they were colored, why are you guys making a big deal out of whether he has a colored ancestor or not and claiming that she is you? It is very, very weird to me that you people do this. And I know you're recording me, and I have a big problem with you, Pen, because you keep talking your crap all over in the comments, and you guys use your green screens with pictures. You guys even used Uncle Boyce's picture yesterday in a live, which I don't understand why you chose Uncle Boyce to put his picture up as a green screen and talk shit about him. You guys are sick. You are sick, and you need help. And if you are indigenous, fine. Then you need to take it up with your ancestors, because your ancestors are the ones that turned their back on their indigeneity and their claim on their land patents and everything. If you have a problem, you have a problem with them. So stop calling us Siberians. Stop trying to erase us. Stop trying to say that we are taking something from you, that you guys are going to go to court and get us kicked off our land and all this other crap. And I know these people aren't here listening to me because I have heard you people say this. It is a bunch of BS, and you need to stay in your own lane and take it up with your ancestors, man. They're the ones that turned the back on what was due to them.
And
They
Granny
could
Bear,
have fought for it.
I want to say that I want to respect you as an elder and where you coming from, because in these conversations, this is what a lot of your Native American groups don't understand what they're doing to ours. My grandmother is no longer here, but she spoke highly of her ancestral history, and my bloodline and my lineage goes back to people that were Indians, unchanged. So we're claiming things that actually are true when we say that. We're not trying to erase anybody. Only a fool would think that them saying who they are is somewhat erasing somebody else's history, because we all have our
Okay,
own
listen,
individual
Chief.
history. Hold on, hold on, hold on,
Hold up,
hold on,
hold
hold
up,
on, hold
hold
on,
up,
hold
Chief,
on, hold
Chief,
on,
Chief.
Granny Bear. I let you
Listen,
with because I want to. Cause I get
hold
cut
up,
off
Chief.
all the time, and I
Chief,
want to make my
hold
point.
up.
Go ahead.
Chief, hold up, hold up. No, 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 I'm gonna call you out on something because you say that you do that, but your fiance called me a freaking Siberian, and you know who I'm talking about. I'm not gonna say her name on here.
Mm.
I'm in this conversation speaking from me and my mindset. I've been my
I know,
own
but
man
you
from the
did
beginning.
nothing to stop
Okay,
her. You did
I
nothing to
mean,
stop her when she did that.
I mean, again, I'm speaking about my own mindset and where I come from, and for people to say that, because there's members from your group that say a whole lot of hateful things as well. But I'm having a conversation with you. I'm not lumping in what I've been through or what somebody else said to me from them. I don't know what a person's pain and what they're going through until I actually get to know it and have a chance to talk to them people and see it. But what I'm saying is, for this conversation, we have to understand that
To talk to people and see. But what I'm
just like the
saying is, for
Native
this
American group,
conversation,
We have to understand that just like you got to mute, Granny Bear. You got to
Yeah,
echo.
Grammy, you got a bad echo.
We have
Mute
to
real quick,
understand
please.
that just like you got to mute, Granny Bear. You got to
Yeah,
echo.
Grammy, you got a bad echo. Mute real.
What I'm saying is, for the sake of this conversation, we got to understand that everybody has to respect everybody's history. My history is different from Mud. My history different from a lot of
You
Native
don't respect
American groups.
anyone's history.
But it's my history. And
You
my and we have these conversations, those things have to be held staple. It's being more respect to people who coming over here who come from other places and happen to have a small line or lineage to say that than the people who actually family has been here from the beginning. We don't get that respect, and that shouldn't be the case, because just like I can respect you as an elder, I had grandmothers and grandfathers and uncles and great uncles and stuff like that who spoke of their history as well. But just because the Europeanized system has indoctrinated every group of people on this planet, on this continent, to look at us as not being who we are, it's not fair for you to then know that this system has been put in place to ignore the fact that we've been lied to on all fronts, and to allow ourselves to be weaponized against another group of people who's trying to fight for the very same thing. And you made another statement, said that our ancestors should be the ones we're mad at. I honestly believe our ancestors made the right decision, because they refused to move to reservations. They stayed on the land, meaning they
Yo,
gained land
I
patents and
gotta
different.
stop you right there, Godly.
Hold on. You
you're
got to stop
you're
me
The
too,
very
way,
though,
the
Chief.
way,
You
loud.
the
got to
way
stop
you're
me
All
too.
saying,
natives
the
live
way you're
on
saying,
I
reservations.
didn't
Godly. Do
stop
you
her,
know
Chief, when she.
when
Hold on. Chief.
the people
I
you
didn't stop her
surround
when she
yourself
made her
with,
point, Chief.
you
I'm
guys
gonna
aren't
make
talking
mine.
about your
I'm
history. You
gonna
guys
make
ain't talking
mine,
about
Chief.
your
I'm
family.
gonna make
You
You're
guys
mine,
are
very
Chief.
out here
loud.
openly
Chief,
trying to
I'm gonna make
convince other
you
Black
guys been there
Americans
nothing,
that
Chief,
they're
because
native,
I don't
that
want
they're
no reservation
indigenous
land.
to this
My
land,
family
without
still
even
live on
knowing
my land, Chief.
their
Chief, my
history
family,
or
I'm
their
done.
my
ancestry.
family still
You
live
guys
on
are
their
just
land, Chief.
telling people, Black Americans, that they're native indigenous to this land without ever dissecting their ancestry like you did
They're
mine.
not.
Come on. And
And
that first picture, we never even found that first picture. We can't confirm if that's even her. So you why don't you talk about these documents? Why don't you show them for once? You
He
if you missed
won't.
the live earlier, there was a live where all of us showed proof who we are, that we're indigenous. Why
He
can't you?
won't.
yeah, and not all Native Americans live on reservation. That's completely false information. And I think it's a slap in the face to my
It ain't no slap in the.
ancestors.
It's a slap in the face
Yeah,
for
no,
somebody to sit up
it's a
here
slap
and
in the
say that
face.
my
My
ancestors
ancestors
were
were able
wrong,
to
and we should be
hide
Godly.
mad at my
and
ancestors.
remove.
Godly.
So
Ain't no
my
godly
thing
nothing.
with you, Godly,
If
my
Chief is
thing
gonna
with
be
you,
allowed to
Godly,
cut
is
me
you
off, I'm
stay
gonna make
doing
my
this
statement.
shit.
I don't care about LJ
You
hopping
stay
up in there, bro. If
you
that's the case,
stay
y'all
doing
gonna
this
be
shit,
disingenuous. You
Godly.
In
know
the
what to do.
You
face.
stay doing
And
this shit, Godly.
again,
When
I'm
you
gonna make
come in
my
here and
statement,
you
man.
act like
She
you
said that
act
we
like
should
you
be mad
want
at our
unity,
ancestors
and
because they didn't go to
you act like
reservations.
you
I
for
think my
everybody
ancestors
and
made
all
the
that
right
shit,
decision.
but yet you
I think
stay
they made the
promoting
best
erasure.
decision.
You stay
They
calling
made the
brown
best
girl
decision.
pride, pink girl
Because
pride.
all y'all can do
You
is talk
stay talking about
about
getting
culture,
reservation.
but you
Yeah,
have
yeah.
no land.
You stay talking
You
about
have
getting
federal
tribes
land that
kicked
they
out
put
of
you
their
on.
fucking
My
land. You
ancestors
stay
stayed on their
promoting
land.
erasure, dog. You stay
Their
promoting erasure.
descendants
You
and
can come up
their heirs
here and
still
act
own
like
the
you want
land.
unity with
They
your
still own the
gaslighting,
land.
manipulating ass
They
tactics,
still own
but
the
it ain't
land.
working. It ain't
You ain't
working.
nobody
You
manipulating
ain't
nothing.
gonna
Y'all
talk
trying to
over me,
ignore the
bro.
point.
I ain't gonna sit here and stop talking. You ain't
Cuba.
gonna talk over me.
Hey, bro,
I
they
don't give a
talked over
fuck.
me, and I made my point, Cuba. Cuba. You
All
can't
right,
say my ancestors.
Godly.
You
Just
can't say my
leave.
ancestors should be mad at when my ancestors
Godly.
made the best
I didn't
possible
say shit
decision
about
for
Godly.
your
us.
ancestors. I could care
Not
less
you,
about
Cuba.
your ancestors.
She made.
I
She
didn't
made.
say shit about your
I know you
ancestors.
don't, Cuba.
Cool,
I know our
cool.
history.
I
I
ain't
know
talking
our
about
history.
that. I'm talking
But
about what you're
but
doing right now. You come up here and you act
bro,
like you
they
want
cut me
unity,
off.
and you
Yeah,
come up
I'm a
here and you
strong
act
voice,
like you
bro.
ain't
I stand
promoting
as a man.
indigenous
I
erasure.
stand as a man. I hadn't erased anybody. I watched Mama Bear say that
Man,
my ancestors
what
should
you
be
talking
black.
about? I heard
I
you.
watched
I've
Granny
heard
Bear
you
say
be
that my
ignorant.
ancestors
I
should be the
heard you
one
be
black, so I
ignorant.
came and did the register.
Every
My
time
ancestors assured that their
you see
descendants are
someone
on the
who's quote
land, Cuba.
unquote white
My
passing,
family
right?
still
Like
lives
brown
on the
girl
land. My
pride,
family still get buried on the land. We
and
still
you
hunt
call
and
her
fish on the
pink girl
same land.
pride.
We
Yeah,
still
because you
from the
racist,
same
bro.
land, Cuba. So
Because you
you tell me
racist
who
and
made
you
the
want to
bad
promote
decision.
erasure.
You tell
I
me who
told you, you
made the
can keep
bad
trying to
decision. We
talk
got
over me all
land
you
back.
want, but it ain't gonna
So you
work, dog.
tell
I
me
don't play those fucking games
who
with
made the
you.
worst decision.
It ain't
We
gonna
ain't got
work
to
with
look at
me.
no government handout. We got our own land. So
Ain't
who made
nobody
the
talking
worst
about no
decision?
handouts but you, dog. You
Okay,
just
I'm
talking
not
about a
talking
bunch
about
of
what,
bullshit. You
but when
talking
you
in
talk about
circles.
my ancestors and say it in the
I
light
didn't
that I'm
say shit
supposed to
about
say,
your
I'm hearing
ancestors,
reporting, not
homeboy.
you.
I'm talking
Not
about
you.
the
I'm talking
erasure
Haven't
that
you
about
you
the
do
been
panel.
commit. I'm
speaking
talking
I'm
about the
talking
shit
indigenous
that
about
I
the
have
before?
panel.
seen from you.
We don't need reservations because we got
Ain't
land.
nobody
We
talking
got
about no
land
reservations but
patches.
you. Shut up. Ain't
Yeah,
nobody
you
talking
So
about no
what are
literally
you
brought
talking
reservations
it
but
about?
up.
you.
So what are you talking about then?
If you would
You are
shut
the
up
one
for
that
2
brought it
goddamn
up.
minutes and listen, I'm saying every time you come on this platform and other platforms that ain't your own, you act like you unity, you act like you want to be with the people, but yet you stay calling brown girl pride, pink girl pride. You stay calling every quote unquote white passing native person that you see white. You stay talking about getting tribes detribalized, right? Because you promote erasure. Because you
Ain't
promote
nobody,
erasure. That's what
I
you
don't
truly
even
He don't
I
want.
come
don't
after
race
And you
white
can
people
nobody.
come
with
up
this
here,
energy.
And,
huh?
and and y'all know historically the only group of people that's been erased and deliberately been tried to be erased through Walter Pleckler, this government, the system, and everything has been my people. Have been people
No, it
of the darker
hasn't.
skin complexion.
Who are your
They didn't
people?
No, it
reclassify.
hasn't.
You have been Hindustan from the beginning. Ain't nobody denied your heritage,
Yo,
lady.
shut the
Nobody told
fuck
you that. They
up.
called me. They called us
I ain't
Africans, and my family
Hindustan.
is not Africans, Lotus. My family is
Shut
not African.
up. Like, what are you talking about? I already. Oh, he frustrates me. I already put my DNA there. It literally doesn't even say
Yo,
Hindustan.
that guy will never ever
Nah,
show
don't
any
let woke up
documents.
here.
He's all
Don't let
talk.
woke up
He
here.
still
That dude
has
is
yet
like,
to even say what tribal affiliation he
don't.
has because he has none. And I think
Yo,
one of his main
hello there.
excuses is, my people were detribalized and the government's hiding this information from everybody.
Joey,
Yeah, okay. If
yeah,
we
Joey,
would have,
yeah.
What you want,
if you're,
woke?
Yo. Hey, Joey, yeah, your grandma black, bro. And mixed Indian girl at the bottom. You a known racist. You want to y'all all on a
Yo, you
racist
dumb
list.
as shit, boy. Don't come up here with your stupid
There's
ass
a list out there
accusations. You
with
don't even know who
all
you
y'all
are.
names on it right
You don't
yo,
now.
look
even
at
know
this
who
On
you
shit.
a
are.
list. It's
Yeah,
going
yo, that
viral. It is
You don't
going
even know
apparently
who
viral.
you are,
that's
man.
a
It's
Look
going
black
at whole
girl.
viral.
white
Y'all
boy.
are gonna be doxxed.
Apparently, apparently that's a black woman I got behind me.
That
Apparently,
dude's
she's
so
native. Oh my god, people are stupid. She's stupid. They act like African Americans are the only people allowed to be brown.
I
Like
I'm
know.
you,
going to need a recording of this live because he threatened to dox all of us.
Oh yeah, I got you. I got it. I got it.
You see,
I'm
that's
gonna
why.
be honest
Don't. When I
with you.
said
I
from the
don't even.
start, don't let him up. Don't let him up. I was like, don't let him up.
Who?
To be honest with you, on behalf
The,
of the
no,
on
the
behalf
woke
of the people
dude.
who
That woke dude. He's so freaking weird. He was on my live, like being a creep, flirting with me.
I know that boy dumb as shit. Hey, he's not even capable of doxing nobody. That kid, he's dumb as shit. Don't let that kid trip y'all out. He can't do nothing.
Oh
yo,
my god.
he got all weird and fucking pulled out a flimsy fake Louis Vuitton wallet because I pulled mine out when I showed my uh tribal ID.
Oh, wow.
No, that was
And
funny.
I
Yeah.
wanted to speak on something that Godly was alluding to because here in the South, I mean, a lot of us don't have reservations. My people, for example, hid in the swamps. We were able to retain our indigeneity, mixing in with free enslaved people and white people. We are the product of survival. So it's a slap in the face, like to particular people like my ancestors, because in means of survival, they did mix with each other.
I don't know
So
why people get so offended just for me making the
godly,
truth, man.
godly. Why you say you respect people and respect people's culture, right? So why don't you practice what you preach and stop calling me a Hindustan? Because that's not what
When
I
you stop
am.
calling me African, when you stop calling me African, because that's
Did
not
I
what I
ever
am.
call you
You
African?
always do it. You always do it.
No, I
Yo,
did not.
Godly,
I
can I
didn't hear
ask
her
you an
say
honest
nothing about you
question?
being African, dog.
You wasn't
He,
listening
the
then, Cuba.
all
You
everybody
weren't
that's
listening.
watching,
No, I was listening
and your
just
whole
fine, dog.
following,
That's you
anybody that's
manipulating like
ever
you
heard you
usually do.
speak, they have yet to hear you state what tribal affiliation or what tribe your people come from.
Chief,
Which nation is
Chief,
that or
I
tribe?
don't want to, I don't want to be disrespectful to you, bro, because you've been on my platform several times. So I don't know if you got something that keeps you forgetting things or something like that. But I've stated several times where my tribe was and where I come from. I'm saying
None
I've
of us
done that
here
several times.
know it. Can you
What's
tell
your
Yeah,
us
I
problem
again?
with
don't.
saying it in here?
I'm gonna say that one more time. My tribe was originally known as Yazoo, but we were assimilated into the Cha-Cha tribe, which is what we're probably listed up under
Wow.
today. Okay,
So
now
you in
see
the
what I'm
same
saying?
Well, I'm
family
gonna
with me
go.
then?
Lotus,
Grandpa.
Okay,
Lotus,
so okay, let
Lotus,
me ask
please
you
be
this
quiet on
now.
me.
The
Please be
Choctaw
quiet on me.
tribe. Okay, you said Choctaw, right? Why don't you go? They have a tribal office where you can enroll into the tribe and become a tribal member.
You don't want to
So
be
why
enrolled.
don't yeah? So
Thank
why
you,
don't
Lotus.
you?
Thank,
Do you
thank
have
you,
an
thank you,
enrollment card?
thank you, Lotus. Thank you, Lotus. I have no my ancestors didn't want to be enrolled, so I don't want to
You
be
don't
enrolled.
want to be
Or was that their
And
enrolled
choice
because
or
you
Hey, I
no?
got
got
no
Was that their
paperwork.
choice or no?
and again, yeah, well, it doesn't matter if it was their choice or not. I think they made the best decision because we still live on our land. We still eat, hunt, fish, and everything on our land. We still got the land patents. As a matter of
You
fact, when you
you
look
act
at
like
those
you the
patents,
only ones that do that.
oh,
You know
okay,
everybody
Chief,
else
Chief,
owns land
do you have
too.
what land? What land? Where your land patents at, Chief?
Why would I show you, bro? You guys doxed my
No,
family on
I
Ancestry.
just
The
asked you.
fuck?
I
You
don't
think
dox
I'm really
anybody,
gonna
Chief. It's
show
not even that
you
serious with me.
anything now?
So now,
Anything now?
hey,
The
Chief,
fuck?
I
Are you
respect that.
stupid?
I for one respect that, Chief, because I know it. That's why I tell you it's my personal family business. If you can't take what I'm saying and knowing that for to be true, that's on you. I don't have to prove anything to you.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're not talking about land patents. We're talking about just proving
We're
you're
talking about
native,
something that's more
period.
significant, right? We're
Or
talking about family
indigenous.
history, right?
Not
We're talking
native
about
because
family
you
history.
guys say we don't want to be
I
Native
would think land
Americans,
patents
American Indian.
would
Godly,
be more okay to speak on than your family
godly
heritage and
can
culture.
do. Godly, our ancestors didn't need land patents to take care of their own fucking land.
Right, but you
The
need it today
fuck?
though. But under this governmental
No,
system,
we
you
don't
need
need
them.
it today. I
That's
can
funny.
walk outside
That's
right now without a land patent and go
oh
to
my
any
god,
fucking
man! Come
ground
on,
and plant a
LJ,
seed that will do
please
Hey,
for
wait.
you.
Godly.
He
I got
don't
something to
We
understand
put.
how
talking
y'all
about on a
do
Hey,
it.
legal
okay,
standpoint,
hold on,
bro.
Hey,
hold on. Let me
Do
Godly.
switch it up
it.
a little bit. Let me switch it up a little bit. I want to ask Godly and B for all, what y'all think about Penn? Is Penn one of y'all or what?
Bring her up here.
All right, hold up.
You
Let
Drop
me,
for
I don't
her.
have
Hey,
a.
you gotta
all right.
I
bring
don't. I don't.
Pen and be for
Me.
real on this
Oh,
Big
look
bro,
at it.
platform.
Look at it.
big bro,
Look
don't
at
yeah,
it.
don't. Oh look, don't fall for that, big bro. You
I
Please
already
see.
know
do.
I see
that's
what they trying to do. I see what they trying to do, Godly. I see what they
Please
trying to
it.
do.
do.
They try to.
What we
Oh,
trying to do?
I see him. Oh, I see
I
him,
need my
Godly.
pop.
I got
Hey,
him. I
hey,
got him. I
for the
got
Man,
him.
now
for
we
the
about
sake
to
of
get
this
stuck on
conversation,
land
we all
patents and
brothers and
shit like
sisters up
that.
here. Me, Pen, and B for all. We all brothers and sisters up here for this
Facts.
conversation.
Facts. And just because I
Yo,
don't like her, I would never
but
turn
Penn
against her for
admitted that she
y'all.
African though.
Yeah. I
Penn
would
admitted
never
that she
turn against
African
her for
though.
y'all. Yeah. Yeah. What's good? Okay, You thought we but was gonna get on here's this the bitch and thing. argue? Now
Pen,
we
you
gon'
just
whoop
Ain't
talked
your
nobody,
about
ass
hey, ain't
first.
nobody trying to
everybody.
set
Whoop
y'all up.
your
That's
ass
funny that
first.
y'all. That's funny that y'all
Yeah.
think so
Man,
highly
why
of
does
me
this feel
that
like
I'm
a
just
race?
manipulating everybody like this a puppet show
Oh,
or some shit. I
y'all
asked
are
a simple
puppets.
question
Y'all are our little
Because Penn
puppets.
is on my page. Penn is on my page admitting that she's African. So that's
I
why I asked
said,
the question.
since you saying I'm African, if I'm African, I
I
guess
didn't
that
say
makes
you
me
was
indigenous.
African. I didn't say
Yes,
you was African.
yes,
You
you did.
said you
That
was
video
African.
said, yes, it did. You hear me?
I'll
That video
post a
said,
whole motherfucking video. I
you
didn't say
did
shit about
in
you
the
being
Say it
video,
African.
right
You
in the
did.
video,
now.
you hear me
Say it
clearly
right
saying,
now.
since you said I'm African, then that still makes me indigenous.
That's not what. No,
Go
you
back and
tripping.
watch
That's
that
not what
video.
happened. That's not what was said. Everybody
Yeah,
go watch
yep,
the video. See how she
yep,
lying right now.
yep. Go
Everybody go
ahead and
watch that
play
shit.
it.
See how she lying
Go
right now.
ahead and play it, cause I got all
I'll
my
play it.
documents.
Give me.
Now, go ahead and play it.
I'll
Da-ding,
play
da-ding,
it. Give
da-ding.
me. Give me the phone.
And I got a video
I'll
of you
play
in the
it.
live earlier saying that
Cuba
you're a
talk.
black woman.
Man,
I got you recorded saying you're a black woman.
Good, cause
Who?
I am.
Yeah, yeah,
Who?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I
Uh-huh.
am.
I
I
thought, okay,
got
so you're a
black.
black woman. So
I
you're a
got
And
black
you an
black.
woman now.
African. And you an
Indian.
She's
African according to
African.
your
Yeah,
words.
she African, just like the rest of us. Cause she said earlier
Oh, so
she's a
now you
black
all
woman.
African. Oh, so now
Yep,
you all African,
everybody.
huh?
You too,
She just
Cuba.
admitted it.
You too,
She just
Cuba. You
admitted
a
it.
goddamn African too.
You
You a white
goddamn right. I'm
African.
six
You a
percent.
white
I'm six
African.
percent. I'm North and West African. You
No,
goddamn right. And I ain't got a
no.
problem with that shit.
You a white African. That's all you is. It's a white cracker African. That's
I'm
it.
Cubano. At the end of the day, I'm
No,
Cubano. I
you
don't give a
not.
fuck what
No,
you
you
think.
not.
You just mad because
Oh,
you
yeah,
admitted
you
that you
are.
African on my
Be mad
platform.
for
That ain't my
what?
fault.
Be mad for what? I got my paperwork. I know where I'm from.
You
And I
already
ain't
said you was
I ain't no
African.
mixture
That's
of
why
a
you
whole
mad.
bunch of
That's why you
bullshit.
mad. And
I
that's
ain't no
why I caught you
mixture of
getting
a whole
drilled
bunch
by
of
Godly and
bullshit
Big
like
Brawl and
her.
everybody else.
Now
That's why I already
look at
caught you
these
getting drilled by
videos.
them for talking to me about that shit. I already
I
seen
don't
that whole
care.
live.
I
No,
don't
first of all,
care.
no, Cuba, you're lying. First of all, nobody ever said nothing. I didn't even know she was African, first of all. And I
I'm
already
not
said that in
African.
America,
I'm not
and,
African.
and so, so, so,
You
so,
just
and,
admitted it.
so,
No,
You
so,
I
just
so as
did.
didn't.
far as bringing
He
that
was
up,
Yes,
and
you
saying,
did.
Hold
so
up,
as
Lotus. Lotus,
let's
you
be
got the
real.
but I
video?
said,
Yeah, I'm
even if
gonna pull
I
up the
was
video.
African, I'm still indigenous. That's the
Let me
point.
put it.
Even if I was
I'm gonna post.
African, I'm
I'm gonna
still
show you.
indigenous.
Hold on, sit down. Because we just gonna let the video speak for itself. Lotus gonna play it here in
To
a second.
Africa.
But we understand that was sarcasm though. But go ahead, guys. I want to hear the video.
right.
Give me.
Right.
Is it your first video?
Yeah, it's my last. It's my most recent post.
All right.
But here's the thing, y'all. Y'all be picking out the most stupidest shit to talk about. Even if she did say that, so what? So what? What you gonna do about it? Because a person could be more than one fucking thing.
It's cause
Oh,
y'all lying.
a person
Okay.
could be
It's
more than
cause you
Because
one
she
caught on a
lied.
thing.
lie.
Because that directly
Because
it
y'all on
matter.
a
Let me
lie.
explain. Let me explain why it matters. Let me explain why it matters. It's quite simple, but I understand that I got to break things down for y'all. Listen, listen. Shut your dumb ass up, girl. Shut your dumb ass up. Anyways,
You
it
doing
matters
too
because
much.
she's out here claiming to be full
You got to
blooded
be a little bit more
indigenous.
respectful, bro.
She's out
You
here
got to be a
claiming
little
to
bit
be
more
full
respectful when
blooded
you talk to
indigenous,
people.
yet she directly contradicts herself on my platform.
But I'm just saying, you got to be a little more respectful,
Yo,
bro.
Cuba
I don't got
talks.
to be
The
respectful to
video
shit.
is 2 minutes
Yeah, I
long.
know you don't cause it's internet, bro, but I'm
You
asking you
want
to
me
be
to play the
respectful.
whole
Have you seen me
thing?
disrespect Lotus or anybody else on the
Yeah,
platform
yeah,
like
you
that?
stay coming on my
Bro,
platform
I ain't never
disrespecting
told them to,
people.
I ain't
The
told no
last
one
time
to
you
Tell
was
me to
in my
disrespect
play the
or
live,
whole
the
nothing like
last
that.
time
thing.
you was in my live, you was calling brown
Bro, I
girl
didn't
pride
even
pink
curse
girl
brown
pride. I
girl
don't gotta
out.
respect none of y'all.
She is
Okay.
pink. Yeah, you are too.
Yeah, see, look at you. Look at you being disrespectful as shit
Come
with your
on with the
dumb ass. And you
video.
came in here with that racist ass video
When
earlier. Shut up, Pen. Shut your
So,
stupid ass up. You done already proved how stupid you are. Go ahead, Lotus.
when people
all
when
right, I got
people
the
when
video.
people graduate high school, they think about going to college. Cuba graduated.
Shut your stupid ass up. Go
He
ahead.
graduated high school and started hitting the pipe. Who graduate high school and start smoking crack?
You still on the pipe, bitch. That's why you dumb. Shut up.
It's Cuba, man. I'm
I'm
kind
gonna
of
press
tired of your bitch
play.
ass, though,
Yo, I'm gonna
He
Cuba.
said
press
you hit the
play.
pipe.
I'm gonna press play.
Man, can we just drop?
Wait, I need to flip the camera.
Yo, make her beg.
Anyway, why can't I just be indigenous? Because you're
Cuba,
not
Cuba, what
just
part of the country you in, bro?
indigenous. Do you understand that the statistic? But if Africans, I'm African, right? Let you tell it, I'm African. Africans
Okay.
was on this earth first. So why am I not just indigenous? Why do I have to be from indigenous? Okay. I'm so African. Are you African? First. Do you actually believe that you're African, or are you just? No. This is what we're going off now. Africans were here first. Africans were here first. I'm African, so why do I have to call myself Afro-Indigenous? A lot of Africans don't even have afros. So wouldn't you be partially African and partially indigenous? That's the problem, is that none of you claim to be partially anything. You all claim to be full-blooded Native Americans. But that's not, no. We're not even talking about America right now. We're talking about the bird. What? Because you're debating me on whether or not you're indigenous to the Americans. I never said anything about that. No, I didn't. Here's my advice to you. You shouldn't smoke before you have an intellectual conversation. I'm not having and you're literally just talking. You're not saying anything. You're not responding. You're just talking. And I'm done with this conversation. I am asking you. So explain to me how I manipulated her into saying that she's African. For real. Explain that. She said it her
Be honest
goddamn
with you,
self.
Lotus, you should have edited the video a little better because we wouldn't have seen that was her doing a hypothetical instead
It
of it been
wasn't
her actually doing
edited.
something.
I'll post the whole
That's what I
video. She
said.
wasn't
Maybe
doing no
I said
hypothetical.
maybe
What you talking
you
about?
should have edited it because
Now the video's
anybody in
doctored.
intelligence know that she was doing a hypothetical right there. She actually stated
Oh my
it
God.
appeared to
Y'all
be.
will defend anything, bro. I put
But
the
okay,
evidence
Bobby,
right in front of your face
you
and you
got
gonna say
Bobby
it was a
saying that
hypothetical? You wasn't
he's an
even there.
intelligent, respectable
I
native.
had the conversation with her. She started talking about how she was
Yo,
African on
Bobby,
her
You got
own. It
Mud
wasn't no
TV
you
right
didn't
goddamn
there.
hear him
You
hypothetical.
got
ask
Mud
her.
TV right
You
there.
didn't
He's a
hear him ask
respectable
her.
native.
You
What did you
think
get
that
from
you're
that, Mud? What do you
African?
think was happening right there?
He asked her
What she just
if she
said? She
thinks she's
said, "Yeah, I'm
African.
African for the subject." She literally said it out of her mouth. She said, "For the subject change, yes, I am African."
Well, yo, but Godly, like it
Thank you.
literally the full
Thank
video
you.
is on
It
Cuba Talk account. So that was just
Like,
the
I don't
last one.
I mean,
understand why
we
y'all
heard
don't
enough.
want to claim the history. I don't mean to cut somebody off, but my boy, you just said your people were Choctaw. That history still ties into you being mixed because those were one of the people out of the colonials who inbreeded in certain clans just to stay alive. I
Chief,
wanted
I
to tell
mean,
you that earlier.
Bobby, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but you're mixing up a lot of truth. I did clearly state it that my family were originally Yazoo. that was assimilated into the Choctaw tribe, and Choctaw tribes have an extensive history. Don't mean that
Bro, you
all
didn't
of them
say
have African
assimilated.
descent.
You said that they was a certain people who turned into what is today like Choctaw and stuff like that. That's
Right.
literally, this is being recorded. So if your
Okay.
people are Choctaw, that history lines with you being
Hey,
mixed
knock
because
it off.
those certain clans also
It
mix
does
with
not
people.
mean all people are mixed from the Cha Cha line itself. But I'm telling you, my tribe. That's what the question was, bro. My tribe was Yazoo. If you understand what they did with assimilation, bro, you understand that didn't mean people mixed in. That means that they started forcing people to be recognized as part of certain tribal groups, bro.
They didn't force nobody to be recognized. Now you're stepping outside of that mixed history and you're going into where it
Oh
was
my
just
God,
natives going to war and
bro.
they will capture each other, but they
Is
wouldn't
the
put
Girl,
each
is
other
is
into
he
is,
false
do
Yaz-
slavery.
anything.
is the
He
Yazoo
just
tribe
do
considered
anything.
a recognized tribe now? They say they are extinct as a tribe, right? When you look at you look at the history of them, they say they are extinct as a tribe, right?
And that's why you picked them.
No, that's not why I picked them. I picked them because that's the tribe I
He's
descend
so
from, bro.
he don't know.
Yeah,
He
that's
don't
crazy,
know what
bro.
he won't say. He just say anything. Depend on the audience. He don't know.
No,
Bobby,
it's not dependent on the audience. If I'm half
Yes,
and
you
half, I
do.
can speak on both
Yes, you
behalf.
do.
It's
I'm
You
half
crazy
and
that y'all
half
talk
say
about
too.
two.
anything. You say anything
She
depending
got to
on the
put in a
audience.
request. Hey, Solar
Plucker, if you want to come up here, you got to put in a
So
request.
But Mud, for the
I'm
record,
not
you're
the
not
only
half
half and
us.
half up here. I got
But
another person who hasn't
You're
stopped me
not
when I
half and
spoke on
half
the
us
history.
though.
Like you,
Mud, you're not half and half us. You say you have African and have Native. That's something different, bro. Something different. So let's clear
bro,
that up
how is
too.
it something different? What are
That's what
you?
you say
How?
you
What are
are.
you? How are you a purebred? Do you know how old you'll have to be to claim to be a
I'm
mahogany purebred? The only ones
and
that are actually left are like 90 to 110.
okay. Well, I don't know who keeping that record of that Mud, but I would say this for you and that because I don't like to do all these and this origins arguments and all that
Bro,
from
I
the
go
document.
home and
Hold on,
see
hold
these
on.
people.
Let me make this point to you, Mud, because that's what we're dealing with. The information that I can find to prove who I am does not have me mixed with anything. So that's the information that I'm going off of. I'm not going off of nobody origin
Why don't
story.
you just invite us to your
Nobody.
lands this summer and we meet people face to face? Because we all can do that. And that's what I'm starting to do
Hey,
now.
hey,
Since
You
you
but
like
don't
our
want to
Cuba,
shit?
show
Blow me
paperwork
up.
and you
hey,
keep
hey.
beating in a
Blow
I
me
circle.
up,
just told
Cuba.
you my family still got their land. They still got portions of their land, and
So
He
we
we
said
can
about to
come
that.
and
go
He
for
meet
said
the
these
blow me
people
up.
you talk about.
still being buried on that land.
Yo,
Oh, I
blow
got
me
Still
up,
you.
hunting and
Cuba.
fishing on that
You
land.
want me? Bobby Cash, you can meet my people. I'm pretty sure you know Chief Warhouse. If you want to meet my people, it's cool. You want to do that? Huh?
No,
I've
no,
been
no.
no
Huh?
Warhouse since growing up, but I
All
don't
right
think that's
now.
actually your people because if that was
Boy,
the
you
case,
better get
you
your
wouldn't even
ass
need to
up.
be on here.
How
Like,
you gonna tell
do
me
you
who my
actually know
people
who?
is?
Because growing up in this, certain people know certain people, and when y'all say certain things, this is why half of them say that you're taking pictures for them, and me and other people can say that you're taking pictures from other people. Because I had to tell somebody to quit taking pictures from me. Like Warhouse is not a lot of y'all people who y'all claim to be aunt, uncle, or great chiefess or stuff like that. I actually like a lot of us live in these lands, and this is why it's so hard taking to hear y'all claim people that we can't be invited to meet firsthand. It's no disrespect. It's just the fact that when we was out here growing up in this shit, we didn't see none of y'all. Now we got the internet. Now we seeing a bunch of people, and we hearing a bunch of people who are listening to us and then mixing in subjective history.
Bobby, just
All right,
because you don't
all right,
see people, just
hold
because
up.
you don't see.
Chief trying to say something. Chief trying to say something, and then we gonna go to Solar Punker real quick. So, Chief, go ahead, get what you got, and then Solar Punker, I want to hear from you.
Well, I'm pretty sure everybody probably read it, but it says that the tribe chief's claim, I mean, Godly's claiming is extinct. And anybody that descent lives on
That's
the
funny.
Wichita
That's funny, Chief.
reservation.
That's funny, Chief. They said that we are extinct. I mean, they say all Native Americans. They said that a bunch of us are. But to be honest with you, that article you pulled out there, I don't know where they come from. But if you can do a quick Google, you can go Google it, go on Wikipedia, and see what they say. They tell you the truth. As extinct as a tribe. I just explained to you how that came about. Yazoo was
That's
turned in. The
literally
tribe was
Google.
turned into a city. It was turned into a city through colonization.
All right, Solar Punker, what you got to say?
Bro, hey, you got one more
Hi.
time to mute me when
Uh,
I'm making a point. I'm just gonna just.
I just want to ask a question. Like, if you guys claim to be like Native American, why don't y'all show the cards? Because I'm pretty sure most Native Americans have the cards to dignify that they are like Native American, like
Which one of
those
us said we was
information
Native
cars.
American, Solar? Who you heard say? Which one of us you said we was Native American?
Well, I mean, you're claiming to be
No,
Yazoo,
ain't
and
nobody.
isn't
Nobody. You haven't
Yazoo
heard us
like
claim Native American.
indigenous?
You never heard us say that.
Man,
Be
he's
brawls.
trying to
Are you trying
manipulate.
to manufacture?
You
He's
know
trying to use
Yazoo was
specific. He's
once a
trying to
Native
manipulate with
American
specific
tribe, right?
terminology. We
I mean,
all know what
maybe
she's talking
I'll
about.
let my sister
We
Be
all know
Broad
what
speak
she's
because
talking about,
I have never
including you,
one time
Godwin.
claimed to
So
be a
answer
Native
the
American.
question. Answer the question. Do you
I
claim to
got
be
too much
indigenous?
common sense for
Do
that.
you claim to be indigenous to the Americas?
Right? Yes, sir.
Do you?
Native American.
That's not Native American at all.
Oh my fucking
Oh
God!
Hold up.
my gosh.
Okay. Just like you claiming to be a witch, but you're not. So
Uh,
leave
I, well,
you claiming
actually,
to be
I
a
was a
witch.
witch, but I
You
chose a
claiming to
different
be a
path.
witch. So
I'm not
so
a
we can
witch
sit up here.
anymore.
So we can sit up here and believe you got magic powers, but you won't
No,
tell
you
other
don't
people
have
who they
to.
is. Funny,
Man, be bro. That's why
funny,
you was talking voodoo shit.
funny,
That's why you was talking
funny,
voodoo shit. What you
funny.
talking about? Why you trying to
Okay.
come at her about her spiritual beliefs when you be talking that voodoo shit? What are you
And the
talking
thing
about?
is,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
and the
I don't
thing
even know
is,
what you're
Yeah, of
I'm
talking
course you
not.
about.
don't. You never do. Y'all
You
don't never know
you
what I'm
want you
talking
want to be
about
a
because
witch,
y'all don't know the truth.
a grown
Y'all
ass
tripping.
woman talking about.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead, Punker.
the thing is, like, yeah, I was watching, I was going down the witch path, but I realized that it wasn't really for me. And and other witches even confirmed to me that, like, I don't have to be a witch just to be a good person. And that's pretty much it. Like, I thought I was
So
going to be one, but it's like,
yeah,
nah, it's just not for me.
that's
So,
that's
no,
all
I'm not
right,
a witch.
Solar.
I can confirm that I'm not a witch.
Yeah,
I am more spiritual. I'm more like omniist,
yeah.
respecting all religions and spiritualities and stuff. So no, I am not a
So
witch anymore.
So our story is kind of similar. So Solar, because I was going down the African American path when I started to do my
No,
research,
no, that is completely different.
and I got
That
information. I got information to prove me otherwise. So I realize and understand now that my family are not Africans. My family are actually who I say they are because I've proved that through the research and records. So
okay.
if you can think you one thing at one time, listen to what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna land it right here. So you can actually be taught to believe that you're one thing, and then the information proves that you're not, right?
Sir, I think you are confused. Going
Manipulation.
down the witch path is spirituality, and in ways to some witches, it's a form of religion. We're talking about
Well, going
is
down the
this
African
from here,
path
where we
for
come
most of us
from.
is
I have.
indoctrination. That's things that
That
the
ain't the
Europeans have
Can I
taught us
say
to
something?
same.
do.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. I have
You're not
never
saying
denied.
anything.
I have never denied my
You're just a
African
voice up
heritage.
here that
I've
they
never denied
let
any of
speak
that.
and say. Have you
You
did
all.
any have you did any historical research on any of these topics we're talking about, or you just giving us your opinion? Because I believe they're just giving you the
It's not an
floor
opinion.
because
It's your facts. And you're talking at a young
because you're
age.
talking against us. Have you did your genealogy?
I actually did. Actually, I'm doing a ancestry DNA, which according
Well,
to the
that's a waste of time for this
Godly,
conversation. Have you
let
did
her
any
no, it's not
talk.
because
have you did any
no, it's not.
genealogy? Do you have
Godly,
documentation to
let her
prove anything?
talk.
Ancestry.com, you can do genealogy, Godly. Stop acting like you
You
can't.
can.
Chief, you got to
Exactly.
build you do your own genealogy and find your records and put it together on ancestry.com, Chief. So you
And if
still
I
have to
do
do the
that,
work.
I'll be confused like y'all.
That's
If
not
I do that, I'll be
true.
confused like y'all. And a guy, I forgot his name, Venti, a black
Actually,
man.
the
Even
DNA
I
test is gonna
okay,
confuse
you
you.
need to stop interrupting me, buddy. Okay, a last live on I think his name was Joshua. There was a black guy who confirmed that DNA does do uh, genealogy. So yeah, I'm gonna get my results properly and not get confused like y'all.
Ah,
What I mean, this is funny though. This lady
these
said that
people,
I want to be there.
these people
What
are
about
not
it
intelligent. They
at
are not
all?
intelligent. And
At all.
So, what makes them
I
not
see
At
that.
all,
intelligent?
bro.
I
Be for real.
see
What
that.
makes them
I
not
see that.
intelligent, and what makes you intelligent? What makes you
Because
so
okay,
intelligent?
okay. Well, let me break it
Huh?
down for you, baby. When you got your family records, baby, and when you got all their birth certificates, and when you got their marriage certificates, and you got where they was living and what they was classified as their race, as what they was as their tribe, and when you see that they got land patents, and your grandfather who was classified as a
Huh?
Titamacha as well, and he and it's on his land patent, his tribal is on actually on his land patent. You can that You can't deny
They
none of
should have
that
saved
because you
the
got all
DNA as
their
well.
So
The
records.
guy admitted
how
that.
come you haven't
You
shown
you got you
us
got all their
anything?
records, baby. You got their
So why
records, baby,
haven't
and you
you
got the.
shown us anything?
Yeah, show
But
us.
I'm confused.
I have shown things
So show
plenty
us
of
You
now.
times.
ain't
I
showed
just got
shit.
here, so I can't confirm
Show
that.
us now. Show us now. Just that simple. Just show us now. You all mouth, but
No, ain't nobody gonna have to show y'all every time we get on these
okay.
platforms. We just
I don't
showed
know.
Oh,
they
I
we
don't
just
So
know.
showed
Who,
all this
I
wait,
stuff.
don't know who they
because y'all
talking
just
about.
literally
You
go
haven't
to a
showed
Native
shit.
American and you'll
You
say
have
to their
you
faces.
you've
Solar,
made
But you
claims.
you
wait,
You
the
just
have
Go
best
shown
way
you
look
to
at go
you
look at
say
them
just
documentation
fake
and
you
so,
ass.
just
proof and all
Go
kinds
look
of
at them
shit, but
fake
you
none of
will
ass
y'all have
witch.
literally
shown a
go.
single
wait,
Go look
goddamn
at them
why?
thing.
fake
Not
ass
one of
witch
y'all.
buying
man.
shit off Amazon to be a damn witch. Girl, get your ass on.
No,
I'm
be
You
not
a
a
for
witch
witch.
real.
anymore, first of all. And
You a
second of all, it's
witch.
absolutely
Go
insane how y'all will
Be
tell
for
Native
real.
Americans that they're
Solar.
not from America and you ask
I,
them for proof and they give you proof with their language or what
when
the
they gave us
grandparents,
proof. When they gave us
they'll have
proof.
actual evidence. They'll have the card and everything, but y'all will say
That ain't no
nothing.
damn
Y'all will give us
evidence. That ain't
nothing.
no that
So
card ain't
don't
no
sit here
evidence,
and
Solar.
say, don't
Solar,
sit
Godly,
but
here and
I
say,
expect
we don't have to show you
I
godly.
anything.
expect that
You
from you though.
want
It's
Native
more
Americans that they're not
evidence
from
than you'll
America,
ever
honey.
have.
Like,
It's more
calm
evidence than you'll
down.
ever have. You guys don't have any evidence, but the people
No
that have evidence,
evidence.
you guys
Notice you don't
say
know
that
shit.
it's not enough. But
You just
no,
now
let me
coming to this
talk
continent
because
enough
you've
to
been
figure stuff. No,
talking a
ain't no talking.
lot,
Nah,
yo.
Soul is
You've been
solid. She from
talking
the
a
same
lot.
nation,
I
so you
haven't
might
been
want to chill
saying
with that.
anything. I've been sitting
Bro,
here
I don't give a damn
quiet.
about no Solar, bro. She just
No, no, because
It's
that's
okay, but
all
I don't care about your
that's
opinion.
all you guys wait, let me
Go.
talk
Shut the
though.
fuck
Okay, I'm
up. I'm
sorry. I'm
going.
sorry.
I'm going live. I'll fuck with y'all. Bye.
Oh my
See how you
God,
try to
she's
pull in
He's
views
so
for
running to
your
get her
live every
right.
single time?
she's so
She's running.
Watch
nasty.
nobody go.
Solar.
Nobody.
I look at you like Lotus, bro. I look at honestly. I see. Look, at you. You just showed us your level of knowledge. You said that because of a black guy said that this is. If you go look into the scientists, you go. Matter of fact, you can go look at the 60 minutes special that they did on when they broke down ancestry DNA testing. They had those companies openly admit that they're doing these things. It's entertainment purposes. They give you the numbers on them. This thing is out there and open, and these are the scientists that are behind those companies speaking out that those validity for his ancestry tests are not to be taken seriously. And you guys are on platforms constantly saying that. That teaches me the volumes of where you at. Then you're talking about because the federal government who go out of their way to do everything they can to oppress and suppress a certain people, give somebody else a card that means that gives some validity to who they are as a
We
what you
don't
call over
get
there.
those
That's just
cards from the federal
Cause, cause,
government. We
I
have
let
can't
me,
listen to
our
him
own
talk no more,
tribal
y'all. He
government because
gone.
we're
He
right,
gone.
sovereign
He gone.
nations. We
exactly.
have our own tribal buildings and enrollment offices that we built with our own tribal members on our own tribal land.
Cause you guys are your own nation. They don't get it.
No, he left.
We don't need recognition from the government. We have it, but we recognize ourselves because
Exactly.
what you can't erase us. You can't. You try, but you can't.
Yeah, I think he left. I wanted to ask him, hey, do you think the pyramids are in the Grand Canyon? Is
I
America
think the Earth is
Egypt?
flat
I
for all
wanted
we
to ask
know.
him that so bad.
Oh
Uh,
my lord.
yeah. At this point, arguing with them is just like it's now just a game to just
What's up? What up? What
continue to
up? What's
prove
up?
them
What up?
wrong. It's
First
now
thing,
it should be an Olympic sport to just deal with this craziness.
yeah, how y'all doing? What's up, Chief? How y'all doing?
God, Egypt is not
Yeah,
What's
in
up,
look,
man?
the
How
I'm
you
gonna
doing
say this.
today?
Like,
Solon.
what's up, man? Like, the thing about these people is y'all can't stop running to us because we not claiming y'all. African Americans are not claiming y'all. We proud of who we are. We proud of
Oh, we
our
know that.
languages. We proud of what we built. Like, bruh, he talking about land patents. My YT fourth great grandparents had fucking land patents. And he was a fucking slave owner. And I got the documents to show it. Stop
It's,
claiming us, bro. We don't want y'all to claim us. Leave us out y'all conversations. Because you make us look bad and we don't want to claim y'all.
I just call them pretendians. That's their own category.
Man, they say they Europeans. They graham crackers. Alakaki, bub, fuff, fuff. What, man? Like, be for real.
Yo, I want to hear from some of these people in the comments. Like, it's usually
Oh
like
my
the same
God.
10
Yeah.
people.
every day. It's godly before all opium. That Monty
Mine
moves,
for
Earth
real.
speaks. It's a whole group of them. You know. Let's hear from another one. Let's hear your tribe. Let's hear
Mine
your
for real. He claims that Egypt is in America.
yeah
Um,
yeah. His
I'm
Y'all
source
just
want
is
like,
me?
ancient
Hold
Egypt in
up.
no,
Y'all
America.
want me to let
no.
Godly back up here? Godly's resending
Dude,
requests and
he's
shit. Y'all
just
want him back up
dude.
I
here?
He's
drop down and let him back up. I don't got no problem with that.
There's no talking to
dude,
this guy.
unless he gonna show the people some proof of what he's
He's
claiming,
not going
everybody
to
else
though.
has. Like he must have missed that live today where there was mad people in there, 300, 400, even of his followers in there, and we all got up there and proved our indigeneity. It wasn't hard. Yeah, we got our tribal IDs, but it's because we got it from our tribal nation, not from like the government. And even if we did get it from the federal government, we're still native. They recognize us. Like, come on, like
Exactly.
they throw that in there, like, oh, the federal recognition, like that's supposed to be a bad thing.
And they
It's just
also fail to realize that I'm from
crazy.
Baltimore with a inner harbor was a literal slave port. I grew up at a park that used to be a slave plantation. From Charles Carroll the Barrister, the person who made the Star Spangled Banner, the national anthem, his family owned that plantation. The house is still built to this day.
But that's your
Yeah.
What's
history,
up?
bro.
What's up, Scotty? You
Nobody
got
else
you got
is.
something you want to
Well,
touch on, man? What's up, Scotty?
first, I want to ask why you called me a wobble earlier, bro. Like, I came to your live a couple times, bro. I've never
I
spoken to
don't
you.
believe I called you a wabo.
You was like, we got some wobbles in the request. You named my name, and I was just like, damn. I'm like, where'd that come
Oh well,
from?
shit. My bad. If I did that, I didn't mean to disrespect you, man. I'm not sure what your beliefs are. I didn't mean to do that. My apologies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my question though, for real, was for what we was talking about earlier, bro. Are y'all aware that for certain tribes to assimilate into culture that they had to call themselves black and Negro and stuff like that? Are you guys aware of that?
We're totally
What you
aware.
mean by that?
And we know about the
Oh,
tribes that even owned slaves and sold slaves too.
all right.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That slavery was like a trending thing back in the day.
Right.
Cherokee were one of the last people to hold slaves up until 1868. They didn't even know they were free.
Facts.
Mm.
So
Right.
just
But
for okay, so just to clear it up, because I see people in the chat that seem to know you, Scotty. What are your beliefs? Who do you think you are, or who are you?
it's not who I think I am. I know who I am, but
Okay.
the thing is, with me, like I said, I'm not here to disrespect nobody or to talk about anybody else what they're not. You know what I'm saying? What I am is Indian, but I'm not here to tell anybody else what
Oh,
they're.
namaste, brother.
What? No, I know I'm not a Hindustan Indian. Um,
You
Okay,
said
but
you're
there's a bit of confusion. Indians are from India, Hindustan, India. Natives are from
I
America. Native Americans
I
from
only want
America.
to
Thank
talk.
you.
Okay,
Peace,
okay,
That's
no,
what
no. I got this. I got
clarification.
No,
this. I
hold
got
on,
this,
hold on,
guys.
hold on.
Okay, so we do
Yeah,
recognize that there are tribes that have the word Indian in their name, like the Delaware
right.
Lenape tribe of Indians, the Seneca Nation of Indians, my tribe. So you're Indian, right? What's your tribe?
I wish I would call you guys that.
I'm Mississippian, brother. If you know what that means.
I
You
know
from
If
that
you don't,
feeling.
Mississippi?
I can
You're
explain
from
it.
Mississippi.
Oh, Mama
If you
Jumping.
don't, no, 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 no. Mississippian was a culture, and it was
The,
multiple states of multiple
okay, he's one
tribes.
of Monte Moose's followers.
One
This is
Mama
Hold
where
on,
they
hold,
this
Jumping.
is where they get
hold on,
that
hold on, hold on, hold on,
ideology.
hold on, hold on,
You
hold on,
so
hold on,
you
hold on,
know
hold on,
you
hold on,
know
hold
that
on, hold on,
Monte
hold on, hold on.
Moose. Go
Hold
ahead.
on,
Go ahead.
Kipper.
I'll be right
Hold on,
So,
Cooper.
back.
so hold on. Solo, I don't want to talk to Solo Punker because she's not even native. She's African, like you said. So I don't know why she's even speaking about this subject. But how
Yo,
are
you
you guys
know that
native? But you
there's
don't.
Afro-Indigenous
Hold
people that are mixed, right, bro?
Hmm.
I'm talking
I
about
go
her. She
Indian.
didn't say she was Afro-Indigenous. She said she was African or African American.
I'm
So
Afro
I didn't say
Indigenous.
Yeah,
I
I'm
didn't
African
say. Hold
American.
on.
I'm
Right.
Afro
So
Indigenous and Indian.
I'm saying her. So what I'm saying though is how are you guys native, but you don't know about the Mississippian?
What are you
So because
talking
you
about?
got I'm not Solar Punker. I'm talking to Cuban to the rest of these people up
Yo,
here.
the
Who
Mississippian is
I'll be right back.
was a group of I think Clovis people, And if you look at the pictures of the Clovis people, they look like the Indians on reservations, not like you. I'm guessing that's you in your profile pic.
So Indians have one look now.
Bro, the people y'all picking, dude.
Yeah.
Let's just get to the
Hold on.
point. The sets
I'm
y'all
not
picking,
talking to
yes,
you,
they got a
bro.
specific
Listen,
look.
bro. I just explained. I'm not talking to anybody who's quote unquote black, bro, because you don't even know where you come from. You just know that you're under a
Do you
color
know
Boy,
where
I'm
on
the
more,
the
word
title.
hold on. I'm
Indian
more
come
So you
from?
solidified
came
than
up
I'm
any of
talking
here.
to
y'all
Hold
Ain't
up,
no
everybody.
blacks.
way
hold
we
up.
Y'all
going
You
with
chill,
came
that.
up here.
chill.
He's
You
Listen,
came
gonna
up
I'm
say
here to
talking to
that.
the
question.
other.
Hold up.
Stop,
Did you
brother.
come up?
I'm
Did you
talking
come
to
up
the
here
other
to
Indians,
question other
bro.
people's indigeneity, or did you come up here to
I didn't,
speak to be a part of the
Cuba.
conversation? Because what you're
Cuba,
doing right
Cuba.
now, what you're doing
I
right
never
now is
questioned
what
nobody
godly does.
individuality.
What you're doing
Cuba,
right here,
I never,
right here, right now, is
Young,
what godly
Cuba,
does. You come up here and you act like you want
Cuba.
to have a respectful conversation, and you're slickly disrespectful. You question if other people are native because
manipulation.
they don't know what you're
I
talking
didn't.
about.
I didn't question it, Cuba. I asked a question. I didn't question it. I didn't question.
Yo,
I
young.
said
You what
when I first started the
your
conversation,
exact
Cuba. When
question
I
to the
first started the
panel,
Young.
your
conversation,
exact
I said
question
I'm
to the
not.
panel was, how are you native if you don't know what the Mississippians are? That would be
I didn't
questioning
say
other
if you
people.
don't. I said and you don't. That was a question I asked you, and
No,
you
you didn't.
clarified that you did know.
Oh,
That's what I asked you. All
I
I
told you who they were. They were the Clovis
right.
people, and they looked like Native Americans that live on reservations, not like you in your profile pic.
You
All right.
so Indians only
Black, and
had
I
one
know
look.
exactly
Yo,
I'm
where
gonna
I
ask
young,
came
you
from.
again.
young,
So
No.
Indians only had
young,
one look.
So what?
young, young. Do you know where the word Indian came from? You keep calling yourself Indian. I'm an Indian. Do you know where it came from? I'll wait.
Indian means Aboriginal people of America. If you
No,
don't, if
no, it
you don't know,
don't.
I'm not. I don't want.
No, it don't.
Yes, it
No, it
does.
No, it
don't.
don't,
God,
man.
No, it
Listen.
yo.
No,
don't.
it don't.
See,
Yes, it
after you
does. So
just
listen,
said that, you
if
should
you
just
don't
be
know that,
canceled
you
because
can
you
Google
don't know
Indian and it'll tell you.
anything.
You can Google Indian and it will tell you
I
that.
googled Indian. I
See,
know
you should
Indian.
be offended by it
I don't want
because
to talk to you,
The
solar
tribe he's
punker. I
claiming,
want to
the
talk to them. I
Mississippians,
want to talk to the
they're not
you
natives.
even
should
a
I don't want to talk to
be
detribalized
anybody that's
fucking
black.
tribe
English.
or
You
anything.
should be
They're not
offended being
fighting for
called that.
recognition. Nobody claims Mississippian because they're an extinct people from the Clovis era
And let me
or the
make this clear.
Who's
Let me
talking?
make this
Is that
clear
Cuba
real
Paleontologian
quick.
talking?
Saying black
era.
people don't
Let
know
me
where we
make this
from. I can
clear
tell
real
you
quick,
exactly where I
Scotty
Listen,
came
and Godly and everybody else that want to come up here and keep addressing me as if I'm indigenous. I am not indigenous. I'm Cubano. I'm Cuban. Period, point blank. So when you want to come up here and you want to have native conversations with me, I ain't finna answer you. That's why I
who's that?
got
Cuba
Lotus
talking?
in here. That's why I got Chief in here. They can
Cuba,
answer your questions. I'm not
Cuba,
native, bro.
Cuba. You from America, right?
Oh my God. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you you're native,
So
bro.
stop. Hold on, stop. Cuba, if you're from the American continent, that means you're what?
Man, I don't give a shit what you think I am. I'm
Oh my
Cuba,
Cubano.
I'm
god.
asking you.
Period,
I'm
point
asking
blank.
you an
I don't
actual
give a
question, bro.
goddamn. No,
He's on
I
level
don't
one
care.
debate.
I asked you a
There's
God
question,
different
bro.
damn.
continents in the Americas, fam.
Why can't you just answer? It's a simple question, bro. If you're from the
Yeah,
American
bro, I'm
continent,
from
that means
America. I'm from America. Now
right.
you're gonna tell me
So,
that I'm native, right?
brother, if you're saying that you're from South America, North America, Jamaica, the islands, stuff like that, if you're from the American continent, what are you? You're an Indian, right?
Are
No.
you from that?
No, that
That's
don't
just
even make no
nationality.
damn sense, bro. What is you
That's
I think
not.
saying?
you're
That's
Oh,
just
confusing
you're
Hey,
just
nationality with
nationality.
stupider
ethnicity.
than I thought,
That means
bro.
you
solar
from it.
punker. I don't want to talk to
We
nobody
gave you
that's
the
black.
answer
Solar
and you
punker
just
and the other
came out
guy.
with
I don't want
something
to talk
Wait,
to
even
I
you,
think
man.
worse.
I think you're confusing nationality with ethnicity. Okay, when I say I'm African American, I mean I'm African descent and born and raised in America. That's what it means. And when he says he's Cuban American or from Cuba, he's saying that he's living on the country of America, but he's Cuban. He's from Cuba.
Hey,
Fail to
Cuba,
realize there's
can you,
indigenous people that are black. There are Afro-indigenous tribes like the Afro
I
Seminoles
hope I explained that right.
Jasmine says,
Like,
listen, I don't.
who fought side by
The
side with the brown
definition
people so
of
hard.
Indian in law is going to tell you Aboriginal peoples of
Don't hit me with
America.
that Moorish bullshit, bro. Like that
that's
shit
just
gonna
It's,
get
ignorance
it's
you.
and
nothing. It's
Okay,
confusion.
nothing
even if
more
it did
about it,
say
and I don't
that,
want to talk
even
to
if it did
African
say that, you do
Americans,
know
bro.
who the Aboriginal people
Y'all
of
don't even know the
America.
nations.
Let's just go with them for a second, guys. Even if it did say that, you do know who the Aboriginal people of America are, right? The ones living on reservations.
Americans. Those are Native Americans.
Oh my God, yo. You
No.
So
Dude,
instead
you're
of
gonna
having
say is American Indian and
instead of
Native
trying to have
American
a decent
different? Are they two
conversation, are
different
you guys
things?
gonna
What is your
yell?
culture? What
Listen,
is your
instead
culture
of
and
trying to have a
traditions?
decent conversation, are you guys gonna continue to yell and laugh, or are we gonna just
Yeah.
converse like
No, I got a
No,
adults?
I
If you
want to
keep
ask
Like
saying
you: do
because
you
stupid shit,
think
we gonna
Native
keep
listen,
laughing.
Americans and
hold on,
American
stop,
Indians
stop,
are
stop, stop.
different?
Every
What is
time I'm
your
on your
culture
live,
and your
Cuba, I'm always
traditions?
respectful. I never yell at nobody. I never curse nobody out, anything like that. So all I'm trying to do is continue to have that same energy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to do this
Welcome to
whole.
the internet.
I just want to know
It's
your
the internet,
culture and
but
traditions,
what
man.
I'm
What
saying
is
to
your
you is,
culture
I
and
can see if I
traditions?
came up here and I was just like, "All you guys are mongoloid Spain." I didn't do that shit. I just
And
came up
you
here to
trying to
talk
use
to y'all.
respectability
That's it.
politics, man?
But that's like I said before. You can keep your calm demeanor, but it's in your questions. It's the
Yeah.
way
Yeah,
that you're being slick.
He's
You're
doing
being
it
disrespectful with the
discreetly.
calm
your
demeanor.
ignorance is the
Discreetly.
disrespect.
And then you
Discreetly.
say you don't want to talk to nobody that identifies as black. I can tell you exactly where my people came from. I can tell you what tribes
Okay,
of
bro. I
Africa
already
was
said
brought
I
to
didn't want to talk
Virginia.
to you, bro. That's cool, bro.
I
But I'm
can
not here to
tell you
talk.
that they
It's
brought
not your
women
fight,
captively to
bro.
breed, bro.
It's
Okay,
not the
okay.
subject's not even for you, bro. The subject is for people that's claiming Indian or Native American, bro.
Not
Maybe they
claiming
still don't
who
claim me,
are
fam.
that I'm that. So ask away, man.
If you could say you that, then bro, then I could say I'm that. When I say claiming, I'm
What
just saying
make
all of
what's
it.
the
I'm
no? You
not
can't,
just saying.
bro.
Listen,
Show
when
your
I'm saying
proof. Show your
claiming,
proof.
bro,
I'll show my proof, and you show your proof. How about that?
who's that talking? I don't know. Is that you,
Me,
Cuba?
me. It's me, Joy Eye.
Who, what proof are you gonna show me, bro?
I'll show you my tribal ID.
Okay, bro.
I'll blow
Anybody
you
can
up right now, bro.
self-identify. Anybody
That's
can
not true.
self-identify, brother. Yes,
That's not
that's very
It's
true.
true.
You
not
can't.
self-identify. I get this from
Let
my
me
tribal government,
You can't
right,
where
and
though.
that's
You
called
can't. You
self-identify,
ain't got
bro.
nothing.
Listen, stop.
Culture speaks for
If,
No.
itself. Let me
listen,
say that.
stop. Hold on. If if I was from a tribe and my tribe made something, that's called self-identity, bro. Anybody can self-identify.
um,
Now that's fine.
Oh, like how
I'm not
you do
declining
it?
it. I'm not saying that's
Like how
listen,
you
I'm
do
not
it?
saying that I'm not saying that you're not what you are, bro. I'm not saying that. I'm just literally making the fact that anybody can self-identify. That's easy.
Can't
That's
look,
easy
bro.
as
If
okay.
I
that.
that it's not that easy. I can't go get a fucking tribal card. I'm not tribal. I'm not native. I'm not indigenous. I can't just go pick
Because
up a
you don't
fucking
have a
tribal card,
tribe.
It
brother.
got
I'm
my
not no
Because you
tech.
don't have
fingerprint
a
on the
tribe,
back. It's a
Cuba.
little off-centered, but
Right, but
yeah.
anybody can self-identify, brother.
That's
Anybody can
not
self-identify. That
self-identifying.
is
That's not
that is
self-identifying,
self-identify,
bro.
bro.
If it was
That's not
self-identifying, anybody could go get that
Who made
self-identifying.
card,
it?
dog.
Who made it, brother?
The Seneca Nation of Indians.
That's
Yep.
self-identity, bro.
Oh
Bro, you're
my
stupid.
Do
god.
you know why it's self-identity,
God,
bro?
you're
Because
Dude,
it's
literally
self. Yes, it
lying.
is. You can keep going back and
No.
forth, but prove it's not. Prove. Listen, okay. If you're gonna say it's not, then prove it.
yo,
Young.
That's what
Okay,
that's
Do
what
you
your
have
turn.
self-identity.
one?
Your turn. I
That's
did it. You now
Do
your
you
turn.
have one?
that's
Go
y'all
ahead.
why
keep
was
moving the goalposts of what
did
sources you want them to prove.
solar
Y'all keep
conquer?
moving the goalposts.
Just
The
argue
Show
it.
goalposts
us
being
your
where it is. They have the
show
card.
us.
That doesn't make you indigenous.
What the
Oh,
Anybody
How
can
does
fuck?
it not, bro?
self-identify.
There's
I didn't say
everybody
he
that lives on
wasn't.
a reservation has
I
one.
didn't
I
listen.
don't
Listen, what I'm
got the
saying to you,
brain
brother.
cells
You
for
guys
You
are not
know
this
what
listening.
indigenous
Okay.
means.
level
I
of
didn't say he wasn't
stupidity.
indigenous. I'm saying
I really
anybody
don't.
can self-identify, brother. There were plenty of tribes who did
That's
not
what you're doing.
listen.
That's
Stop.
what
All
you're
right, all
doing.
Stop.
right, all
Stop.
right.
Stop.
And
Stop.
Scotty, you got anything you want to show?
I'm
You got
rushing,
any proof
guys.
you want to show?
I'm
There were
rushing.
there were
Las
plenty
Vidania.
of tribes.
I'm
Solar Conquer, why
rushing
are you
now.
talking over me?
Oh my
I said my
Okay,
god,
name,
it's
so
bro.
cool.
I'm
Who's
rushing.
rushing?
Man, don't bring the
I
word
Young.
can't
into
even
Everybody
get
this,
my.
man.
is
I can't
rushing,
even say
guys.
anything because.
I don't care about all this talking
Right.
shit no more. I don't care about all this talking shit no more. Scotty, you
All
got
right,
something
bro.
you
All
want to show?
right, cool. Hey, cool, bro. I'll bounce, bro, because y'all lame as
All
fuck
right,
for
bet.
real.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
See? That's oh
That's on
my
you, Baba
god.
Jug Mommy Daughter.
Where's
bounce.
the evidence?
Yo.
Exactly. You have no evidence.
They're just wasting people's time. They do this for
Another
That's so
extinct
entertainment.
tribe.
sad.
Another
It's
extinct
so
tribe. They
sad.
think that we don't know about these extinct tribes and like we're supposed to be dumbfounded when they say Mississippian. That's what main I already know who he follows. When as soon as anybody says Mississippian, they follow they go off of that Monte Muse's rhetoric. Anybody
And
Wow.
that says
fast, then
And
you
my
said he
Mississippian
was
comes from
Irish.
that shit.
yeah.
Monte
Yeah.
Moose, just so everybody knows, Monte Moose, he had a conversation with what's that dude's name? That dude that been stalking you, Lotus. He claims to be Navajo.
Joe Valentine.
Yeah, he had a conversation with
Sanjo.
Sanjo Valentine where he was bragging about his college education and how he does all this shit for the views and how he knows what he's doing is wrong and that he's
Wow.
just manipulating people. He admitted to it. He
So
admitted to it.
Sanjo
Y'all
admitted to
follow him
that?
along.
Oh, wait, who? Monte Moose?
Monte
Monte.
Moose admitted that to
Oh yeah.
Sanjo.
Oh yeah. They work together. Yo, tell me how like this dude's like I'm Afro-Indigenous, but I'm like 1% Native American. But he told me
So
that I'm not black enough because I'm 33% African. That don't
oh
make
boy.
sense.
Bro, you're half and half. You got your own lane. That means you're mixed.
I
That just means
know.
you need to stay the fuck out the way and don't be over there with those radical people of race who want to be behind the picture of an ethnicity or something like that. That's how you stay out the way.
Hmm.
All right, y'all. Look.
I'm glad.
At this point, I done brought almost every single ethnocentric up here, and we done proved that they don't know shit for like the millionth time. I gave everybody the opportunity to come up here and show paperwork. Once again, the indigenous folks were the only people that were able to bring documentation and evidence. So, I mean, at this point, I need to take a little break. I'm gonna get back on tonight, though. Much love to everybody in here. Thanks for coming up. I
Yeah.
appreciate y'all.
All
Yeah,
right.
everybody should just spam W.
Good having me, fam.
That's a W. That's a
Yeah.
W for
This is
the
always a very
indigenous.
interesting conversation to have.
Hey, I'm gonna just be honest. I'm a pretendian see, cause see, y'all better watch out for me.
Oh no.
I'm just being honest. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
Take
All
care.
right, peace. Yo,
Bye.
thanks for the spot, Cuba.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
no
you
worries,
too.
brother.
Many
Much love to
no
you. I'll
Yeah.
be back on later tonight.
See ya.
es
Yeah,
que
thank you for letting me